We're probably gamers more than anything.
Probably gamers.
Speak for yourself.
You know that famous song, "Are we human or are we gamers?"
Oh,
Well,
there's
we're
somebody in
gamers.
chat?
How does it go?
Are we
Oh,
human?
hello. I wasn't expecting that. Did that just happen just now? I'm sorry. Didn't notice you.
That wasn't in. That
I
last week.
know who it was though.
Please
Complete
draw
the lyrics. Are we human?
Technoblade.
Are we blank?
Oh, the pig.
Wait,
Oh.
identify
Wait, I
gaming?
think that's the pig,
I
right?
don't know. I don't know.
How dare you assume I'm a gamer? Did you just assume?
Okay.
That I was a
I
gamer?
did
Technoblade, right? Let me
Oh,
see.
come on, man. This is
I've gotta
2022.
figure out who the hell
That's right,
Technoblade
this
is.
is
It is the
probably,
pig,
like,
right?
I
Sure.
feel like my best shot at getting a guarantee.
Give me 1 second. I gotta figure out who
This is
Technoblade
like
is.
last week for me, where it's like if you, I think people are expecting you to
Technoblade.
get.
Yeah.
You need to get as salty as I did last week.
No, I don't think anyone. I think it's.
Oh,
inhumanly
Jesus
impossible
Christ,
for
he
anyone to get
died?
You can. We can. I'll make up some dumb
You
rule
better
to
know
punish
that
you.
Connor's fighting tooth and nail
Uh,
for every single point in this round.
Yeah.
Just don't fuck yourself again with the
I won't,
rules.
I won't.
I think
Um,
you know what you should do. Not make the rules.
Jesus.
I think I should make the rules.
Yeah, did he die just now? I just saw that. Did he just die yesterday?
Good enough that allowed for me to
Or was it today? Because I'm
Well,
seeing like
it's
videos from 9 hours
you
ago.
know, you know, like lawmakers, right? When they make these laws that they don't have to follow, it's genius. I should have done that.
There's a bit of a delay.
Imagine following your own laws.
Jesus
Yeah, right?
Christ.
That's fucking weird.
Let me see,
If
when did
gamers had its own country,
Technoblade
gamers would
died?
race.
Good
What would
lord.
be the national?
What do you mean?
What would be the national anthem?
He-
at this weird,
He died just
I know that was a
yesterday.
weird tangent, but like I just like. Cause,
Oh
Sonic,
lord.
would it be any Sonic music?
Yeah.
Because I was okay.
Probably rolling around at the speed of sound.
Here's what I was imagining, right?
Halo
It's-
thing? Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
it's
do
the
they?
Olympics
Something like that.
2050,
Let me
right?
see, is this
And you
getting-
just like,
yep.
please stand for the anthem of gamers.
I
And,
mean,
like, there's nothing else. that
the whole point of this is that the AI software will do. I can do an image real quick with the AI software, see if I can edit it. Maybe say "rest in peace" or something like that.
That
Yeah,
is
I
the
can try
closest
that.
thing to a national
Doesn't seem
anthem
too
where
hard.
I'd be like, I'm proud.
Let me share my screen then, and I'll show you how it's done. Because it's not technically drawing. I mean, it is called drawing and editing, but it's with a twist. I wasn't talking about Technoblade when I made that title, but yeah, I could do that. Okay. Yeah, I'll try to make a little thing to him. Alright. Yeah, Alright. This will save automatically. If I go there, yeah. Okay. Well, we're gonna need a Technoblade image, right? You can still see this. Okay, good. We'll put this. We'll put the thing away since we're doing something serious. You don't need to watch a video while doing that. Let me turn off the video. Okay. So, Technoblade, right? Let me just go back to my stream here. Okay. Let's get some Technoblade here. Technoblade. Oh, no, not the Technoblade. Alright. That's what it looked like. Damn, I can't believe he died. Jesus. Okay. So I'll show you how the software works. Alright. Here, let me share the whole screen. Oh, you want to see that? Alright. Give me a second. Oh. Yes. Okay. Hold on. I've got I've got to figure this out. Why is this acting? Hold on. There we go. Okay, so now I'm on the stream page. And then you said go to his YouTube. Okay. Technoblade channel. Oh, Jesus. You are right. He did make a video. Okay. I suppose we will put that on the out of the screen real quick. Let me put that on. Video should be showing now. Okay. That should be the video. Okay. Right now it doesn't seem any audio coming from it. Oh, there we go.
Hi, I'm Technoblade's dad. He wrote a message and he asked me to read it to all of you. Hello everyone, Technoblade here. If you're watching this, I am dead.
All right, hold on. This is serious. I'm gonna have to hold off on the image part for just a second because I haven't seen this myself yet. This is like messed up. It's actually messed. Let me put this on the main screen. Here, we'll put that on the main screen. Check video. Okay, I'm gonna put this on the main screen. Jesus Christ. Man, he was a good guy too, wasn't he? I seen some of his videos before. He looked fine. Well, he sounded fine. I wasn't keeping up with him or anything, obviously. I wasn't subscribed, but Jesus. Yeah, I'm on the video right now. The stream should be catching up. So, yeah. Let's give it a watch here.
Hi, I'm Technoblade's dad. He wrote a message and he asked me to read it to all of you. Hello everyone, Technoblade here. If you're watching this, I am dead. So let's sit down and have one final chat. My real name is Alex. I had one of my siblings call me Dave one time in a deleted video from 2016, and it was one of the most successful pranks we've ever done. Thousands of creepy online dudes trying to get overly personal going, "Oh, hey Dave, how's it going?" Sorry for selling out so much in the past year, but thanks to everyone that bought hoodies, plushies, and channel memberships. My siblings are going to college. Well, if they want to. I don't want to put any dead brother peer pressure on them.
Jesus.
But that's all from me. Thank you all for supporting my content over the years. If I had another 100 lives, I think I would choose to be Technoblade again every single time, as those were the happiest years of my life. I hope you guys enjoyed my content and that I made some of you laugh. And I hope you all go on to live long, prosperous, and happy lives. Because I love you guys. Technoblade out.
Good Lord.
We'd been talking for a couple of months about Alex doing a final video. Sometimes he called it a face reveal. We were going to shoot it in his living room, but we kind of waited too long. Then we were going to shoot it from his bed. He wanted to have everything he wanted to say written down ahead of time. And I think he was having a hard time focusing, with all the various things that were hooked up to him. He's always been kind of particular about his environment, and that really put him off the mental state that he wanted to be in to write. Eventually he said he was going to write it, and he asked me to read it. He was having a hard time doing the writing. And at some point, I got down on my knee at his bedside, and I said to him, Alex, you don't have to do anything else.
Good God.
You've done so much for so many people, millions of people. And if you want to now, you can rest. But if you want to write one last video, and you're waiting for things to get a little better, then I would say, don't wait. I don't think things are going to get any better anymore. And it seemed like that reached him, and he asked for my laptop, and then he wrote a few paragraphs. I don't think he said everything he wanted to say, but I think he got the main points.
I was not expecting something this heavy today. Good Lord.
He
Jeez.
finished that up, and then he was done. He lived about another 8 hours after that.
Hopefully I got to say goodbye.
We all said goodbye.
Okay.
He was the most amazing. He was the most amazing kid anyone could ever ask for. I miss Technoblade. Thank you to all of you for everything. You meant a lot to him.
Oh, I might have to read this part out loud. That's hitting me in the feels. We, the family of Technoblade, want all of you to know just how much he adored and respected his fans and colleagues. From Technoblade's earliest online days, he was always strategizing ways to delight and reward his audience, giving away online prizes, encouraging good sportsmanship, and most of all, sharing his Minecraft adventures for entertainment and laughs. Even after his eventual success, he somehow managed to keep his good-natured humility competing with an endearing balance between confidence and deprecating wit. He avoided personal fame and worked hard to keep his true identity confidential. And we ask you to continue to honor his wishes and protect his privacy and the privacy of his family. This past year had a lot of rough spots for our son as he battled stage 4 cancer. Jesus. But he didn't complain. He kept using his famous strategic mind to beat what he knew were almost impossible odds. my son's bravery on this path was a shining lesson to all of us who were privileged to walk it with him. Thank you for sharing his journey through it all as he did the work that he loved for his beloved fans. That's Technoblade's mother. Oh wow, that hit me in the field. Oh, Jesus Christ. I was not expecting this today. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that hit me right in the feels. This is. I mean, I could do something for Techno here. You could pick any one of these images in here, and we can go through the process with that. So I suppose we get started with that. Is it sharing my whole image? Is it sharing over there? Oh, it's just sharing that one screen. Let me share the full display real quick. So here I've picked an image. Heck no. Rest in peace. And so this is the image I picked. You can pick any one of them. As you can see, same image as this. So I go to OBS here. I am, I'm touched. I'm not personally crying. I like to hold back, tears like that. You don't really want to just start crying on stream when it's, I just wasn't expecting this today. This, what's that phrase? It hits like a truck. Like, I wasn't expecting, because I've seen this guy's in a couple of videos, right? Obviously, there's going to be memorials for him all over the place and everything now. Yeah, I just was not expecting this. But, yeah, we'll do something. So I'll take this image, for example. I feel like that's a, good-looking image. I wouldn't say I'm a Giga Chad. I just, What's the word? A bit shocked. There we go. A bit shocked. Oh shit. That's my thing. Whoops. Let me hold on. We'll make a thing for Techno in just a second. I just gotta close Google. Done all these stupid notifications. Okay. So we've got the image for Techno here. Let me see. Alright. I think it's a fine image. A fine, simple image for the software. So what we'll do is for the software. I mean, I was not expecting to be doing Technoblade staff as a memorial in this software today. Or ever. This is, obviously pretty sad. Yeah. I did watch some of his videos, and I've watched, there was this beautiful Minecraft anime. We might have to watch that a little bit later. I'm gonna have to change up the stream a little bit, because, Technoblade obviously, is going to be a bit of a focus now for the next bit of this stream. So I will probably show that in the background later of the animation I'm talking about. I enjoyed that animation that featured him in it, and then he was, I believe, in a Mr. Beast video with Dream, and I watched that one as well. He seemed like a good person. I did not know at the time he had cancer. So that is obviously really shocking. So what you do with this software is we've downloaded the image that we're going to use. You paste in the image, and then do is we've got the software here. Oh, I've got to bring up the code. This has got me pretty messed up. I was not expecting that today. I'm going to be honest with you. I was not expecting to hear news like that. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm having an emotional reaction right now. You just can't really see it. I'm not crying or anything. It's just like, what's the word? Wincing. I'm wincing right now. Like, damn. You know? One of those things. Okay. Let's do his image now. So we've got the code over here. I was not expecting to do this today with Techno. But this is a memorial to Techno and what he represented. So we're going to do it. We're going to do it. So, we're going to use the AI now to make the sketch of him. Okay? Alright. Alright, the sketch has been made. So let's go to results. Oh, that sketch is very good. It made a very good sketch of him. Now, personally, I'm not going to edit this all that much. I'm going to put it in there because I'm going to put some text over it. And it's just settling in now. Oh my god. What am I doing? I was not expecting this today at all. Jesus Christ. Let me go to the results and get that. Okay. So as you can see, the software made a very good copy of that. Here, let me see if I can close this. I might not be able to. Let me get the task manager. Did it close? Oh well, I'll open up another. So in the test samples, right? What the AI does is essentially it takes the image and sketches it down, right? Now this is already a sketch, so it's better with sketches, but you can use this with anything. Right now we're doing this for Techno. Essentially what this does is it takes the I'm sorry, this is just have you ever had one of those moments where you're just like, wow, you know? This is one of those moments. This is an AI representation of the image, which is Techno. So we've broken it down. Now we're here. Now we're going to adjust it slightly and put it into the next AI software. So let's do that. Oh my god. I just cannot believe I'm doing this today. This is pretty messed up. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't even know the guy had cancer. Was that well known? Did people know that before? That he had cancer? Jesus Christ. Okay. Alright, let me crop it. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna crop out a lot of the whites here. Let me apply that. There's the image outline. Oh, people didn't know he had cancer. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Because when I was thinking, like, stage 4 cancer, you have to have that for a while, right? Yeah, because I didn't hear none when I was watching those videos. It seemed like he was perfectly fine. Everything was great. Stage 4 takes, I think, years to get to that point. It's like the point of where you either go through chemotherapy and you make it through, or you get the unfortunate result of passing away, which Technoblade has just experienced. Good God. Well, we got the outline now. So now I'll open up another software here. Because this image is already pretty good, it's already a sketch. What essentially you can do, we can make a little comic panel out of it. I could say, you could put a bubble on it or something. I don't know. Obviously, this is happening very quick. His friends know he had cancer. Oh, okay, his friends. I don't know if Dream was his friend or not. He did do some streams with Dream because I watched one of them. Wow, that hurts. That shock's kicking in. I would have tried to ignore my own personal emotions in this. It was very emotionless before this popped up. I was doing my own image, but now we're doing techno. So we've got the techno image here. It's cropped. It's ready to go. And then I can show you what we could do with it. Alright, so let's save the image. Let me check. Was it a JPEG? It was a JPEG. Okay, so we'll do 100% of the JPEG. Okay, techno rest in peace. Outline. Okay. Okay. So that's the outlining phase. It's already kind of inked a little bit, but we're going to ink it up a little bit more using more AI software here. So let me do that real quick. We'll ink it up. Which one? Oh, I have to open up Stylus Paint. Hold on. Let me make sure. Is that working still? Okay, that is. Alright, hold on. I've got to close all this stuff in the background just to open up Stylus to Paint. Okay, that'll take a moment. But, yeah. Oh, because it's closed, I suppose. Alright, just give me one moment. It should be almost done rendering. I know the screen's blackened right now. I'm doing that just to get everything organized. Oh, boy. Yeah. Actually, this will take a little bit. So I am going to put up that video I was talking about of techno a second ago. I'll put that up now. Here, let me put that up for you. Let me get the video up, and then I'll do it. Minecraft lightsaber. Techno. I think it might show up in techno. Oh, okay. This might be a little hard to find. Minecraft Star Wars video. Let me see. It was a long time ago. Oh, there we go. I think I found it. Trying to... Did techno show up at like the very end? Oh, he might have showed up in the second one. Or was it the third one? Because that's his image right there. Okay, he showed up in the third one. Okay. Alright, this should be showing up on the stream now. Yeah, okay, it is. Alright. Oh, Styles to Paint is opening up now. Okay. So, while we're doing this, watch this quick video in the background. I'm gonna lower the volume a bit, but it features techno. It's one of the few things I know him, or I've seen him in, not know him. Okay. Let me change the mainstream really quick to Styles to Paint, and then show that. Oh, is it not? Oh, I think it's showing the wrong Styles to Paint, isn't it? Or can this not be recorded? Hold on. Oh. Damn it. I'm not sure that can be. Hold on, give me 1 sec. I might have to make a new window. I wonder why that's not showing up. Oh, I might have to just display my whole screen again. That might be it. Okay. We'll do the screen display. Alright, now it should be showing up. Okay, now it's showing up. I had to do a screen display thing. Alright, I'll play this in the background while I get this opened. Okay. Oh. Shit. Okay. Okay. Alright, so now it's inking it again. It probably won't ink it very much because this image had really good ink lines. So it's just initializing right now. Alright, check what the stream looks like. Okay, so that's what the stream looks like. Good. Alright. Let me go back. Let me see what it's looking like here. That's the animation I knew him from. That was the main one. And obviously his streams and all that. Oh! Oh, 69 subs? Yes. Yes, I do. Oh, it's about to loop. Yeah, it's about to loop endlessly. Yep, hold on. Let me get off this screen before it starts looping endlessly again. Okay. It's still initializing, so it'll take a minute. Okay. Oh, it's 70 now? Did you subscribe? I appreciate it. Alright, well, apparently this is a big image for it to do. I mean, it does have that white section on the outside, but basically the AI software will take the image that you've got sketched. You would typically edit the image before, but this image looks so great that I don't need to. And then it'll ink over the sketch, so if you see these like parts right here that aren't really sketched all that well, that oh, I don't know if you can see my mouse. Oh no, actually you can. Yeah, you can. It's just a bit of a delay. Oh good, I appreciate it. Thanks, man. You brought me some news that I probably would not have learned of till days and days later, so I appreciate you updating me on this. It's almost done initializing. But essentially this stream was before the whole techno news came up. is we took the AI, which is basically this. We take an image, we put it into the AI, you put in the command, the AI will make a sketch of it, then you edit the sketch, and then typically you would put it in here for inking and coloring. But the image here was so good that it'll do a little bit of inking, I guess, around this area. And then it'll be inked. And then you could take that and edit it any way you like. Or you can use the AI to color it and then continue. You can keep editing it and editing it. So basically I'm using AI to edit images into whatever you need to do. I mean, there's a little bit of drawing involved with quotation marks because you're editing a pre-existing image. I mean, on the technicality of drawing, you do have to edit that in by hand, and it will look like drawing, but it isn't drawing. It's basically editing, right? Editing's simpler than drawing, and that's what this whole little project's about. I was still working on it until this all popped up, but right now we're doing the techno thing, and it's at 99%, so when we're percenting, I assume it'll be done inking. Oh, okay, now it's processing the rest. Or painting, I should say. You can actually see the painting happening right here on this section of the screen. Showing you the percentage. It also shows you on the bar over here. So the AI will probably give this some unique colors, and I'll have to adjust it. And that's the part I was prepping for with this image. I was prepping for it in this image. See that? Yeah, so I was prepping for it in that image over here for the next one because it's a little bit all over the place. See how this is all sketched, right? This is all sketched. Typically, it'll be like a sketch, and then you have to ink it. In this case, it did a really good job of inking it already. What do I mean by inking? I mean it gives it dark outlines and all that. But let's check back in real quick over here. Let me check the OBS chat. It's AI sketching into multiple things. It's essentially what I would call it is like human and AI editing combined. That's what it is, because you're gonna have to edit some of this. If you leave it all to the AI, it's gonna look ugly. Like you'll see here in a minute with the Technoblade stuff, you'll get some really cool colors, but like Technoblade looks like this, right? You're not gonna have an orange Technoblade, or sometimes the colors just won't match up. Like, see here. Right now, that's the sketched version of it, apparently, so it didn't change much at all from the previous image. but it came up with some. Ooh! Oh, you see this on the screen? You see this? Look at that! Oh shit! Look at that! It's watercolored. Here, I'll search up a watercolored image real quick. Yeah, it's watercolored like that, like this. I like that one. It's nice. What do you think? Oh, it looks cool. Okay. Well, it hasn't caught up on your screen yet. Okay. So that's just this one. That's just the second one. It generates more. Ooh, wow. Okay. Wow, that one's got some fire in his eyes. Okay. I like that. Oh man, that one's good. Right? That one looks nice. I don't know, is this showing up on stream? Yeah, it is. Oh. So it's got multiple results here, and I like some of them. So I'd keep some of these personally. Like this one's not so good, right? So we keep that out. This is the sketch that it did, which is essentially the same thing. So, I mean, here we could take a comparison look right now of what it did versus what it looked like. Let me see if I can find it. Oh. Okay. Okay. We can clean that up. We'd probably have to clean that up in post-processing there with the chin. And then, over here, can take a deeper look if I can find the file for it. Downloads. There we go. Okay. So, okay, so it did smooth out some things. It did smooth out and change some things. Oh, it made these a little bit darker, but overall, it was a good enough outline to where it was just like, I don't need to ink this. So the AI can either do something like this, which is only for images with really strong ink like this, or it could do something more like this, where, say, since this is like a actual image per se, it's not really a drawing, it's more like a 3D model, put in a picture, the result would be something like this, where it's more of a sketch, and then you have to edit it yourself, which is what I was doing before. So, yeah. It's cool, but blank. Yeah, I can see that. That's the sketch. That's the one I don't like. That's the one that's got a little bit of fire to his eyes, which I feel like I could make a cool edit out of that. So we might keep that. That one I like. I like that with the watercolors and everything. Kind of gives him that sort of afterlife look, if you want to call it that. This is a bit more of a deeper ink, so it's not really all that great. This one's a no. This one's a bit more stoic. This one's really nice, with that flagrant light pink all over it. And this one's a bit more of an inked version of that. So, now we're going to take some prints, and use that as reference, because now we're going to edit the color on our own and get some proper colors. Alright. So, time to start printing the screen. That was this one. Alright. Then this one. We agree on this and this. This one, no. This one, no. This one, yes. And I linked to fire in that eye. So, there we go. Alright, so we've taken 4 prints. Now we just edit those prints down. Okay. Okay. We're just editing it down now. And then we'll use this as like reference. That's the first image. Okay, I think we're good on that one. Okay. Now we'll crop this one down. We'll be using these as references. I'll put them in a little folder called Techno. Okay. Okay. Those are those two, and then okay, so we could get rid of this one now. Okay. So that's a good little techno looking one with the watercolors. I like the watercolors, but maybe I would edit some other things about it. Okay. Okay. Oh! There's somebody else in the chat? What is this? Is there? Oh, there is. Hello. Let me refresh this because this is lying to me now. Alright. I don't know why I keep saying one person watching when there's 2. But alright, let me get back to it here. Alright. So we have this techno image. So we've got 3 techno images from the AI now. That are cropped that we are going to use for reference. Okay. So we just did the watercolor one. So we'll delete that. And then we'll crop this down. Okay. Alright, that's been cropped down too. Alright. So now we have, oh, he left. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh well. This is gonna be me and you, pal. Alright. And I don't think I've got anyone on Twitch. I go check. There's nobody on Twitch. But it carries over the chat. Alright. Where was I? Oh, the images. Yes, I need to take all these and make a new folder. Okay. Okay. So here we got a techno references folder, and then we'll just cut these, paste them in there, cut these, paste them, and yeah, there was just 4 images. So we're good. So these are the 4 that the AI came up with. And now we're going to change it up a little bit. I like some of them. Some of them are really good, or some have really good elements, like the eye right here is pretty nice, with the flames. The watercolor looks very nice. The sort of just pig color, that kind of light pink highlight, that's nice. And then you got a inked version of that. So now we are going to move on. And do the next part. Wait for 2 people. Don't really know what that means. Alright. Oh, well, it says 2, but I think it's counting me as a viewership number and you, because I'm viewing the stream just for quality checks. Okay. Anyways, let me go back in here, and now we're going to have it changed up a little bit. We're going to put in the original techno image, and now see what it comes up with. Oh, okay, so it went extreme, essentially. Yeah, it went extreme. So now we'd have to edit this by hand, and that's the part that I've kind of been avoiding or dreading a little bit here. And we can use different color palettes here, like we could just click a color palette and see what it comes up with. Or we'll do it by hand. And on here, that's a little bit difficult. So we might just do a paint bucket method. Oh, wow. Like, if you get rid of this blue, it looks nice. So it's kind of doing a good job, but it's not really getting, obviously, the stunning colors that people want. So we're gonna make a copy of that original image real quick. Then we'll make 2 copies. We'll take a copy of this in the outline. And then we'll put that in the folder. Okay. Oh, it looked cool. You liked it with the red? Oh. Well, that's really easy if you just want red. Let's see if we can find a red. I'm having a feeling I'm going to have to hand edit it, though. Yeah, that's a bit dark. That's really dark. I mean, there's some good color texturing there. But yeah, I have a feeling I'm gonna have to hand edit that. So let's start doing that. We'll try to make the outside white. Okay, so that did the trick. So I did a good job, obviously outlining that. Now the crown. Let's erase those. Then go here, say the crown. Let's try to make that color. Yeah, if Techno was a demon. Yeah, we don't want to be making Techno into a demon. We're kind of hoping for more of an angelical appearance. Okay. So, now I think I'm getting the hang of it. Now I think I'm figuring it out. You have to just keep erasing every adjustment you make after you make it. Okay. Well, that made it a bit bright. I would probably expect... Oh, see, that's a problem. The dropper doesn't work with that. I don't know why. I mean, that looks like a kind of washed orange right there, right? Let me make sure I put that like dead center. Oh, wow. Okay. Revert. Is there a way to revert that? I gotta open up the things. Whoops. That made the whole crown completely different. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. It's the undo button. Control Z, right? Oh, is it because I erased it? Ah, damn it. Alright. We'll have to reset it. We'll go for a white color palette. Yeah, let me go check over here. Okay, here we go. There it is. Okay, so that's a mainly blank image that we could start working with here. It's gonna take a lot of trial and error. Alright, we'll try a very light pink on his face. Oh! What do you think of that shade? Huh? That's pretty good, right? That's a pretty good shade. Oh well. Let me keep that on stream a little bit longer and see if I think that's a pretty good shade. I like that. That's a nice pink shade. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Like it. Good. Alright. Well, before I edit it any further, I am going to take a quick image of that. It's always good to have backups just in case. So now we're going to put the screen. And we just check over here. And boom. we have a spare. Okay. Okay. Alright. Now that we have a spare, that's not the spare. This is the spare. Okay. Now we can edit it further. Alright. Oh. Wait. Nothing's been done to it, so nothing should happen. Suppose the accidental click. Let's see if anything happens. Oh, it reset it. Okay. So let's try to cover him in pink this time around him. Okay. Ah, look at that! Look at that! Ain't that lovely? There we go. Okay. So now we've got the face completely covered perfectly, so I'll delete the other image and then save it with this one. Did a really good job with that. I'll probably avoid the eyes because I don't want to keep that ugly eye right there. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I like the little fire eye over here, so I probably won't touch the eyes yet because I want to duplicate that over here so it looks like he's got fire. You know, like he is, determined or something. I don't know. Something's better than just this blob thing that the AI came up with, because if we look at the references, it was just solid black. But here we're changing it up a bit by adding that little flame thing going on. Yes, so the face is done. Let's take an image of that so that I don't lose that in the future. There's the one before. I'll delete that. And let's take a picture of this. And I'll crop it too, just to make sure that we know that this is good to go. Alright. And we're golden. Okay. Alrighty. Let's delete. And yeah, we can delete that. And then we will cut and paste it over. Oh, I have to rename it. Alright. Tech. No face color. Cut. And that. And paste. There we go. Then we can just do a quick little flash through. Alright. Here's the ones we've got so far. And that's the face. Alright. Oh, you're gonna go to sleep? Alright. Well, I suppose I'll finish this up by myself. Oh. A little bit unfortunate. Alright. Well, I wasn't expecting to do this today. Yes. Huh. Why did it do that? How do you use this? Well, that's weird. That one's good. Oh, I might have to exit out. I might have to put the image in there. Alright, yeah. Oh, does it take the color out automatically? It does. Interesting. Oh wow, he turned red. He turned really red. Okay, he turned really red to that. Okay, let's fix this. Oh, maybe you have to do multiple colors at the same time. No, but they said don't put too many on there. Let's see what that turns into. Oh, I see. Hmm. Weird. If you sing it. I don't know what that means, but I will keep that in mind. Okay. Oh. No. This is hard. Alright. Okay. I've got an idea. Let's test that. Okay. So that's what you have to do then. You have to keep wherever you've edited it. That's what it seems like. Let's give it a blue background. Okay. Interesting. What we'll do with a little bit more. There we go. Okay. Nice kind of blue watercolor there. Wow. Okay. So it's really good with the colors once you do it like that. Let's give this a red. That doesn't change it. Oh, okay, so that did that. Okay. Okay. Ah, I see what it's doing. Essentially the same thing, it's just slightly more pink. Oh. 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 Wait, and can it like pick up? No. No. Interesting. Hmm. I've figured it out. I see what it's doing now. I see how to control it. Just to make sure. Okay. Okay. I think I'm getting it now. One with the heavy inking. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. There we go. I mean, that did that, but I completely forgot about this over here. Okay. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Um, let me see here. No one apparently watching on YouTube. According to this. Does that mean they don't count you, or do they count you? I don't count you. It doesn't count you. Okay, let me check OBS. Yeah. Unless it's counting my Twitch stream as one view. 0 viewers. Okay. Oh, it looks good. I like that. I feel like a crown should have a bit of a brighter yellow. Alright. Let's try this. Well, it kind of works. Oh man. Okay. It's kind of doing it. Kind of. Let me see if I add more, Okay. Actually, better yet. This wasn't what I was expecting. This wasn't what I was expecting. Maybe I can. Maybe I can make a manga panel out of Maybe I can make a manga panel or two out of the images I've already done. And it'll be a little bit resourceful or something. Requires some editing, going back and forth, and all that jazz whiz waz. Like, I love the scarf that's going on here. Is when I click and grab this outline. Put it in. Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay. 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 Alrighty. Now we could make a panel out of that. Mm-hmm. when they when they said resting in eternal peace, this isn't what they meant. I don't think this is what they meant. Yeah, yep, my VR thing's probably losing it. Yep. Let's just keep it there. Keep it stable, right? Yeah. So I can walk away from the computer and it'll stay stuck like that. That's good. Don't look crazy. Oh, well, I guess it will if I go back into frame. Okay. Yeah, if you go back in the frame at all, it's fine. Nobody's really watching this. So you can watch it dance around all you like. It's a neat little copy. mean, I suppose. Write it up and have it done by we'll have it uploaded onto anime here. Yeah, with a little bit of pacing back and forth. I'm sure it looks weird on stream if anyone's watching. But, I don't think anyone's watching, so it's fine. Yeah. Didn't expect that today. But, yeah, we can make a good old panel out of these two now, which I think's a really cool idea. Edit the two images to Getter, and now you've got a sweet little manga panel. Hmm. And the dropper. Well, let's see what the VC thing's looking like. Oh, it looks fine. It's perfectly still. Yeah, I think I'll take an image of that. Probably edit the crown some more. And all that. And that man's suggestion inadvertently got me to the next stage, a manga panel. Exactly. You could adjust it any way you like. Like making the images around that is not going to be the same. I feel like that'd be a bit more difficult. Like if you don't have any skill in editing either, it'd be a bit more difficult. You boot up the software, you make a trace or a sketch, and yeah. Well, that gave me the perfect thing I needed for that yellow and white coloring. There's no adjustments made to that one. This one, obviously, adjustments were made. Yeah. Suppose I'll make a little video. I don't know, what do you want to call it? I made a tribute to Technoblade using AI. Yeah, it's a simple background, but anime and manga have simple backgrounds sometimes. In stoic situations, maybe not particularly, but in this case, it's a close-up shot. It's meant to be very symbolic. I could put this right in there because of the type of manga you can create with this. It's a bit annoying. Maybe not everybody would be willing to pick it up because, there's some trial and error. But, am I still going in and out of frame? That would be pretty funny. Okay, so, yeah, okay, it's staying still. If, y'all can't tell if anybody's watching this, which probably not. I'm just walking around right now. I gotta pump those legs a bit. Yeah, essentially, you can take this image and edit it any way you want without having extensive knowledge of editing or drawing. And as you can see, we've got good old Techno over there. Yeah, a colored manga panel would be accepted, I feel like. Very interesting. Okay. I don't think you can make an animation out of it. Well, no, because it's drawn a particular style, but you can make a manga panel out of it. Yeah, it captures the image, and then you're able to edit the image from there really easily. Yes, I suppose. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, if anybody's watching, I'm just walking back and forth, taking a quick little breather. Just thinking about the next idea. And I was thinking, well, I could make a video about this. Well, I was gonna call it something like I made a tribute to Technoblade using artificial intelligence, and then in brackets AI. I like this image. It has a very stoic appearance. I made the coloring. I'll have to adjust the crown a bit. And the eyeball. I want to keep that flame in there. Add a little color with a button, and you're good. And then the other image I already have set up. Might not be on here though. It is just trying to find it right here real quick. Temp storage. Those are the samples. Huh. Well, I know where it is. It's on my slides right here. Copy that and edit that in there. Oh yeah, Raymer is very accepting of monsters, as you call them, or orcs, because he looks like an orc, even though I believe he's a pig. Huh? I don't like that. I like that. We'll I'll cobble together an edit real quick. We'll be good to go. Yeah. Essentially. Yeah. Yeah, well, if I'm done with this, then I'm going to download it, so I should probably take a picture of it now in this state, because you can't just put it back in, it won't take the color. Yeah, I can edit that down a bit. Okay. So is this the afterlife? And then Reamer says, "Yeah, I suppose it is." So it's a bit cheesy. I'll admit, it's a bit cheesy, but cheesy is good sometimes. The smile's not that big of a smile, right? It's just a small smirk. Okay? It's just a small smirk. Well, a simple edit with the two images should very much be possible. It's the outline I'm worried about. Trying to capture that outline, because you have to capture the outline, right? How do you capture the outline of this? I suppose you just have to edit it and find out. I'll have an image of them together, and then I'll have, like, I don't know, some kind of manga panel thing going on. Colored manga panel. Very nice, flagrant light. We'll have the post be called I made a tribute to techno, and then the video will have the actual title because anime art is a little bit misinformed about AI. So we'll just leave out that part. But yeah, I suppose it's time to get started. We'll kick it in the high gear and make a manga panel now. That's gonna be hard. So you've got that shading going on. Other than that, you just need to capture the outline here, and then I'll be able to edit it. Did I take a screenshot of that? No. No, I did not. Did take a screenshot of the point. Well, I'm not going to be editing it anymore in this, so it's time to just type out the point. Okay. All right. There you have it. Simple screenshotable thing. And now we'll go through the process of making a manga panel. All right. This is going to be fun. Making a nice tribute to techno. I feel like it's respectful. I should probably go find that techno image first. Technoblade. Ah, shit, that opened up a new tab. Oh well, going to assume that's the source. That's where I got it from. I mean, we could try searching this up, see if we can find it. Oh, we're just getting similar images. That's the source we'll give. That's the source we've got. All right. Yeah. I suppose. Now we download it. Or I suppose we print screen. I mean, it really is the same thing at this point. Alright. I'll keep the image up, but that's what it looks like. Okay. Well, we'll have the image available so that when we go in. White background. Yeah, it kind of just throws it around. I guess I'll just have to re-download it. So put it over here. Or do I have to print it? Or maybe I have to go to docs. Well, yes, I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Turn that back on. Where did I put this? I must have put it somewhere. Alright, let me change screens. Alright. I guess I'll figure this out on my own for a second. um. Let's see. Oh, it might be in pictures. No. Is it in screenshots then? Surely. Yep, there it is. Got it. Okay. There we go. I suppose we want to adjust this. And that becomes the issue now. Right. But this doesn't particularly need to be outlined if it's just using for one image or edit. No. But we do need to continue to do that. Okay. We'll make a manga panel based on these two images here. Or thank you, Techno. How are we gonna do this? How are we gonna fit that in? I suppose we could like copy those images and then it will or copy the background around it and then put the text box there. Text boxes. Well, let me see what a manga panel looks like again. Manga page. I mean, they do have text inside the box and outside the box. So. Okay. How do we want to do this? Oh, that's really good. It already has a line. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, okay then. Since it already has a line, we can keep that line in this instance. And then try to work around that. It's like a pencil sharp razor line that the AI came up with. Then I can color this in a bit. The crown. Oh, Jesus. Oh, you know when I first discovered this, I did not think I would be making a panel as a tribute, a manga panel as tribute to Technoblade. Okay. Yeah, so I guess we crop it like that, right? You gotta leave enough space for the line. And then we can edit it further. Wait, does that line up? That about lines up. Hold on. You want them on the same thing. That's how you make a good manga panel. Well, the line doesn't. On this one doesn't show far away, but it shows up close, and that's good. It's very good. So we have a line to work with. we can edit anything from there. I just wanted to get this in there so that I had an idea of what we're going to do with this. Okay. I think I'm onto something for once. Yep, we're onto something. Had to adjust that a bit more. Just lighting and all that. But yeah, we're finally onto something. Alright. Okie dokie. Let's crop. Crop it! No, not cut out. Crop. Okay, and we need to leave enough space so that I can make that pencil thin line. You don't need too much, but you want to leave enough. And just in case, on the screen again. And now we make a crop around the crop. Essential. Okay. A lot of editing, a lot of fine tuning, but you got it. Well, I thought a simple little background would be sufficient. It's being made today. Well, they're both PNGs, so make it PNG. Techno Afterlife. Okay. Oh boy. Okie dokie. Yeah, thanks to the sketcher, it doesn't really look all that out of place, does it? Okay. And now we're good. It's a pure white background. Almost. Okay. There we go. Now we've got a pure white background. Whew. Okay. There we go. That's okay. Okay. Now that the images are merged together, we can get to editing. And it does seem to have done that, so I'll have to edit the image a bit more here, because it does seem to have, fortunately, have done that. Yeah, I wanted to copy that and put that back over it. Kind of give it a shaded feeling to it. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot to do, so I suppose the first thing would be to get the original image in here. There we go. Okay. Okie dokie. So now we have to adjust. Add a bit of black wash over here. Adjust the eye color to a white. Okay. Give it more professional colors now that it's been touched up. Okay. This might be a little bit difficult. Hmm. Yeah, that's exactly what it'll do. It'll just copy the whole image of it. Hmm. Okay. I don't know, that is. Back. Let me just reset this, and we should be good to go. Let me just check the audio real quick. At this, and we should go. Let me just check. Yep. Alrighty. Did I not? I forgot to reset this, didn't I? Yep. There we go. I want to see if it's a good color or not, so I'm just doing a quick color test here. It's taking me a little bit. I'm not sure. It's more of a natural color. Okay, and there we go. And then used. Okay. Need something like some music or something. The lack of audio is getting to me. Here, we'll do something like this, and I'll. Oh, is that already on? Oh, the video thing's already on. I just have to move it myself. Okay, cool. Alright.
Dangerous and nightmarish children's content on the internet is unfortunately nothing new. Back in 2016, it was a pretty hot topic. Remember the onslaught of Spider-Man and Elsa videos, the surprise eggs, the finger families, the unbelievable amount of stolen content from existing TV shows, and people raking in millions and millions of dollars while putting in as little effort as possible. And of course, who can forget the many, many, many controversies? Now, like I said, this was a very heavily discussed topic a few years ago, but since then, the conversation has kind of fallen off. But here's the thing, it's still going on, and I'm gonna tell you how it might devolve even further. Years ago, it was pretty much free range as to what you could upload on YouTube for children to see. Sure, things like the YouTube Kids app came out, and it became mandatory to utilize the built-in Made for Kids specification when uploading a video. But the checks and balances still prove themselves to be not enough to stop some of the worst content this platform has seen. This epidemic of YouTube Kids content couldn't have really been started without building upon the once unregulated foundation. Now, we'll get into some of the most deranged and unsettling controversies this genre had to offer later on, but for now, let's focus on one aspect of this rabbit hole that is somehow relatively tame compared to everything else that has come through in the past few years. I'm of course talking about the sheer amount of views these videos get. Channels with tens of millions of subscribers, view counts in the billions, and of course, all the revenue that comes along with it. Well, I'm here to explain it all. One of the main questions that's in everybody's head when they begin to learn about this whole other side of YouTube is, how do these videos get so many views? The parents will often say, well, my kid watches the same thing over and over and over again. And while this is the correct explanation on a surface level, there are way deeper psychological and developmental reasons behind it. Just take a minute to think about the whole world from a small child's perspective. They're learning a million new things every single day, a constant barrage of information, and what seems to be a never-ending amount of unfamiliar experiences. Unpredictability can often cause stress and fear. Repetition gives children an escape, the feeling that the world is a predictable and safe place. When kids can predict what will happen next and validate their expectations, they feel empowered and have the confidence that they know that they can at least control a little bit of this world that is still quite chaotic for them. This is the same reason why many children's television programs can have fewer total episodes produced, but run for an incredibly long lifespan relative to other shows with the same amount of episodes or even more episodes, due to the children's shows having repeated airings that continue to garner a high viewership. And this strategy pretty much goes the exact same for YouTube, but at an even more accelerated pace. As most of us know, views equal money. And while the range of revenue differs for like every YouTuber, and it even gets more complicated with kids channels due to like the FTC and COPPA, it's a pretty common estimate that kids channels will get $1 to $2 for every 1,000 views. And you're like, whoa, that may not sound like a lot, but just hold on. Because that of course isn't all, because we still have to factor in the likely millions of dollars in merchandising and brand deals that these children's channels also rake in. It isn't hard to see why someone like Ryan's World, a 10-year-old boy, still remains one of the richest YouTubers on the platform, with an estimated $250 million in merchandise sales a year and $55 million in annual YouTube advertising revenue. And it makes sense to see why YouTube has focused so much of their research and development to this specific genre of content, seeing as they get 40% of the cut, and why a lot of parents will often force their cute, one-of-a-kind child with talent into this field.
No, look, I'm sure your son has talent.
But this raises another concern. Ryan's World is, of course, a frequent topic of discussion in many of these debates due to the fact that he's one of the pioneers of this entire network of kids channels. The Patient Zero, the first one to really make enough of a wave to... I'm sorry, but that was probably the best effect I've ever seen. Where was I? Okay, yeah, he was the first one to really make enough of a wave to reach mainstream media outlets, talking about the impact of his channel and the amount of traction he was gaining, as well as the business articles talking about just how much money the kid was raking in. But this is really where the controversy surrounding Ryan's World stems from. The big question being, is Ryan being used, manipulated, and exploited by his parents for their personal financial gain? Without a doubt, it's easy to look at this empire that Ryan and mainly his parents have built, see through the cracks, and realize this can't all be sunshine and happiness for Ryan all the time. People say he could be overworked, possibly mistreated. The relationship with his parents could easily deteriorate over time and become more about business than family. But from a complete outsider's perspective, it seems as if Ryan isn't really under any strict regime from his parents. He doesn't seem to have been forced into doing this or really anything along those lines. To be completely fair, just because a kid is being recorded by their parents doesn't immediately mean that the kid is being held at gunpoint. In all honesty, I think Ryan is way smarter than we think. Granted, he's had to grow up extremely fast, whether that's a good or a bad thing is up to you, but this kid is so far ahead that it almost seems as if he's putting on a kid persona in his videos, acting like a kid instead of just being a kid. This kid's too old for any of that now. Look how he talks in this CBS interview. He's cool, calm, collected. It's like he's media trained. He might as well be smoking a cigar. According to Ryan himself, he was the one who wanted to start this whole thing in the first place.
When I was 3, I was watching other people and I was like, why am I not on there? And I started my own YouTube channel.
Whether or not it was him or his parents setting up this whole thing is really impossible to know for sure. If I had to guess, it's a perfect combination of the two. The first few videos on the Ryan's World channel are extremely simple and mundane. It's really just him sitting in a store and having some fun. It's possible that a small child could have given his parents the idea to do this. I mean, just to make him happy, the parents whipped out a camera at Walmart to take a quick video, and over time both sides started to get more and more into it. Ryan got older and was willing to make better videos with more of a planned out subject, and the parents realized the potential going into this endeavor and began to go full steam ahead. But that brings us to the present day. More and more parents are beginning to see the monetary potential in bringing their children to YouTube and taking the time and effort to climb to the top. Whether the kid wants to or not is really out of the question at that point. But as the genre gets more and more saturated and the competition begins to get more and more difficult to catch up to, parents have no choice but to skip the low production value era that Ryan had the liberty to experiment with. All of the research and development possible has been done by other channels. If you want to start now, you better not start like how those before you started, but from where they left off. And there's no time to waste on waiting for your kid to grow into it, which is exactly what this next channel did. One of the most popular children's channels as of right now seems to be a channel by the name of Toys and Colors. With 32 million subscribers at the time of this recording, ranked 86th in all-time subscriber counts, a monthly average of around
600 million
views, and $2 million in revenue, this channel started a bit later than Ryan, but has amassed a greater following, and it's easy easy to see why. The adults behind this channel are a bit more shameless with their tactics. I found them through this video that somehow found its way into my recommended. Don't ask why. Titled Wendy Pretend Cooking with BBQ Grilled Toy. Just riveting. With upwards of 89 million views. I was immediately stunned at what I saw. If you want to talk about shoving the camera in kids' faces, this channel has really taken the cake in that it's literally what they do for the entire video. The whole video is like a fever dream. It's so exaggerated that it's almost as if they're parodying the formula. The kid talk is dialed to 1,000, constantly yelling, things are repeated over and over again. They speak in a collection of random buzzwords that just barely make up a cohesive sentence. But herein lies the problem. I think this channel is the spitting image of parents forcing their kids to make content. Sure, the kids may enjoy it now. They seem peppy enough, and I'm not really in the position to say that there's any malintent going on behind the scenes. The problem arises when looking at some of their more recent videos. Like I said, gone are the days where you can maintain a children's channel devoid of any content strategy. Needless to say, a baby Ryan obviously didn't have any grasp of what made an engaging and well-produced YouTube video, but it is possible that he simply told his parents to make videos of him and then post them online. The quality only grew once Ryan got older and the parents started to realize the potential. Now look at some of the most recent videos by Toys and Colors, and keep the same sentiment in mind. Very, very young children, but a much higher production quality. These kids obviously didn't come up with these ideas, nor have really any idea what's going on at all. From the looks of it, the channel began with videos centered around one young girl and one young boy. But over the 3 years of its lifespan, more kids from what looks to be the same family have been added in, some even looking to be 3 years old or less. This is the case of parents simply realizing the monetary potential of their children. The kids may not be uncomfortable or in distress, but seeing as they're as old as the channel that they're on, then it's likely that this is all they know. But there's another side to this coin. We've only talked about the parents who are out here potentially forcing their children into making videos for their own financial gain. Of course, not all parents are like this. Some parents want nothing to do with it and share many of the same sentiments we just discussed regarding exploitation. Some parents just don't understand the admittedly extremely in-depth and complicated business of running a kids channel and are purely consumers of this type of content. Or I mean, their kids are consumers of this type of content. But this is where the cycle branches off. As the story goes, Ryan got on YouTube because he saw other kids reviewing toys and he wanted to follow in their footsteps. But without parental backing, Ryan would have had to take matters into his own hands to fulfill his dreams, which is exactly what other kids have gone on to do. When I used to watch TV as a kid, there was this kind of subconscious understanding that what I was seeing on screen was sort of unobtainable. What I mean by this is that the people or the characters on TV, no matter how young, were just completely disconnected from who I was. I just saw other kids on TV, but I didn't really know how to be one myself. And because I didn't really know how to be one, I didn't really aspire to be one. I knew these were actors that got there somehow, but I didn't really know the ins and outs of television production methods, costs, crew, sets, editing, syndication, season greenlights, and show renewals. I just knew that there was a lot of work that went on behind the scenes to make all this happen, and a lot of adults that took care of it. But then I found YouTube and I started to watch people. And I also realized that this platform on this other screen allowed me to do the exact same thing that these people were doing completely for free. I watched a lot of how to draw videos, so I made how to draw videos. Let's plays, so I made let's plays. Back then, there wasn't a lot of kid-specific content, so in my head, I was like, all these people I watch are older than I am, so they know what to do and they know how to make a good video, so I'm probably not going to be able to get incredibly popular or anything. Whatever, I was just having fun making videos, editing them, and uploading them. But now there is literal children's programming on the internet. On YouTube, on the same platform that lets you upload yourself for free. Kids see kids opening toys and making little skits and cartoons, and they say, they're just like me, I can do that. They may take the Ryan path and ask their parents to help, but if that path fails and they still want to do it, they take matters into their own hands. Now, if you're somehow a kid watching this, don't take this the wrong way, but usually when you leave a kid to their own devices and let them make all the videos they want, they kind of don't turn out all that well. And believe me, I say this from experience. But leaving children to make videos about what they like personally has effectively opened up a brand new niche due to the fact that these kids end up making videos about things even their parents have no idea about. I'll talk about that later. Very, very, very young children are making YouTube videos because they know it has the possibility to make them money. It's hard for a kid to grasp what makes a quality video when they're the ones making the video. Their perspective on themselves and the quality of their own videos is kind of clouded due to the fact that they're on this mad dash to get 1 million views instantly. But at the same time, kids do know a good video when they see one. The reason these other kids' channels are so big is because they're engaging and entertaining to a certain audience. And this is what allows this sub-niche to be infiltrated. With a little bit of time and effort, the world of topics that only children know of can be studied, optimized, and exploited. Adults with no kids who know how to put together a decent video can potentially intercept the niche for a quick bag and rise to the top amongst the thousands of other subpar videos genuinely made by children. This seems okay. I mean, it's not an inherently bad thing that kids are provided with quality content, the likes of which this genre has never seen. But here's where it gets just completely dangerous. To put it quite plainly, some of these adults just really shouldn't be making content for kids. They instead use this outlet to play out their deranged and sick fantasies in front of millions of children. A few years ago, we had the Elsagate scandal. The term was coined by the many uncanny and often deeply disturbing live-action videos made by adults dressed up in Halloween costumes depicting popular children's characters, with the most notable ones being Spider-Man and Elsa. These videos would have these actors often playing out a simple scene, usually not talking, but pantomiming the entire story. The videos were kind of weird to begin with. It was definitely a little different than having professional adult actors and actresses star in professionally made children's programming. But their popularity and the numbers they were garnering wasn't the only thing that gained them traction. What most other YouTubers and news outlets focused on when criticizing these channels were the incredibly odd and disturbing storylines that some of these channels played out. Pregnancy, abduction, sexual harassment, and death. Also lots of poop for some reason. There have even been reports of messages of self-harm hidden away in some of these videos that were lucky enough to catch the eyes of a child, with no parental figure or guardian to protect because they set up their kid with the iPad and walked away. To make matters even worse, you didn't even have to show your face to get an audience with these horrific shock-type videos. The real face, the spitting image of an animated character, one that young children may look up to or admire, battered, bruised, maimed, or killed, reportedly resulting in children being afraid of their favorite characters, screaming in fear when they're on TV, and lying awake at night, afraid to close their eyes and risk a potential nightmare of a character they once adored. Luckily, a lot of that stuff has gone away by now. A lot of this terrible, horrible, outright despicable content made by adults has been wiped from YouTube and especially the YouTube Kids app. Just kidding, I'm lying, it's still going on. Gacha Life is a children's app where you can basically create a bunch of characters from a bunch of different presets, place them atop of various backgrounds, add little speech bubbles, and you get the point.
Gacha
Naturally,
Life?
people, mainly children, started to use this app to play out small stories by creating comic strips and such. But some took it a step further and started stringing together multiple images into a video file to make a stop-motion sort of animation. And this app is what caused the next YouTube children's content scandal that we're going to talk about. I'm assuming the people watching this video aren't really involved in the gacha side of YouTube, so let me explain it to you. It's big. There's an endless amount of shoddily produced Gacha Life videos out there made by children who are looking to do exactly what the app intended. But since the genre has become a bit more popular, more experienced individuals with a little bit of time on their hands have penetrated the market and risen to the top with the little bit of extra quality they can provide. And just like we discussed, this is just another medium to either, at best, make a lot of money, or at its worst, produce some of the most despicable content on the site possible.
Let's watch why interest is.
There's many videos that revolve around mature topics.
We're now at this point, we are straight up whipping Gacha Life characters. My God!
These videos have a market that they are taking advantage of.
Why? Why in the love of God is this kid's game so infected?
And to top it all off, it's even easier this time. Before, you needed to at least sacrifice over a little bit of money and a good amount of time to make the live-action Spider-Man and Elsa type videos. Or for the animated variants, you would obviously need to learn some sort of animation software. But now it's as simple as downloading a free app, easy enough to learn that literal children can do it themselves. And with minimal tools and skills, you can just pump out videos for the YouTube algorithm to just eat up. And hey, if it catches you doing something super horrible, just try again. It probably won't take you that long. I can only imagine it's relatively easy to slip through the cracks of the system if you poke it enough. The real audience is the algorithm. Kids can't read, right? They just see the picture and click. These unbelievably weird and unrelated titles and descriptions hardly matter to a child, but matter immensely to a keyword-hungry algorithm. With enough buzzwords, your video that includes a title littered with Paw Patrol and Peppa Pig may just get recommended to children regardless of what's actually in the video itself. Like I said, a parent usually just sets up their kid with an iPad and walks away, leaving nothing but the YouTube algorithm to police what their child is watching. And to top it all off, autoplay takes over and leaves your child in an unstoppable onslaught of whatever is lucky enough to appear on their screen. But you might say, well, now there's a YouTube Kids app, so it's really unlikely that any of that stuff is going to slip through the cracks anymore. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess you'd be right. Really unlikely? Sure. But impossible? Not really. This is the scariest part about it. No matter how many checks and balances you implement, something is always bound to slip through. YouTube states that they use machine learning to help them identify inappropriate content, and they leave the creators to update a designation made by the system if they believe it's incorrect. Finding a perfect balance in a machine learning algorithm dedicated to flagging videos has proven to be just an endless and ongoing trial and error session. If the machine learning isn't sensitive enough, there are ways to slip past it. If it's too strong, it starts to flag the wrong content, leaving innocent creators victim to incorrect channel strikes. The only way to combat this is to have a human, a reasonable, educated human being who grew up knowing the general difference between right and wrong, have them manually take a look at every video that comes along and give it the okay or the trash bin. Unfortunately, it's hard to find people who can do this sort of thing anymore. They don't just weed out the occasional video with a swear word in it or an inappropriate gesture. No, remember, anyone can upload to YouTube. And with the amount of vile stuff they have to sift through, many previous employees have developed symptoms of severe PTSD due to what they've seen uploaded to this website. And just to be clear, I don't fault YouTube for really any of this. Like I said, it's a balancing act that's nearly impossible to perfect. They provide a free service that only requires an internet access, and everyone nowadays has access to that, even the worst of the worst people. A human review is the most reliable way to sift through content, but it's inefficient and, most importantly, it's detrimental to the lives of humans who do it. But machine learning is just unreliable, so unfortunately, this kind of stuff is just bound to happen. You can kind of do anything on YouTube if you're sly enough, if you're just lucky enough to fly under the radar every single time. You can cheat the system. You can be this incredibly sick individual that uploads horribly inappropriate videos to YouTube.
Check this out, new at 4 o'clock. Sex, drugs, and scary videos on a popular children's app.
Frankly, one of the easiest ways to make money in this industry is to just steal. Re-upload popular children's shows on regular YouTube. Check it off as not for kids, still show up in the recommended when parents hastily search things up and rake in the dough. There are likely thousands of these kids channels out there, and it's easy to get away with because nobody knows who's behind them. The final step in this market would naturally be automation. You probably don't recognize this guy, but if you've been on YouTube long enough, you may recognize some of his works.
Butterfinger, where are you?
This guy is the mastermind behind the now defunct YouTube channel Toys in Japan. To give a brief history, it was a channel that garnered a lot of attention due to its terrible quality, sheer volume of uploads, and a fair share of controversial videos uploaded to the channel. The infamous Finger Family videos used a range of stolen 3D characters and assets, all set to the exact same tune and uploaded in quick succession. Peppa Pig, Avengers characters, dinosaurs, Paw Patrol were all very common characters to see within any children's video. But where it started to get questionable, to say the least, was when the 3D models used in the videos became completely inappropriate for the audience it was presumably made out for. People began to speculate that this channel was run by a bot. It would take keywords from the comments of previous videos, find 3D assets that match the demands of the audience, place them onto an existing character model, skeleton, render, and upload. As the hype around the channel grew more and more, the comments had begun to get invaded by people who tried to push the limit as to what the alleged bot would upload. And to their surprise, there seemed to be almost no filtering, resulting in some of the weirdest content ever being accessible to very young children. It's still up to debate whether or not this was actually a bot. As we now know the man behind the operation, the man who provided his amazing vocals, some began to speculate that it was him producing these videos manually. Though while they were extremely low effort, I think the volume of videos uploaded every day may prove otherwise. Now this was a freak incident with many holes in its plan and execution. But my point is, it did show us that something like this may be possible. An automated kids channel that rakes in millions and millions of views with little to no effort or money spent at all. Just a computer with a few graphics cards, chugging away and spitting out content. From finger family videos all the way to more complicated sequences such as the ones seen on Cocomelon. It could even be used for the live action content. Advanced algorithms that pick from a pre-recorded and curated library and roughly edit together clips that could potentially form a story that, while it may not be completely cohesive, will include enough yelling, toys, and slapstick comedy to entertain a child for 10 minutes or more. And this goes even deeper, since, like we've discussed, kids watch the same things over and over again. A set of 20 to 30 videos could simply be re-uploaded after a certain period of time, optimized and decided by the algorithm, to both make the children want to re-watch it and keep the YouTube channel in an active and fresh standing in the eyes of YouTube's own algorithm. The machine will recognize the short lifespan of the children audience's involvement in this channel, and once they grow up and out of it, these playlists of videos can just be redone and recycled, just in time for a fresh new audience to find them, and the cycle will continue again. As for the filtering of indecent content, well, it'll just be up to machine learning versus machine learning. YouTube will prevent as much malpractice as they can, while the bot just keeps poking the bear and seeing what it can get away with. All while the kids keep watching and watching and watching and watching and watching and watching and...
All right. Yes, it's still going on. Oh, Jacksepticeye's on Trash Taste.
Hey guys, big announcement. Trash Taste is officially going on tour.
So we can't give too many details right now, but we do talk about it quite a bit in this video, so we just wanted to let you guys know. There will be more information coming at a later date, very soon.
Anyway, guys, on with the episode.
Did you ever have to look into security?
No, because no one was like doing any nefarious shit to
Right.
me. Well,
Yeah.
I say that, but somebody did mail a tub of shit to a company address that I was registered at.
I shouldn't laugh, but that's very funny.
It was in like a Tupperware kind of thing. But like,
here is your tub of horseshit, sir.
So how long did it take you guys to realize it was horseshit?
it was probably after my third spoonful that I
Top of the morning to you, laddies.
Oh my
Welcome back to another episode of Trash Taste Podcast.
I apologize.
Maybe I'm not ready.
Apparently we weren't ready either.
That's how I'm starting it off. Welcome to the Trash Taste Podcast. I'm Joey, and I'm with Connor and Gon, as always. And
Yes.
I had to do that intro because of this guy sitting next to me. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm the token Irishman for today.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, we
Have you ever had an Irish person on your podcast?
I don't
No.
believe we have. No.
I mean, I don't know many Irish people to begin
Yeah.
with, so
Me neither.
yeah. But yeah, we got Jacksepticeye on.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming on.
No problem.
Yeah. Pretty much.
What?
How you been?
That's very aggressive.
How are you today?
Tearing me down.
How are you?
I'm good. Okay. Jeez. Yeah. Woke up a little bloated, but I'm feeling fine now. Like, What else? Like my stool was good. Like, what else do you want to know? Nah, I'm fine. I'm good.
Yeah, because you were telling us earlier that you've only done like a few podcasts in your entire YouTube career, which, considering how long you've been on YouTube, actually like is like really surprising to me.
I mean, no one asks. Everyone has their podcast. Like,
Is that the secret? Just ask?
Yeah.
I think it's because they're scared to ask, you know, because when someone's like kind of like well known and big, it's like, oh, if I ask, am I like, am I overreaching?
You're just too famous, Sean.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I'm very intimidating. Whenever people see me online, they're like, it's too scary. No, what if he yells at me?
Listen, I feel like when you're known as being nice as well, it's even scary actually. Like, what if they're just a monster?
What if I'm the one guy?
What if they're just
where Sean is on call with, you know? Like,
Bro, if you send the DM, they don't reply back, you're just like, you're destroyed for the year.
You're just fucked. Yeah. But I guess I don't think there's anyone watching this episode today who doesn't know who you are. But just in case there is, just in case there's a person who's been under a rock, can you very briefly explain what you do?
No.
In a non-cynical way, if possible.
I started off doing gaming videos on YouTube, and it's since progressed into mainly gaming, but kind of everthing. I've done a tour. I have a coffee company. I have a clothing company, none of which I have with me, which is very sad.
Probably would have been the best time to promote that.
Yeah, just have it stickered all over me.
Yeah.
We'll get our editors to put it on screen, you know.
Yeah,
that's all
put it over
good.
Joey's face.
Not why.
Yeah, buy that.
I'm like the same complexion as a coffee bean, so just put it on top. There you go.
I didn't say that.
But yeah, and then you have amassed how many fucking subscribers now? Like 700 million, whatever it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll go with that.
It's a lot. What do you want right now?
That's like 28.4, I think.
Yeah, just a casual.
Yeah. It's slowed down a lot, but it's,
At which, like, I gotta ask, at which number did you just like stop like looking at it and just stop caring about it? Because I think every big YouTuber I've talked to, they reach a point and then they just forget what number that they're at.
Yeah. I think it was after 6 million. I think was when, because they were coming in so quick and so often that it was like after 6, I was like, okay, I don't know what to do with this anymore. Right. Like 1 million is like a big deal for everyone. And then you hit 5, and then like between 5 and 10 is a little nebulous.
Yeah.
What's going on? And
Right.
I didn't know why people were there, and I was just trying not to annoy anybody, piss them off, or get them to go away. So I was like, let's keep my head down and stay going.
Yeah. Well, none of us are at that point.
No. Everyone
can't relate.
Yeah, can't relate.
It's probably more of like a time exposure more than it is like a milestone. I think I think subscriber milestones are kind of easy to judge your time on YouTube.
Yeah.
Where they happen, you kind of remember them. But I think for everybody, it's kind of like a time base. After like a couple of years, you kind of settle into it. You know who you are and what you're doing. And
So like, how long have you been on YouTube? Like, when was the exact beginning where you started your first uploads?
End of 2012. So I'll be 10 years at the end of this year. Like end, like end of November, start of December.
You survived.
For some reason, I thought it was way longer than 10 years. Because you seem like, it feels like you've been around since basically like the start of the platform.
Yeah.
At least like from my perspective. So hearing that it's not even 10 years, that like blows my mind actually.
Yeah, it's really weird because I'm technically at like the 2nd generation, because you have like Smosh and Tobuscus and all those guys, 1st gen.
Right.
And then for the longest time, I wasn't even considered the 2nd wave, that people said that I was like adding into the tail end of that. And then now a certain amount of time has gone by and everyone's convinced I've been since the beginning. So I don't know when that happened. But
Do people still use the whole generation thing for like newer YouTubers now, or is it just talking about more?
Yeah, like what generation are we in right now?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
It's like 12th generation YouTuber.
I think people just know the cycles when they come in, but no one has a generation anymore.
Yeah, I mean, like, because I remember I think it was much easier to define generations back then because one, people gave a shit about things like YouTube Rewind, so it was much easier to like segregate to like, oh, okay, I recognize these faces. Oh, and there's a lot of new faces to YouTube Rewind, and then suddenly you're just like, I do not know anyone in this video.
I think it's also because, like, you know, during the first couple of generations, there was like a literal handful of people that were like the ones that made it, right? But now it's like, how many people would you consider the ones that made it?
There's a lot of channels now that have like 50+ million subscribers that you wouldn't.
Yeah, I did like
I
did like a higher or lower thing where you like guess YouTube subs. It's like a new updated version of it with current stats.
Right.
And I went through it and it was like this person versus this person. I was like, well, I think they're Spanish YouTubers. I was like, they're going to have a lot, obviously.
Yeah.
I was like, I have no idea who this person is. And it was like 40 versus 50 million.
Right.
I'd never heard of any of them.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Because the rewinds went international then as well and started involving like Japanese people. And
Yeah.
people and
I forgot about that. Yeah.
it got even wilder.
Yeah. I'm assuming you've been in YouTube rewinds then.
Yeah, I think I've been in 2, but I've never been there in person.
Right.
Because every time they asked me, I either had something going on or they asked me to do some fucking stupid shit where it was like, you get on a green screen and like pretend you're falling through space. Because that was the year like the Katy Perry meme.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not doing that. I was like, I just won't be in it this year.
You cannot pay me any amount of money to do that.
Yeah. It felt like everyone was in it for like clout to be like, that's me, I'm in it.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't need that for myself.
Because even if you are in it, you're probably in it for like 1 second at most, right?
If I'm in it, I want to be in it for something like cool or good or like you act a thing out or something. I was like, I don't want to be like, everyone thinks I'm cringe already. I don't want to be in it for like wacky on a fucking green screen. Well, back then they did.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what year was that? Like,
I think that was like 2016 or 17.
Oh,
era.
okay,
like green hair era.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So it was like the peak of when I was like a caricature of myself, and then everyone expected like a certain thing. And
Well, actually, that's an interesting question. Like, would you say at the beginning of your career you very much were like a caricature of yourself, and that you've kind of like changed your image as you've like evolved in your career here on YouTube?
I think in the beginning I was like someone else completely, because I started off and I wasn't like being Irish or like being myself, so I was like, I'll speak clearly, and that was like, hello everybody, this is me. For some reason it just sounded American. I guess that's what I thought.
Right.
Like a Markiplier.
Yeah, I mean,
I do the same thing whenever I try and do an American accent. It just sounds like Markiplier.
yeah, well you have the tone.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think I was that for a while, and then I was like, no one's watching, no one cares, and I was like, I'll lean into myself and my culture a bit more, and like separate myself out, and that was where like Top of the Morning and everything started.
Yeah.
And then I think after like 4 or 5 years, then it was like peak caricature, because then you're just, you know what people like, you know what they want to hear.
Yeah.
Like you guys will mention an anime or something some point in this episode, I imagine.
Yeah.
You go through the numbers. You
You clearly haven't watched the many episodes of Trash Tape.
Talk about anime.
You're gonna just know what your audience wants after a while, and you're leaning into that more and more.
So is that like kind of what inspired the whole like, I guess, screaming at the top of your face type of caricature, right?
It was like Happy Wheels, like 2 a week, and it was like, you know what people want, they love the catchphrases.
Right.
It's kind of like ticking boxes, and then you kind of get tired of that and go on to something else.
Well, I feel like that was like an entire generation of YouTube where like, especially like the first wave of Let's Players, it was very much about a gimmick and high energy. It needed to be like high energy, right? If you are speaking below the decibels of like a live concert, then you are just not making it on YouTube.
Yeah,
and that's what
if your mic was not peaking, you weren't doing it right.
Yeah, so people still like purposefully peak their mic just to make it sound louder.
Right.
Wait, they do?
Yeah. I was like, have you ever watched like a
because it's like a deep fried meme where it sounds funny.
And it's like the louder you shout, like the cooler it sounds. Every time I tune into like Tommy Innett's.
Yeah.
Tommy, I love you. You're great. You're super funny, but fix your fucking microphone.
I think it's going for like the Tyler One kind of mic.
Oh,
Yeah.
Let's forgive him instead of him being a moron.
Well, we're not friends with him like you.
I can say this.
Yeah.
He just turned 18. He's not a child anymore.
So you can legally bully him.
Yeah, I can legally beat the shit out of you now.
There'll only be one felony.
And you can go to jail now. So.
Oh my god.
So mentioning anime, are you a big anime guy?
I want to be. I want to have like that knowledge of like the obscure shit, but I'm such a normie when it comes to anime.
But most conversation you'll ever have about anime is a normie conversation.
That's true.
Like, Jerry and Garnt know so many things, and you just seem pretentious if you're like, I know this show.
No.
Yeah, you do. You guys do seem pretentious.
Okay. Like
absolutely.
We have all this knowledge, and then we have like the same like conversations 90% of the time anyway, because everyone's watching.
Yeah, that's what I've learned recently though, is that like it doesn't matter how much actual knowledge you have on the medium, because 90% of the questions are going to be, so what did you think about the latest Attack on Titan episode? It's going to get to like that level, right?
Yeah.
Look, that new season of Attack on Titan sucks. I hate it.
I think it was it was building up for the last one.
Well, I'm being a bit harsh, but I feel like God, are we actually having?
It was like
okay. We're getting into this now.
I loved all the first 3 seasons. I got into the manga. I read all of it. The ending was like whatever. It was.
I haven't read it yet.
I haven't read the manga yet.
So you're even like ahead of us in this game then.
And the ending, I was like, yeah, whatever. And then I was like waiting for it to happen. I was like, there's a couple of good scenes in there. And then it happened. I was like, Mappa are so much better than that. Like. I feel like Jujutsu Kaisen came out at like the same time, and it's like that's what you can do, and this is what we're getting. And I'm like,
you actually sound like an anime fan.
This
is you're naming studios.
I like the fact that you know what like the base level of Mappa is like more than most people.
Now I'm just pissing off your audience.
Most of them don't come here for anime, but they're like, oh my god, they're gonna speak about it.
Yeah, because like I didn't expect that you would just name drop an anime studio, because that's like, even you call yourself a casual anime fan, but that level of knowledge is even more than most people I talk to, you know.
So you like Jujutsu Kaisen as well then?
Yeah,
I fucking love Jujutsu Kaisen.
Wow, not like him.
Well, okay, Jujutsu Kaisen's story is like whatever. It's so like by the books, it's so plain. But I feel like it leans into that, and it's like you're just here to watch cool animation. You're just here to watch cool fights.
Yes.
It's like
I love this show so much.
It's like Naruto again, but it's like we cut out all the annoying shit and just. It's like here's just fight scenes. Like go for it. No one cares.
Also, Naruto doesn't have like Todo. So, like,
that's true.
He's like the best character in any show ever.
But it does have Kakashi, which is just basically Gojo, just like all over again, you know?
Yeah, but Gojo's more marketable, right? Gojo's really...
He's younger, he's sexier, he's
new. The younger, sexier Kakashi.
You know what I mean?
But I did watch Naruto for the first time, like, last year.
Yeah, I remember you telling me.
Wait, you watched it? Oh, how did that happen? You watched Naruto for the first time in 2021.
Well...
I did too.
Yeah, because
I remember you texting me about it actually.
Yeah.
You were like, do you think I should? And I was like, you go for it. Like, yeah.
Because my girlfriend had watched it growing up, and that's what got her into stuff. And she lived in Japan actually for a long time. And
oh, really?
Like a master's in Japanese and everything.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
That was like that stuff was what got her into it.
Right.
And then since I don't have any nostalgia for it, I was like, let's watch it now and see if it holds up. And we kind of did
get a non-biased view on it.
Yeah, we did like the non-filler sort of stuff. Like people had listed on like Reddit what like the key ones to watch.
There's websites dedicated
to
the filler.
There's
you basically cut out like a third of Naruto.
Yeah.
So we did that, and I was like, it's still way too long.
Yeah.
I was like, we need a Naruto Kai to come out, or a Brotherhood or something.
Right.
Yeah, because like I'm curious, since you've watched Naruto last year, I've always thought that it's like if you read the manga, maybe it would be a much better experience. But I think with the way anime production was back then, with a lot of filler, not just in episodes, but within certain scenes, it would just have dragged so much. Did you think it's a good show?
I think it is. I think it has a lot of heart to it, and I think knowing the pedigree that it has and the fact that it started all of those trends that and Dragon Ball kind of like pioneered a lot of that like long drawn out battle kind of shit.
Yeah,
and the fact that. That's why I was saying like Jujutsu Kaisen feels like that, but modernized.
So,
They cut out a lot of the nonsense, but at the same time they cut out most of the
I love that Jack has more of an in-depth opinion on Jujutsu Kaisen compared to like most people.
I do agree though. Jujutsu Kaisen is just like we're getting on with it. Shit's happening always. Like the first episode, like they just get right into it. Whereas like you know, you can tell shows from like 2000s when they take their sweet fucking time to let anything happen in this.
Oh, like Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer's like Naruto, but the exact same. Where it's like all the annoying characters, all the filler shit, all of the like drawn out battles.
Right.
The animation's so good. Just do that over and over again.
Was there any animes you watched that you were like, I'll give it a shot, and you were like very surprised that you enjoyed it?
Full Metal Alchemist.
I love that show.
Yeah, same.
I love Full Metal Alchemist. It's amazing.
Who's your favorite character?
It's Ed. You know, everyone loves Ed.
Shit, right.
Yeah. That's all the truth.
That was one I had heard a lot of.
Yeah.
Like Brotherhood
is really good.
And then I watched it and I was like, and then it became my favorite of all time.
Oh.
Because I was just like, it's just lean, it has a story to tell, it gets in, gets out, does it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think, like, for the anime community, Fullmetal Alchemist is kind of like the godfather of, like, anime. You know what I mean? Where it's just, like, on the top of, like, every top anime list of all time.
It's like sacrilege if you don't watch it.
It's just always on the top. And because everyone looks there and they're just like, yeah, you know, I get it's probably the top. You know, I'm not going to argue that Fullmetal Alchemist, you know, like, I haven't even seen it. And I'm just like, yeah, it's probably the top, you know?
Well, that was why I watched it, because it was on the top of everyone's list. And I was like, sure, I'll give it a shot. And I was like, That makes sense.
Yeah.
It feels really unremarkable when you start watching it, but something about it just keeps you so engaged. And I don't know what quite it is.
Yeah,
I
actually.
think it's just like a really
Just put it on now.
show.
We can watch it together.
live reaction. Right?
Yeah.
My fans have been trying to get me to watch for like 5-6 years now. But like, yeah, as someone actually asking you guys an anime question, as someone who hasn't seen Fullmetal Alchemist, you know, you have shows like Attack on Titan, like Jujutsu Kaisen, like Demon Slayer, which, you know, is very much critically acclaimed. But there's always like, there always seems to be like a group that like is like anti, like tries to bring it down. Like the Attack on Titan is mid-crew, or the Jujutsu Kaisen is mid-crew, or whatever. But like, it just doesn't seem like that exists for Fullmetal Alchemist. And I was just like, why?
Because, well, I mean, for one, it's like a genuinely good show for one, but I think it's also the fact that now it's just put on such a legendary status that it's like, I don't know, there isn't, I think it's just a losing battle.
Yeah.
If you go out there and try to be that guy to be like, oh, I think it's fucking overrated or whatever, then everyone I think collectively is like, okay, sit down. You know, kind of like, all right, baby boy. You know?
It's very lean. Like it has like 65 episodes or something, which nowadays is like unheard of.
Yeah.
It's just, I think because Brotherhood came out, it did a lot of the heavy lifting because the original one was kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
Had filler stuff, and everyone's like, no one cares. So now they were just like, here's like a decent story start to finish, and it keeps like having twist and twist and twist, and the pace is pretty good, so.
Yeah, I think it was just like, just a well-oiled machine that just, you know, was good enough.
What an interesting way to describe.
Yeah, it was like a well-oiled machine that just like, it was lubed the fuck up. It was really smooth. It worked perfectly. Like everything it tried to do, it did well.
Yeah.
It's also pretty mature for that era, I think.
Yeah, there's still a lot of like fucked up scenes, like even in today's standards, I think.
I think even like in the mainstream, I think Attack on Titan's the only thing since that's like people are fucking dying left, right, and center.
Yeah. I mean, I think like Attack on Titan is, because most time when an anime gets super popular, it's basically just Shonen Jump. It's, you know, shows like Jujutsu Kaisen, Demon Slayer, My Hero Academia. And then Attack on Titan has been like the adult show, I guess, the most adult show that's gotten as close to mainstream as I think anime has gotten.
Even though it's still technically a shonen manga.
Yeah,
it is technically.
You know, even though it technically is published in a shonen magazine, you know, it's seen as like more mature, especially, you know, you watch Attack on Titan, you're like, this ain't no My Hero Academia, you know.
No, definitely not.
Do you have like a favorite anime or manga then?
Favorite anime is Full Metal. It used to be, well, it was like the first season of One Punch Man I really loved as well.
Oh, okay.
The second
Classic.
season was like a step down, and I was like, man, you could have just left it there.
I think I know what your favorite manga is. It's Berserk, right?
Yeah.
You read Berserk?
I feel like anyone who's read Berserk,
oh my god,
it's like top of their list.
Yeah.
I think it's my favorite too.
Because I started, and again, like Full Metal, it was like top of everyone's list, and I was like, Dark Souls, like FromSoft are huge into them. I was like, I'll give it a shot, and then I had the Dark Horse, like the black editions.
The thick ones, right?
I had like one of those for a long time, and I was like, pandemic's happening, I'll finally read it, and then just blasted through the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah.
It's same. I did it just pandemic as well. Fuck, man. I don't know.
It's
You
unreal.
can't put it down.
Anyone who's like hasn't read it and hears us talk like that, it's like it's worth it. There's a lot of it's really drawn out, but it's like the only thing that actually benefits from it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, I feel like the pacing is perfect for the story it wants to tell. It's not always like an action fest, but I feel like even like the quieter moments just draw you in and immerse you so much.
I think for me, the quieter moments of Berserk is what I enjoyed the most.
They hit really hard.
Yeah, because there are some panels that are just like so still, and yet it's like, I don't know, very intense at the same time. It's very difficult to explain, but like,
I just like the scale of it, because it sets up, it's like, okay, here's one bad guy, and then it follows that the entire way through. They're not like, here's an arc with that bad guy, and then it's someone else, and then you're like reeling through it, being like, okay, when do we get back to good shit again? It's like one pillar the entire way through, and then the hero is like, it doesn't do that stuff where like his power level goes down and then it goes back up and down. It's like, it's just very consistent the whole way through, and it's more about the interpersonal drama of it than anything.
I knew it was special because you know when you get like 1/3 of the way through something and you're like, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm getting through this. Yeah. Oh, no, it's gonna end. I'm gonna have to say
when
bye.
you go to the golden age and it's like, wait, this isn't a flashback. This is the whole thing.
It's the whole thing.
And you're like, that's the prologue? That's the prologue to this story?
God.
But yeah, shame that we're never gonna see the end of it. I've still not brought up the courage to read the final few chapters yet.
I still haven't read the final volume. It's just been sitting on my
I'm
shelf.
a bigger weeb than you guys are.
I've done it. I read it.
I bought it on release. I got the special soundtrack edition to it as well. And I don't want to read it because I know once I read that, that's it.
There's no more Berserk.
There's no more Berserk.
I totally agree.
Have they said definitively if it's done now or not?
So for a little while, there was this rumor that was going around where Hakusensha, the publishers, were thinking about continuing on the series, and then it got a ton of backlash online. Just being like, no, dude, just let it go to rest. So right now we don't know yet. There is a possibility that they might. I personally don't want that because because again, I haven't read the last couple of chapters, but I heard that the last couple of chapters actually kind of has a somewhat round ending to it, right? Or I guess
it feels like you're getting very close to the end.
Yeah.
Almost, in a weird way.
You can kind of predict what you think will happen.
Yeah,
And I don't feel like, obviously Miura is one of the arguably the greatest mangaka who's ever lived.
Yeah.
Especially with his masterpiece Berserk, and just who would even want to try to even take up that mantle? I wouldn't want to be that person, know. And two, it kind of just feels, to me at least, it kind of feels disrespectful if someone passes away. And there are some instances that maybe some people can continue on their vision if they know what's going to happen. But in this case, it just feels like such a personal story that I don't really feel like anyone can tell it but Miura himself.
Maybe we'll get a thing of his notes or an art book of what he was thinking would happen. I feel like that's the best way because then people can just make up their own endings.
Fill in the blanks, right?
I'd never be disappointed by an ending that doesn't happen.
Yeah, true. I saw something similar to that when I went to the Berserk exhibit, though. There was
You're just trying to rub it in now.
He's like, let me flex on you right now.
Flex on you real quick. But there was kind of a glass cabinet of a bunch of Miura's notes that were kind of written down, and there was nothing really concrete that went after the manga or after where the manga ended. But it was just really cool to see I guess his thought process and sketches on a bunch of shit because it's really just super fine stuff, very very basic shapes for characters who then ended up being characters like Zod or these insane pieces of art essentially in manga form. But what was I going on about? I went to the Berserk exhibit. It was cool.
Professional podcast.
I wanted to rub it in.
That wasn't even a question. That was
just get his phone and go through pictures. You want to take it? You'll never see it.
So did you have a point, Joey, or did you just want to rub it into us?
I just wanted to flex, that's all. Yeah. It was a great exhibit.
Drink my tears.
Have you ever been to Japan yourself?
Once, yeah. We, what year was it? It was 2019, I think.
Right.
Right before the pandemic.
Yeah, we went because I got offered to go to a thing because Godzilla was coming out and Detective Pikachu were coming out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Second Godzilla movie. So we got to go with Warner Brothers flew us out to do a thing.
Oh, wow. Right.
And then because my girlfriend lived there and she's fluent and everything, I was like, can we extend our trip? So we went for 10 days.
Oh, nice.
And it was 4 on our own, and then the rest was doing stuff with that. It was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Did it feel like it was enough days? Or were you like, oh no, I need more?
I think for that trip it was because we ended with all the press junkety.
Okay.
So it felt like we revisited the same place. We went to Harajuku the first time when we were there, and then got to see the temples and stuff. And then when we went back, it was here you go again, but it's scheduled out, so it was a little different. But we got to go to the Toho place, and we got to see all the original props for all the earlier movies. And,
that's so
cool.
The original costume and everything was there.
Yeah.
So that stuff was really cool. Got to see Ryan Reynolds again.
Oh yeah.
He waved at me.
You're in Free Guy, yeah.
He waved at you.
Well, that was the thing. I met him for the Deadpool thing, and then the Detective Pikachu thing. He was on a boat, and he was like, "Hey, that guy," and he waved down at me. And I was like, "Holy fuck!"
He remembers.
He remembered me. And then we took a picture all together, and I was standing next to him, being like. Cool. Yeah, good to see you.
I will remember this smell.
So there was a lot of things in that trip that made it a much bigger deal. Than
Well, how did the Free Guy and the Deadpool collab come about? And what was it being in projects
Absolute
like that?
Fluke.
Right.
When the Deadpool was coming out, the second one, and then I'd loved the first one already, and I was such a massive fan of Ryan anyway.
Yeah.
And then I was talking about him so much in my videos, and just kind of annoyingly, I would say. I feel like if someone did that to me, I'd be like, fucking weirdo. Yeah. But I'd been talking about him so much that he liked one of my tweets one day, because I guess people were just badgering him about me. And then I was coming back from a trip one time, and then saw on my phone that he had followed me, and I was like, oh fuck. I was like, it was like, Dad found my account. Oh no. Delete everything. But then I think that happened, and then I had played the Deadpool game just because for search engine, the movie was coming out. Play it. People were watching it, and then I think Warner Brothers, whoever were over it at the time, got wind of that and then got in contact with me and were like, well, now we have to put you in a room together because you guys have interacted, you've played the game. And then because of that, it like snowballed from there to like all the other celebrity interviews.
Wow.
It was just random chance. It was a pure miracle.
That's so cool, though.
Basically, just meme up your favorite celebrity, right? And just
just be the biggest fanboy online.
It's like the worst story ever. Like, just keep tweeting at them.
Just make as much noise as possible to your favorite celebrity, and then eventually they'll notice you.
Annoy the shit out of them. That was
That's so cool, though.
You were also in what was it, Poppy Playtime, the newest one recently.
Oh,
that was I played the game and I was like, is that? Because it's on like the grainiest fucking. I'm like, is that?
Yeah, and you just see like my chin for like a second. And then once my full face comes in, everyone has the same reaction.
Yeah. What was that all about? I mean,
again, in the first chapter, I was like, I could do a voice in this game. Put me in the game. And then they messaged me afterwards being like, do you want to be in the game? I was like,
it's that easy.
Yeah, I just fucking annoy people. But I'd been in a couple of things like Bendy and the Ink Machine and Puppet Combo did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I think they were just like, yeah, be in it. But I didn't think I'd be a person in it. They were like, it was just tapes of voices the first time, and I was like, I can do that.
Like you thought it was just gonna be a voice of you.
Yeah. And then they sent me the thing, and it was like dress up in like a yellow shirt and like have a lanyard, which they didn't give me a template for, and I had to make.
Right.
And then I was like, okay, I'll act, and I was like, fuck, now I have to like learn the lines and like be in a camera and like.
Right.
It took me like 7 takes just to get like a sentence out.
This feels like big brain though. Instead of having to play the game yourself, just be in every other level.
Like, it works out great. Then I play it and I'm like, I'm in Poppy Playtime. And you just have a thumbnail of you.
How is it like having to like memorize a script versus just, doing a let's play or just being a YouTuber, I guess? Because I feel like there must be so much more pressure because...
Yeah, do you have like an acting background in any... Well, you're just winging
Not at all.
Yeah, just winging it.
I'm a huge fan of just watching movies and I love acting in general. And I always thought I would do it eventually.
Yeah.
And I have like mini characters on my own channel where I like play them every now and then and want to do something with those in the future, and that was like a sandbox for me to just play around in it though and be like, if I can do it, I'll figure it out, but these things was like, just here's a role if you want to do it, and audition for them here and there, and I don't know, it's weird. It's a fun challenge though, I think.
No, definitely
yeah, because I guess you just kind of like in Free Guy, at least it was kind of like a cameo, so you kind of just got like to play yourself, I guess, right?
Yeah, it was really bizarre because when they sent me the thing being like, if you want to be in Free Guy, and I was like, it's a movie with Ryan Reynolds, why wouldn't I be in it? I was like, I'll do literally anything to be in
my boy Ryan Reynolds.
My boy.
Yeah.
We're friends, by the way.
He waved at me once. So
you open up.
We're basically friends.
You open up your Ryan Reynolds shrine, and you're just like,
you flex Berserk on me, I'll flex Ryan Reynolds.
That's definitely a bigger flex.
He texts me a video for my birthday this year.
Oh shit!
Oh no way!
Saying like happy birthday and like,
damn, that's like a $700 cameo right there.
Yeah.
Just got your name wrong.
Good to see you, John. But yeah, for Free Guy, I got like a script of like, there's like a bunny rabbit character in it when they go into the world.
Right.
And it was like those lines. And I was like, oh shit, that's like a character. And I thought it was like, oh, just walk in the background of something.
Yeah.
Sean Levy, the director, I had a call with, and I was like, here, learning these lines. And I was like, okay, treat this as an audition, okay? And I was like, shitting bricks. I'm even getting nervous now thinking about it.
Right.
And it was so scary. And then I got on the phone with him, and he's the most infectiously happy guy of all time. He was like, yeah, we have this movie, and we're going to do it. We'd love to have you in it, and it's so cool. Like, you'd play yourself. And I was like, oh, this is I don't have to do anything then. It's just me.
Did I get the part from myself?
Yeah. Do you want me to like?
Do I read?
Should I do a British accent? Or...
So did I get the audition? How do I stack up against the other Jacksepticeye auditions?
Yeah. Honestly, I would lose that audition. I have no idea how to be myself. But he'd text me the lines like a script or an SMS, and I was like, oh, we're just shooting from the hip. Wow. And then I got to sit in my room like with my camera and do it. As, like they were like, have it to us by like Monday or whatever, but I was allowed to do it on my own with no direction. And they came back and they were like, that was incredible. We want you to in it more. Here's more lines. So if you watch the movie, it was like the very starting part was the only part I had initially.
Right.
I kept showing up again and again because they were like, you were so good. Let's put you in again. And I was like, great. And then they were like, yeah, Ninja was like in it. And he sent us like a C920 Logitech webcam. Oh, no. And I was like, Ninja, come on. So then his part in the movie has like a motion rig and like a really big camera. And I was like, now mine looks like shit. But it was super fun. Really, really cool experience to be part of. I still get people like, as of like 2 days ago, my chiropractor messaged me being like, I saw Free Guy. It was incredible. I didn't know you were in it. I was like,
yeah, that is an awesome flex.
This episode of Trash Taste is sponsored by PC Specialist.
You know?
Yeah, into the game.
Windows 11. Play
very dark play.
Me. Content creator.
Try to be yourself more. Was there like an
Windows 11. Playtime anytime. So, if you want a new gamer PC, then click the link in the description and use code TRASH at the checkout.
Back to the episode.
I guess you talked about before how you felt like you played like a caricature, you know? At which point did you start to like kind of like not get tired of it, but maybe think like you should just try to be yourself more? Was there like an exact moment or realization?
Yeah, I think it was a couple of moments. I think at the end of 2017, I have like a video on my channel saying it was like the worst year of my life. And I was just miserable. I was in like a really crappy place mentally.
Yeah.
It was like the first time I ever got to like the end of the year and I spent Christmas alone. And I was like, my mind went to some very dark places, which I won't get into detail of.
Right.
But I was like, that's not me. I don't normally think like this. Like clearly something's wrong. And I started like going to therapy and I started trying to like figure myself out and my priorities. And then I think like the next 2 years after that, we're still trying to like figure shit out.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what I want to do. Do I do daily uploads again? Do I work on bigger things? And then kind of getting sick of myself. And I kept taking breaks so periodically and going away for like a month or 2 months and trying to figure stuff out. And then I think last year after my dad had passed, I was like, okay, I'm quitting. I'm done. I'm fucking out. I hate this.
Yeah.
I hate where the culture of YouTube is going. I hate everything that's going on. I don't want to play into the games of it.
Yeah.
And I was like, I just took some time away and I was like, well, I don't have to take it that seriously. I started off doing it like kind of in my bedroom, having fun and just uploading daily games and like subscribers don't really matter that much if you're having fun with it and things are sustainable and views don't matter that much as long as you're still making like your living out of it.
Yeah.
I've been so successful with it so far that I'll just have fun with it again. And I think all of those pieces kind of culminated and I was like, yeah, it's fun to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think since we've all done YouTube for like quite a long time, we forget sometimes that YouTube is a fun job, you know, because there's a lot of times when the grind can feel endless and you can forget sometimes that you started it because it's fun and it is a genuinely fun job. And I feel bad like saying this because I'm sure a lot of people would like obviously like kill to be in this position, but a lot of times when you hear YouTubers talk about their job, it's always in like a negative connotation.
Yeah, because it becomes a thing that when you do it to a certain level and you get sustainable and you start earning money off of it and you get to a point where like your financial side of things are kind of in check and you're fine and you can afford rent and food, which is most people struggle in the friction in their life. And then we make our own hours. So all you're left with are like emotional problems that you kind of have to deal with. And you have to figure those out and then you have to figure out your own brain. And then I think for a lot of people, it's easy to blame YouTube for like things going wrong in your life if algorithms shift and things kind of like go wrong. Or if an upload does bad, it's like, fuck the system. And it's like, maybe the video wasn't that good.
People are very quick to blame the algorithm.
Which there is a factor too, of course. It's not all perfect.
But I think, you know, putting all your problems on the algorithm is something else entirely different, right?
It's like an easy out sometimes. I mean, I've done it too. I still kind of do
I think we all have, though. I think that's like a path that every YouTuber does definitely go through at one point in their careers. It's just a matter of like whether you can realize that that is not the entire truth, you know?
Yeah, because you put your entire self-worth into that, and when it's successful, it's like, I'm amazing, I'm doing great. But if that dips, then it's like, I'm a piece of shit. I don't know how this works anymore. That person uploaded and it's fine, and I do the same thing.
Yeah. And then like someone new comes on and gets like fucking 50 million views doing like something that you just think is so simple or something. You're like, why is the algorithm favoring this video? And you just like feel like a lost soul sometimes.
I can't imagine that daily uploads make it easy to have time to think about yourself and where you are, right? I've never done daily uploads, but that sounds terrifying. I think it
sucks.
I barely already have enough time to consider my own mental health. I feel like adding in the daily uploads, like how was that? Like,
because how long did you do daily uploads for?
It's like 5.5 years.
Oh my.
It was double daily.
Do you just have like no social life during that point?
Nope.
Okay.
I was editing everything myself. I would wake up, get a video ready for that day, or the 2 videos ready for that day, then record 2 more, edit them that night, and then go to bed. And it was that for like 5 years. I don't do that. It's great when everything's like firing and like you're getting into it, and there is a passion there. Like, sure, work hard when it's there and everything's booming, but take some time for yourself.
Yeah. So did you take any breaks at all?
Nope.
Seriously?
I think it was like 7 years before I took my first proper like time off.
Oh my
God. And that was circumstantial for being on tour, because I was like, I can't upload. I can't.
Yeah.
I tried vlogging on tour, and then I wasn't doing my tour properly, and it was just too much. But that was like the first time I was like, oh, people will still be there if I come back.
Yeah. Because I feel like there is definitely, when you set yourself a schedule, and that's how you get like a lot of success and a lot of traffic initially, you think that you need to stick to this upload schedule or this like expectations that you've set for the viewership. And I think like one thing I will say is I think YouTube's become a lot more lenient, at least recently, with just like realizing that your audience is what really holds the power. And even if you go to like a second channel, they will like your audience will follow you. You know?
Yeah, I definitely think like nowadays, like, you know, when you were starting off, especially, I think the general consensus was like, if you're not uploading daily, then you're not even in the game, you know. Whereas like now, I think the knowledge of that not necessarily being true, and that, as Gan was saying, like your audience will be there even if you change stuff around or you move stuff around. I think now it's just become more like commonplace, I think, where it's like, you know, now you have channels that are starting off who aren't as pressured to do daily uploads if they don't want to, right? Like there are lots of successful channels now that probably upload like once a month. As long as the video is good.
I just think the general level expected of the videos has just gotten crazy.
Well, that's the thing with daily as well. Is like the daily videos weren't good.
You can't. Really.
It was just like chopping out bits and then that's it. There was no like heavy editing on them.
No, because you can't do it. Like it's physically impossible to find the time to do that, right? Unless you're planning, weeks ahead. But
and they were so much shorter as well. Like these days,
20 minutes, right?
Yeah, even it was like 10, 15 minutes sometimes.
Right.
It's a lot more manageable.
Yeah, like 8 minutes was like the golden zone back in the day.
Right.
That feels so weird, just playing a game for like 10 minutes, then be like, all right, guys,
Yeah.
calling it a day.
Yeah. I mean, that was like early Felix was like Amnesia was like 10-minute episodes.
Yeah,
so tune in tomorrow for the next part.
Yeah.
So it would take you like a whole month just to get through like a chunk of a game.
Yeah, because I remember early Game Grumps was like that as well, where it was like 10 minutes an episode, and it's like, all right, see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
That was normal, but now it's like unthinkable.
Everyone wants like 3-hour videos now.
Yeah.
Well, it's all like idea first, and
Yeah.
then content after for most of like the most successful stuff on the platform.
Like in that time, did you have like a basic work schedule? Were you just like, okay, I'm going to play this game for this long, block out this time to play game, and block out this amount of time to like edit this kind of segment? Or was it just whatever?
I don't think I was conscious of it, but I think it just happened naturally within my day. I didn't even go to my own college graduation because I was like, I need to edit this video. So I just got my like degree mailed to me, and that was and everyone else went out for like a graduation party, and I was like, I guess I'll go out for a couple of drinks. And, like, I have to be home to work though. And like nobody else understood it at the time.
Right.
Now it seems kind of silly to do that. It's like, enjoy yourself and have fun. But back then there was no like, you can't put your foot in the brake at all.
Yeah. There's no work-like ethos.
Yeah, you just get lost in the shuffle then.
Because I was doing my first 2.5 years of YouTube, I was doing daily uploads as well, while I was a full-time uni student. And the only reason why I stopped doing daily uploads is because my computer literally exploded on me. Like if my computer had never exploded and like basically just completely stopped the ability to even like make videos, then I'd probably still be doing it for as long as maybe you did it. But even then, it's like I can't imagine.
You never missed a day for 5 years. Or was there some days you missed?
I think so. I think there was one day I missed because
Holy shit.
a tree fell down from a storm and cut out our power.
It literally took like an act of God.
Yeah.
To stop you from uploading.
My internet was so shit at home as well that I would take them to college and upload them on the computer.
Oh my god.
I presume, during the whole 5 years, right? There was like, I don't know, 2-3 years in, you were doing pretty well for yourself. Like,
Yeah.
So what made you continue when you had already gotten to a point that was really successful, that you felt that I need to keep doing this?
Well, part of it was the emotional side of things, where you kind of don't want to be by yourself.
Yeah.
Like, all you know is your work. And all you know is the noise, and if you're constantly busy, then nothing can creep up on you. And
That's true.
And then I don't know. I think the landscape had kind of like started to shift, and the demand for, I think it was like Life is Strange 1 came out, and Felix did like the whole chapter in one video.
Yeah.
That was unheard of at the time. I was like, you fucking idiot. You gave away all these views. That could have been like 4 episodes. And then it paid off so well for him. And then I was like, oh wait, watch time is such a big factor that everyone just started doing it. And you just couldn't do daily really anymore if you were doing that.
Right. So you didn't did you miss Christmases, New Year's, everything?
Never.
Oh my god.
Because I was always like, well, I didn't like work on Christmas.
Right.
Ahead,
You'd work ahead.
For like 2 days, but it was like, some people are alone at Christmas. I want videos for them to go out.
Yeah.
It was like, I don't want to disappoint anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Like they come every day, like after school or after college or whatever.
Yeah.
And I guess that pressure just kept going as the subscriber count got higher.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus.
And then we went to like a YouTube summit in New York in like 2016. And like me, Mark, Felix, like a whole bunch of Casey Neistat and a whole bunch of other people were there.
Hold on, folks. I gotta adjust something real quick.
Like showing me around, being like, "This is Sean. He is like one of the fastest growing channels on the whole platform this year." And I was like, "What?" Like, you didn't fucking tell me that.
This is muted.
And then I like went up and like Susan Wojcicki was there, and like my contact was like, "This is Sean. He runs like Jacksepticeye," and she was like, and I was like, okay, so what you're saying doesn't mean shit.
Right.
I was like gassing me up to all these people, and then you talked to the CEO of YouTube and they had no idea who I was.
She did an interview with Ludwig. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
She seemed very chill about it. I don't know if that's because
I guess she wasn't in tune with the YouTube sphere back then as much
Yeah,
as she is now,
gaming
right?
had like just started to get big. Since then, she's been very, very nice to me, and she's had a lot of good things to say.
Yeah.
She's
that one time. Never forget.
I want a second place.
All right, I think I'll finish up the crown.
They say first impressions don't really matter. Obviously, Susan, you know it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Had practically
she just got blindsided by me.
Yeah.
She's lovely. Everyone likes to
yeah.
clown on Susan for like the CEO of YouTube. It's like, you think she knows what's going on?
We've been making
That
progress,
department
though.
don't
I've
even
learned
talk
a
to the
lot
marketing
about.
department at YouTube.
Oh, yes.
No one
And I
fucking knows
might
what's going on at that
actually
platform.
To be fair, imagine it when
This
you're
is
at an event
really
with,
good
like, every other
software.
big YouTuber. It's unremarkable if another YouTuber comes.
Right.
It's like,
Yeah.
This is another one.
Yeah, it's like you're there at a summit with like some of the biggest.
Yeah.
What's another one to you?
But I do like this one.
One thing I've always wondered is, so we've talked quite a bit on the podcast about how, the reach we have has definitely like affected our lives, like off of YouTube and especially at conventions and stuff like that. Like, us three put together is like a fraction of the reach that you have. Like, how has it affected your life? Like, I'm genuinely curious about what like your lifestyle is like and how you've had to adapt because of it.
It was a little weird in the beginning because like when you meet fans for the first time in real life, it's kind of scary and it's like, and I lived in like a small town and I was like, they're going to find out where I live. They eventually did.
Right.
And people show up at my door like 3 times a week. Like
seriously.
9 a.m. and like.
What would they ask for? Just like to come in for a cup
there
of
was
tea?
one time that I always remember because I lived in like a gated apartment area.
Right.
And they got in at like 9 a.m. and I was like, how the fuck did that happen? Turns out my neighbors let them in. Because they said who I was, and they were like, "He loves meeting people." I was like, "I don't know you." And it was like a Polish family, like a mother and her 2 kids, and they had this big wooden board with like YouTube written on it and my name. And they were like, we wanted to give this to you, and I was like standing there in like my underwear and a shirt, having just rolled out of bed. And I was like,
Should have done the American accent and just been like, no, this is Markiplier.
I don't speak English.
You should have hit them with the Korean.
But it got really scary at that point, and then we moved to Brighton, and then I was like, militant about not having my address anywhere and trying so hard to like keep things secret. And I think that kind of messed me up for a long time. Like even when I would stream, I was so paranoid that I would like show Amazon or something and it would have like my postcode in it.
I've been very terrified of that too.
Or anything would just show up on my desktop that like gave a hint to where I am or what I'm doing, or like even like the time on my clock. So I got really paranoid.
Right.
But that was also like fan fervor, and they were all like really big into like shipping and really like fanatical about everything.
Yeah. That era of YouTube,
which is swinging back now with all the Minecrafters.
I mean, it's still it's coming back.
It is coming back.
It is definitely coming back.
Thankfully, my audience have just kind of like matured with me and kind of settled down. And I think the main thing that I got out of it was that I didn't set boundaries early enough.
Right.
And I think a lot of people are scared of setting those boundaries because it's like, it makes their they think their audience are going to hate them for doing that. Like, oh, you don't want us as close. You keep saying you love us and you actually hate us and you don't want us to come to your house.
No, I don't. I skipped about 7 steps there.
It was like trying not to rock the boat at all. Trying not to piss people off.
Yeah, because I remember, like, I guess we like people like us have to be thankful to like the experiences that you went through, because back then it did very much feel like the boundary just didn't exist. And if YouTubers talked about it, then the consensus was, well, why are you complaining about this? This is
they made you.
They made you. Why aren't you grateful that fans love you so much, you know?
I remember that during the whole like Team 10 house. You remember that? There was like so many videos because we could put the address in fucking public.
Yeah.
It was like a listed Google place. And then people would turn up and they'd be like, no, fuck off. And then there was just so many videos of parents being like, we made you. Do you know you wouldn't be this without us? And it was like,
they bought all your shirts.
God.
You literally wouldn't be in this location without me.
Exactly.
I mean, thankfully, it does seem like the mentality, because of so many bad interactions and bad fan stories, that people are kind of getting the point now. So thankfully,
I hope so.
Yeah. Did you ever have to look into security or anything like that? Did it ever get to that point?
No, because everyone was just so nice about it. No one was like doing any nefarious shit to me.
Right.
It was like
you didn't have the super weirdos coming on.
Well, I say that, but somebody did mail a tub of shit to like a company address that I was registered at.
What?
It was apparently there's a website that you can mail like different types of shit to people. So what had shown up
I shouldn't laugh, but that's very funny.
What had shown up at my house was horse shit. So you can get pig shit, cow shit, dog shit. And that was like when I was like, oh, you guys are fucking weird.
Was it labeled as horse shit?
I think so, yeah. It was in like a Tupperware kind of thing. Like,
here is your tub of horse shit, sir.
Yeah, but it didn't come directly to my house. I went to like a business address that I was registered at.
Right.
How long there was like, should we throw this away? And I was like, yeah.
So how long did it take you guys to realize it was horse shit? Was it just sitting there and just like, something smells?
Time for the taste test. It was probably after my 3rd spoonful that I was like, that's horseshit.
This was a rather bizarre phone call to receive. Like, Jack, we have a box of shit. Did you order this?
Because somebody sent a cake to me before.
Right.
And I was like, okay, I'm not eating that. Like,
obviously.
Cool. Oh, actually, I did eat it. That was stupid of me. That was like
I've done that as well.
That was like 2015. We didn't know.
That's how we learned the taste of horse shit. Right? It was mixed into the cake.
It wasn't a chocolate cake.
That was the same story, just
Yeah. That was at the point, like those were almost like back to back, where I was like,
Right.
That was getting weird that you're sending stuff to me instead of like showing up at the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've seen enough of like those kinds of videos and like heard enough of those kinds of stories to know like, because during that time when you're starting off, right, like people are like, oh, so like when are you gonna get a PO box?
Yeah.
To like send stuff, and hearing stories like that from early on, I was like, never.
Did you
never
ever have one?
No.
I had one and it got really crazy.
I just imagine it got overrun so fast.
Yeah, you kind of just think like, where am I going to put all this?
Yeah.
And
well, that happened at conventions. I would go to conventions and people would just send us like boxes of stuff or bring them up to the meet and greets. And then it's like I like paid like hundreds of dollars to ship it back to my house.
Yeah.
So it was like these are so many items. It was like three or four boxes worth of stuff. And I was like, what am I going to do with all of this? And then you run out of space. Then you have to move, and it's like, I feel awful having to like do stuff with this, and it's like you don't want to like tell people that you had to like throw some stuff away, which is like awful to think about. And I like literally cried one time. I was like having to like put stuff in a bin. I was like, I let everyone down. I was like, so sorry.
Oh man.
And then now I'm like, No. But that was the thing, like no boundary. And I was like, okay, no gifts at these things anymore because I can't do anything with it.
Yeah, because it's like it's more of a logistical thing now where you literally can't take everything home. And a lot of it, especially like food stuff, it's now like a health and safety concern. Maybe it's got horse shit in it. Like who fucking knows anymore, you know?
You never know.
Yeah, someone gives you a COVID cake.
Oh no. That's something I didn't think we needed to worry about until now like post-COVID.
Someone out this point, that's a fantastic idea.
People who just met you guys at the Comic-Con were like, fucking missed out, guys. That necklace I gave him could have been a COVID cake.
Yeah, exactly.
Just got to check if anyone's coughing on their gift before they give it to you. Oh no.
Just like detox, you fucking spray your cake.
Yeah. Or you just lather your cake in hand sanitizer.
Like early pandemic when you saw those videos, people like putting the hand sanitizer on the apples and stuff. What are you doing?
Fighting COVID. That's what
just a bizarre way.
Yeah.
Not getting COVID, but eating hand sanitizer at the same time. Yeah.
Have you had like aside from getting horseshit sent to you, have you had any weird fan interactions just like at conventions or at events or anything like that?
Oh yeah.
Because you used to go to quite a few conventions.
Yeah, right? I think I'm done with them now. I think VidCon in 2020 was like right at the start of the pandemic, like a week after that was when lockdown happened.
Right.
And I got violently ill, so I think I got COVID like right at the beginning.
At the time, no one was testing that.
Yeah. And some people had like pulled out of VidCon for that. And after that, I was like, I risked dying for a convention, and I was like, maybe it's not worth it.
Right.
And then I'm like, when people go there, they don't really get an interaction with you anymore because it's like if someone's there with a timer for like 30 seconds and it's like a picture shake. Thank you, bye. It's like, I don't want to meet people that way.
Yeah, exactly. What's the VidCon experience like? Because
I was about to say, like, I've only heard the most like fucking wild things from people. From people. Like whether it be positive or negative.
Here wasn't so bad because I think people here have a different culture and a different sort of mindset. Like Europeans are a bit calmer than Americans would be. I'm not stereotyping, you fucking are. I've done a tour in the whole world. I know what you people act like. But in VidCon in LA was fucking batshit crazy. It was like The Walking Dead. And
is it just scary?
Yeah, it was terrifying. We weren't allowed out onto the main hall because you just weren't. They have like a couple of hours scheduled after one of the days where creators can go out and experience it, which there's nothing to do there.
Yeah.
It's like there's like a Snapchat booth and like
I did see it. It looked very anemic.
Yeah,
for a convention.
It's very corporate and it's very like branded and it's very kind of boring for anyone who's there. So people are just there to see
creators.
People.
Yeah.
And then like as that was happening, we got to walk down the main hall and all these fans, like hundreds of them at the window, like faces pressed to it.
Oh my god.
And
that's like some dead right.
It just sounds like
we went to like the Gregory Brothers concert and I went the wrong way because no one was like ushering us a different way.
Right.
People like literally like grabbed us and pulled us back out of the group. And then we like, I went with like Matt and Ryan from Super Mega one year.
Right.
And we walked around the back and we were out like in the apartment area of it and walking around and some fan was like, I had like a hat, I had a mask, I had my hood up. And somebody was like, oh, I knew it was you from your walk. I was like, I've never walked in a video. So I'm like, how did you recognize me? So after that, I was like, maybe don't do VidCon again.
Right. Yeah, because that's pretty much the experience we've heard. And that's like, it's a convention where, you know, as a YouTuber, you think you need to go to at least once, but every YouTuber I've talked to has been like, you don't need to go to VidCon.
Yeah. PAX was great though. I have so many fond memories of PAX and like, I don't want to seem all negative, like all my interactions were bad, but people at PAX were absolutely
I've heard
lovely.
good things about PAX,
And they'd wait in line for like 7 hours and they'd be starving and just for a chance to like talk to you. And then everyone was so sweet and talk about how much you changed their life and everything. And we were like, those would always go on. It was like scheduled for 2 hours and they'd go on for like 5 because it's like you just want to actually meet these people and interact with them. They're all lovely.
Yeah. I mean, like hearing you say that people in Europe and people in the UK are a lot chiller compared to people in America, like terrifies the shit out of me because we just went to a convention last weekend and literally in that one convention, like a random guy just went up on stage on our panel and sat next to Joey. And that was like, to me, like I'd never dealt with anything like that in my life.
Extremely traumatizing. That's for sure.
Yeah. So I'm just like, if it's like that in the UK, how is it going to be like in America?
Do too many of them here,
Yeah.
So it might be that. Like, it's
the
one
first
time
one
you're
we've
here.
done.
Literally the first one we've done. So
People
we've
are like, it's now or never.
Yeah. So it's basically like a learning. It's been like a learning experience for us as well.
Did you go to Indie PopCon? Is that one that you went
yeah.
to? See, okay, I think I went the year after you, and it was like this really weird thing where it was like, we do not talk about what happened yesterday. Genuinely, it'd be like, yeah, Indie PopCon, all the staff were like, yeah, it's been really good working here except for last year.
Yeah.
We had Markiplier and Jack in the same building, and it was
Holy
like,
shit.
they said that they were, basically, the message that I heard, maybe you can confirm. I just want to know this personally, I don't give a shit. They basically said that like they were extremely woefully unprepared, is the message that I heard. And
we went, it was like 2015 or 2016, I can't remember.
Yeah.
And it was the second convention I ever went to, and it was me, Mark, Bob, and Wade all like in a line, and people all day just lined up to meet us. Some people would come back multiple times. We d't have like a
way of
scenario to figure it out.
Right.
And people were just coming endlessly. Like the first day we signed for 9 hours. We had no food, no breaks, no anything.
Jesus.
Then the next day we went again. And over like the 3-day weekend, we did 21 hours of signing.
Did they never cap the line or anything like that?
There was no capping. There was no like lottery system to let people in. Like everyone was lovely, but it was like we just didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah. 9 hours. Oh my God. Yeah. I can't even like fathom that.
Like you just get to the convention, sign all day, go to dinner, and then do it again for 2 more days. It was brutal.
Yeah, because like I guess is that like a common experience with conventions with you, especially in the early days? Because I feel like with you being part of like the early generation of YouTubers where, you know, you started seeing the massive reach that you did, a lot of people were just like, from what I've heard, just didn't expect you guys to like have the reach or just have the fan engagement that you did.
Yeah. Because it was at Indie PopCon, they have a lot of like movie stars and like TV stars, and they do signings where it's paid for.
Right.
So we were like, we don't want to charge fans to like meet us. It's like I wouldn't pay to meet me.
Yeah.
So we were like, we'll just do it for free and like let people come. So it was like anybody who was anybody was like there if they wanted to meet someone but didn't want to pay.
Right.
Some of those people didn't even know who we were. They were like, someone will know.
Right.
They just came up to like take pictures and stuff.
Yeah, because I guess like even back then, especially back then as well, like I think just the general consensus of like famous YouTubers being at a con was just like, oh yeah, you know, they just like make videos online. You know, how famous could they possibly be? You know, compared to like these like people who have been in Hollywood and TV and stuff like that. And little did I guess Indie PopCon know.
Well, we kept like sniping people from those lines, and then all the people who were like had paid signings got mad at us and were like,
that's happening as well.
Yeah, they were like giving it away for free. Like, of course, no one's going to come to my booth now. And I'm like, I just want to have fun, man.
Some of them do charge like outrageous prices.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Like £80 for an autograph, and it's like, what?
And you didn't even like really get to meet them for very long. It was like an autograph and a picture and then bye.
Yeah.
Don't pay for that. I don't think anyone's worth that.
You're better than that.
Yeah, better than that.
Yeah, because I feel like I don't know how it would be in Japan, but I feel like there's very much like a culture in Japan where you might very much like pay for something.
Technoblade, not Technograph. What? Oh boy. Okay, I should show it now. Yeah, that's the crown pretty much. I was kind of hiding it because I made a mistake, and then I also went and adjust some things, and then yeah. So yep. Alright, I think we're just about done here with this side, and then we do the dreaded side over here. That's gonna be a bit hard. I'll have him saying this is the afterlife, and she'll be like, yes, I suppose it is. little swash set where you have those like paint swashes. I thought that was really a little neat idea there. Hmm. Okay. All right. Now I just have to adjust the eyes. Yes, the eyes. Well, that part of the eye should be pretty easy. Okay. Yep, that's the crown, alright. I'm just gonna adjust the eye and boom. I really want to get something to eat, but I just need to finish adjusting his side. I'm not touching her side before I get something to eat because that's gonna take a while. He's shading and all that, but yeah. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. Mm. Okay.
Something to get to see this celebrity or this idol. Definitely in like idol culture, right?
The illustrious handshake events, right? And idols,
I saw the weirdest thing actually. Now that you say that, in Japan, where we were like next to a theater. It wasn't like I don't think it was like a kabuki theater or whatever. It was. There's like a term for it, and I can't remember what it is.
Like a traditional theater type of thing.
It was like, God. I'm trying to like find the words without seeming offensive. It was like
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I think it was like a thing where like ladies would dress up as like guys and like have like really impressive makeup and everything done.
No. It's Takarazuka.
Yeah.
Takarazuka theaters. Yeah.
And we were our hotel was like right next to a Takarazuka theater, and there was like dozens of people lined up outside every evening, and people would come out and just like say hi, and they were all in line. They all like stood up one by one, all perfectly in unison. It was like a swim team, like perfectly choreographed,
like synchronized swimming.
But they were so respectful, and they were like, let's not do anything on our end to like piss them off, or they'll never do this again. And they would come out and they would like wave to everybody down the line all the way, and that would happen for like a couple of hours, and then everyone would leave, and then they were like, okay, we're done. Like, fan club, go home.
Right.
Fan culture in Japan is like next level.
Yeah.
They take it to like the limit.
Yeah. What is a Takarazuka theater?
So Takarazuka is like, it's basically this like very traditional. I don't know a whole lot about it myself, but basically it's been around for I think close to like a century, and it's this like specific type of, as you said, is a specific type of like stage performance thing that has like very high regard and high like royalty status, basically.
Right.
Of like basically like really acclaimed female stage actresses dress up, basically they kind of crossplay as like males, and you know it's kind of like, think of like if I don't know a traditional Shakespearean play was happening, but all of the stage performers are female.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
like all the guy characters are female, all the female characters are female.
Yeah.
And it's like kind of a musical / stage play.
All right, I think that
very very
that
popular
part is
in
coming
Japan
together
for a very specific demographic. I
Right.
feel.
Yeah.
Mostly like, you know, kind of like women between ages like 20 to 50 are like really
Right,
heavily
right.
into it. But
it was cool though. Like,
it's really cool. Yeah.
some of them would still come out with like some of the makeup still on. It was really impressive. And then we like looked it up like when we were back to the hotel to figure out what was going on. And like the outfits are insane. The choreography is insane.
Yeah, a lot of money goes into it. It's like some of the highest paid like stage performers I think in the world are Takarazuka. Like,
but I just couldn't get my head around it. I was like trying to figure out what it was.
Just like a bunch of women coming out and like dressed as guys.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out the
And I
fuck.
was like, I don't want to just say it's women dressing up as guys. Like, obviously, there's more to it.
Right.
I don't want to
but from a surface, that's what it looks like. Yeah.
If you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah.
I'm not a horrible piece of shit, I swear. Please don't cancel me.
I don't know how many Takarazuka fans we have watching this show. You know, I feel the demographic is very different.
The one person who knows what you're talking about just raises their hand.
Yeah,
and
it's
just
like actually, I work in Takarazuka. Very offensive.
I've tapped into that niche for you. Subscribers are just gonna go up.
Yeah.
Would you ever want to go back to Japan?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, we want to go. Like, we were gonna say as soon as the borders open for like casual visitors, which
whenever the fuck that's gonna happen.
well, apparently it happened like very recently.
Yeah,
And then it's already shut down. Yeah.
But then I was like, it's coming up to summer. I don't really want to be there.
Yeah.
You don't want to be there.
You don't want to be there.
I mean, again,
that's why we're here right now, so that we're not there. Yeah.
Like, because my girlfriend lived there for like 7 years, so she was like, she kept trying to like warn Felix.
Yeah.
I've been trying to warn Felix the entire time, but like Felix is like, oh no, I love summer. I'm like, you're not going to after this.
Yeah, I like even for me, because I'm Thai, so I've spent a lot of my life in Thailand. I thought I'm prepared for Japanese summer. I know what a hot, like humid Southeast Asian country is like. It's going to be fine. And I remember spending my first summer in Japan, and I wanted to die. Nothing even from like Thailand had prepared me for Japanese summer, which is like, it blows my mind because, you know, in winter it's so cold there. It's so like, at least in Southeast Asia, you have like one climate. You know, you have two climates. It's like hot and humid or wet and humid. You know, but in Japan you have like every single climate on every single extreme of like the weather as well. So it's just, Japanese summers are no joke. I swear.
I went to Korea for a summer and a winter, and it's the same thing.
All right. I think I'm gonna take a break here. get some food. Oh. Yeah. I'll be right back. Let me get that up. There we go.
Is the place to be.
Yeah. But at what cost?
Is there no part of you that ever wanted to try living in Korea for a bit?
I don't think so. I think it's too much of a culture shift for me.
That makes sense.
And I'm a very social person, and I feel like I would not integrate as much as I would want to.
Right.
I feel like I would be very scared and nervous to like speak Korean to people, and I would never go out and like join like a book club or go meet people at like an event or anything.
Right.
like that.
Right.
True.
Would you?
Scary.
Would you ever? Are you planning to? I guess like stay in like UK and Ireland then? Do you see yourself like sticking around this kind of area?
Yeah. I think it's nice enough. I think if we've carved out like a nice niche like place for us here, and I think again it keeps me very like grounded and keeps me like very in touch with the world. And like walking around here and in Brighton, I feel like I'm actually like a part of the bigger picture in a weird way.
That's awesome.
It doesn't feel like a bubble like everywhere else. But I've done LA for like 3 months at one point, and it was really fun. I had a lot of friends there, and like every night was good to hang out with. And so many good restaurants in LA.
True. That is one thing that every time I go back to LA, I'm looking forward to the restaurant and foods.
It's like the only place outside of Korea that has good Korean barbecue.
Yeah.
Barbecue's so good.
Korean barbecue is really good.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that. Like, because we're going to LA actually in about like 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
From recording,
Yeah, from the time of this recording. And the first place I always want to hit up is the Korean barbecue.
Of course.
Yeah.
All you can eat meat. It's just insane.
Yeah.
It's just, you get it in Japan, it's like, it's all you can eat. Maybe if you're lucky and we're nice, but probably not.
Korean barbecue, I feel, is very different to like yakiniku, right?
Yeah,
Like
Japanese
it is.
Yakiniku's really
Yeah,
good.
it is.
They're both amazing, but it's like it's definitely a different vibe.
Yeah.
I feel. Yeah.
Do you have any favorite Korean dishes?
Okay.
Just any favorite like food in general?
We are back in there.
I mean, I'm a sucker for just a good bibimbap.
God,
But like the proper Korean one, like the stone bowl. It's still crackling as it comes out. It's just really good, and it's nice and spicy and warm, and like it's good winter food. But there's also another one called, I think it's solongtang, which is like, it's like a ox bone broth.
Yeah, I've had that once.
And it's very tasty.
It's tasty, and it just like it cleans the soul. That's what it feels like. I remember one time like I was like one of the most hungover I've ever been in Korea. I felt awful and had like the ox bone soup, and it just felt like my body was just like so refreshed afterwards. I don't know what you guys put in there, but like it's like the ancient herbal like the ancient herbal medicine that they like you know that everyone talks about. That's what it felt
this
like
for 1,000 years.
Right.
Just mix it in.
I'm a big fan of like a mandu jjigae, which is like a dumpling stew as well.
Okay.
Just any of those like, it's like stuff that I wouldn't get here really, and it was like, it's so good.
I mean, it's probably a lot of stuff that you can't really get here, right?
Yeah.
Like, at least not proper.
And I still stand by the Korean food is my favorite food in the world.
I love Korean fried chicken.
I love Korean fried chicken is also fucking incredible.
People don't realize that Koreans have perfected fried chicken.
It's the best.
Yeah,
they have the best.
I think Koreans have the best fried chicken in the world.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't think I've ever heard or met anyone who has said that they don't like Korean food. So it's pretty difficult.
They probably just haven't had it. That's a lot of it.
Well, they haven't had the good one.
Because I guess like Korean food wasn't as popular, I guess like 10 years ago or something. Because I remember like I'd never even tried Korean food until around like 10 years ago. And then because it was all like, you know, you see like Indian food or like Japanese food or Chinese food, and like I never got a chance to try Korean cuisine. And then remember the first time trying it, I was like, why is this not more popular? You know, why is this not more widespread?
Yeah, K-pop are doing a lot of the heavy lifting on that front.
Yes.
Spreading it to the world, which is great. Because now we have like a good Korean restaurant in Brighton called Kogi, which is just meat.
Yeah.
But it does like legit Korean food.
Yeah.
Cool. So good.
I gotta check it out. I think that's new. Is it new since or has it been around for a while?
I think it was right before pandemic, and I'm so happy that pandemic didn't kill it.
Okay.
Because I was very worried. I was like, you haven't been open long enough to like have a float of cash.
To
like survive this, but I think they're still going strong.
Yeah, because I feel like in Brighton now there's just like there's been a lot of restaurants been popping up now. Because I obviously moved out of Brighton just before pandemic, and even then I wasn't really living in Brighton as well. I was more living in Thailand. So just seeing like one thing that I've learned from Japan is I love food culture, I love restaurant culture, and I come back to Brighton, and now there's like every cuisine under the sun. There's like cool restaurants, and I'm like, fuck yes. Yeah.
So like another thing, I guess, that you've been doing a lot recently is the whole touring thing, right? Yeah, and as someone who, well, as we're about to do our very first tour, like I want to know, as like the upperclassman, like of the experienced one of tours, like is
The
there
senpai.
like the senpai of tours? is there like any, I guess, like how different is it to like say a regular convention or like really like anything?
It's so much better than regular content. It's like, because like, well, this is great because you actually have people to like talk to, and to laugh and joke around with. But when you're on your own and you're recording a Let's Play and it's like, am I funny? Nope. And then you're just waiting for the camera to laugh back and it doesn't. It's like when I went on tour, I came back and I was miserable because I was like, I don't know how to make videos anymore. It's so uncomfortable. I'm just by myself and nothing I'm saying is funny.
Right.
And I think some of that still lingers around today, but it's such a fun, electric energy. And I was doing them like every day and going out to a show and seeing so many parts of the world. And again, food culture is such a massive part.
Hell yeah.
The best part of tour is everything between your show. Because I had a really good tour family and everyone was very mature and there was no like egos anywhere and everyone was just so nice and I got to know them so well.
Man, the fact that you call it a family and not a team just says a lot. like they say they're a tour team. They say they're a team. This is the family.
We're a
guy.
family. Vin Diesel. Because you just everyone's like sleeping on the bus and you all kind of like, you're in such close proximity to each other.
Right.
If any ego is there, you'll know it immediately.
Right.
And everyone will get on each other's nerves. But we just have so much fun going to restaurants and like, oh, this is the biggest restaurant in this city. Let's go there. And we would hang out and just drink after the shows or go to a place like a day early. We went to Florida and I got to see like Universal and got to go to the Harry Potter land there.
Awesome.
So awesome. It's just like most of my best memories are probably from tour.
What's like the wildest location that you remember from like any of your tours where it's like, I want to go back and do a show there, or like I want to go back there to like experience, what I experienced during, pre or post show?
Yeah, the weirdest one I think was New Orleans, which which wasn't selling well initially, and then they were like, oh, they're a musical town, like they'll show up on the day and they'll buy tickets at the door.
Right.
And then I got there and they didn't, so half the theater was empty. It was like daylight out, I could see everybody, and it was like people were yelling at each other in the crowd at each other
during the show.
Yeah. Being like, you're great, and somebody else being like, shut the fuck up, he's doing a show. Be like, no, you shut the fuck up. And I was like, I'm probably remembering it far more like hyperbolic than it was.
Yeah.
That was like, New Orleans is such a weird town because they have a place called the French Quarter, I think, and that was like all the old timey buildings and like what you think New Orleans looks like, and like that area of the world. And it was like right after Mardi Gras, so there was so many people out like still celebrating that. And then it was just like, it's almost like a line in the sand, and then suddenly it's just Metropolis out of nowhere. So it was like going from old to new immediately, and all these people out in the streets all having fun, and there was like a death museum there, and we had like crawfish, and then I had snails for the first time there, and I was like, it was all these like experiences back to back where I was I'm not.
Wait, pause. What the hell is a death museum?
Where you go and like look at stuff about like dead bodies and pieces of like.
Is that not just a cemetery?
No, you get to see them. It's like a cemetery with windows.
At the end, you join the museum.
It's just like a lot of stuff about like the history of like death and like medical culture and how they discover stuff. And
pretty sure the history of death goes all the way to the start of humanity. You know?
It'll go all the way to the end.
You know, this guy Isaac Death discovered death, and humanity just was never the same again.
He brought it upon everything. But that was a weird experience. So it was just a lot of like crazy shit happening. But then I think the coolest one was probably Florida, because I got to do it in Universal. So it was like it was like the Hard Rock Cafe in Universal.
Oh, cool. Right.
So I kept hearing like, we're doing the Hard Rock Cafe, and I was like, those are a big deal. And then we were like walking around Universal, and I was like, is the Hard Rock I'm doing like bigger than this? They were like, that is the one you're doing.
Oh wow!
So you actually had to like go into like the start of Universal to see it. Wow! And then there were so many people outside of it, and I think there was something about it, like it was the first one or it was the biggest one in the world, like the Hard Rock.
Right.
And then we got like a private tour around it and got to see like the upper area where like Paul McCartney stuff was, and like
oh my god,
Elvis's stuff was like lying around. I was like, okay, that's pretty cool.
And that sounds awesome.
That's a flex, definitely.
Yeah, and then doing it and like the floor design of that one was like a perfect like semicircle, and like I was able to talk to everyone perfectly. Acoustics were great.
Yeah.
The show slapped harder than it did in most places. So.
Awesome. What did you do in the shows?
I did a mix of like stand up with like small snippets of gameplay in it. So it was like a story about my life done in a stand up comedy way, where I would tell stories of my past with like punchlines and everything.
Okay.
Right.
But then it was like broken up into 3 acts, where I would have like act 1 would be like my childhood and here's where I grew up and everything about that. And then I played a modded Pokemon Blue, because that was the first game I remember getting that I loved.
Right.
But the characters in it, like we set it up that you fought your rival and you had to fight 6 Pokemon, but all 6 were named after like hard things in your life, like fear, doubt.
Right.
Oh, cool.
And then the last one was called Rent. So we'd bring someone up on stage to play it and then give them a chance to like be a YouTuber for like 20 minutes. And then we'd move on to like my teenage years, and that was like when I was like depressed and lived in a cabin in the woods and was miserable and kind of like just sort of like relate to the audience. And then the last one was we played Shadow of the Colossus for that one, because I discovered that game during that period.
Right.
And then someone came up and played that, and then Adulthood was all about YouTube and where I went from there and how I uplifted myself out of that. And then we played Happy Wheels on stage, because
Of course.
it's the most hype game to play live ever.
Yeah.
Right.
But the whole point of the show was to kind of like relate the story of my life entertaining wise, but to show them like, here's where I came from, here's what I did, nothing is special, I'm nobody.
Yeah.
But here I am like doing it.
Yeah.
How do you make sure a show doesn't suck?
I don't know.
Fuck.
Because we were hoping you'd tell us that, so that our show doesn't look sucky.
Do you write the show and then you're like, fuck, it's not funny. How do I make this
Do you call up
funny?
screenwriters in LA to be like, help me out, bro?
Well, I
Call up Uber drivers in another.
I did it with Real Good Touring, which was like Brent and Aaron and those guys.
Oh yeah, we're doing it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like wrote out the structure of it, and they were like, so can you perform it for us? And I did practice shows to like 400 people in like Chicago and stuff, and I did it, and I was like, okay, it's a show finally. Whew. Like I never wrote out the jokes properly. I kind of just improv. I had like pillars to hit.
Right.
I kind of like improv them as I
went there.
Yeah.
And then as the show progressed, I got better and better at it, and like trimmed the fat a little. And,
Yeah.
but it'll work because you guys know each other so well, and you've been around each other so long, and you bounce like the same humor off each other. So
Hopefully,
maybe
yeah.
you're right.
How much how much planning went into like, I guess not like the actual like planning the logistics, but like the content of the tour or the show
Like
itself?
the narrative, like how long did that
how long did that take
structure?
to like?
I
plan
think
out?
for me it was like 4 months.
Wow.
But I kind of knew what I wanted going into it. Like I had the idea to do, because Bo Burnham had released Make Happy at the time, his
Right.
special before Inside, and I was like, I want to do something like that, where it's like I always wanted to try stand up anyway. I didn't want to get up and do what I always do, but kind of a little bit to like pander to the audience with the games and stuff.
Right.
But I wanted it to make sense in it. But the whole point was that I wanted to do something fun, but have like a message at the end of it.
Right.
And the final line of the show was like, go out and be the heroes of your own story, and like empower people to like do the thing. Because everyone looks at this stuff and they're like, how did you do it? Who do you know? They like got you here, and like PewDiePie shout out and all this stuff. And
Right.
they think that like these specific steps need to happen. I was like, I grew up in a town of 600 people and knew nothing about the world. And I fucked up tons of times along the way, and I was miserable and depressed and hated myself and failed college. And then I was like, I still got up and like talked to people on a stage. And
Yeah.
like anybody can do it, really.
Yeah.
You make it sound a lot easier.
Not good though. That's the difference.
Well, it's a different type of show. You don't have to get up and have that specific type of show.
Yeah. I mean, you sound like it sounds like an amazing show with an amazing amount of preparation and content that's gone into it.
You know you wanted to do.
Yeah. And I'm sitting here listening, sitting here listening, being like, guys, so he set the standard, but you know, don't
expect our show to be like that. Like, please.
There's a reason we're not in Free Guy.
Yeah, the tour did a lot for me on that.
Ryan Reynolds is in the audience.
I feel like I'm just a good bullshitter. I feel like I can get up and like talk
Isn't
off.
that YouTuber? Yeah. Grab every YouTuber.
I feel like I can like talk myself out of any scenario. So
Right.
I feel like I really enjoy live stuff, and I enjoy it
Right.
a lot more than like scripted stuff doesn't really play that well
Yeah.
with me.
Do you enjoy live streaming much?
No.
That's so odd. So you enjoy live stuff, but not live.
Because I can't hear them.
By live, you mean like the feedback of like the emotions.
And it's like you're in the space and everyone's there for a specific energy. And if like we had a thing at the start where I was like, put away your phones. You've seen me through a screen enough. Like now is not the time to do that.
Is that what's gonna happen to Connor after our tour? He's gonna try and go back in the live stream and be like, it's not the same.
Like when I don't hear the pogs in like the crowd.
Where's the laugh? Where's the laugh track, dude?
Maybe I'll go live now. But this is boring. Where's the feed? I want to see.
Just have a fucking sound deck where you can just play a laugh every now and then.
Did you?
It is more fun to do it live, and I feel like because the show wouldn't translate to a video well. We did the documentary and everything of it, but we still pulled out so much of the show from it because I'm like, none of these jokes land if you're not there.
Of course.
And everyone's there to giggle, and everyone's there to like anything you say will make them laugh. And I feel like nothing's like taken out of context. Nothing is weird about it. No one like takes something and then brings it somewhere else.
Yeah.
And I feel like live streaming is a lot of that, where I'm like, I could say something and you could take it out of context and put it somewhere else. And seeing people show up, I'm such a people pleaser. So if somebody says I hate this and it's one out of like 1,000, I'll still see it and it'll like ruin my whole mood. So I empathize with people way too easily, and if someone's not having a good time, I'm like, it's my fault. I fucked it up. So I'm like, why am I live? Why did I go live if people aren't enjoying themselves?
Did you get many hecklers or anything like that you had to deal with live?
Not like bad hecklers.
Okay. Right.
Like just people who were enthusiastic, who treated it like a panel at a convention.
Yeah.
And I like lost my trail of thought, and I fucked up one of the jokes one night and said like the punchline way too early.
How do you recover from that on stage, though?
Yeah, I didn't. I just moved on. It was awful. I froze, and I had. Maybe if you do your live show, you'll have this experience, because other people I've talked to have had it, where you go on. I had done the show like 30 times at this point, and then at some point I was like saying the show, and I like drifted out of my body, and I was like, what if I fuck this up right now? And I was like, I could say anything. I could say the most horrific shit ever that would ruin everything. And then I was like, wait, I'm not even paying attention to what I'm saying. And my mouth was just like saying all of the jokes.
Right.
And I was like, I came back into my body, and I was like, I've never had that experience before.
Wow.
And some therapist is like, yeah, you have a condition.
Come see me in my office.
But that was so bizarre how your brain just like takes over and just works through it.
Yeah.
Which I guess you probably get doing live streams.
Yeah, I guess so.
You're like thinking about dinner and everyone's in chat, like you're just making jokes still.
Yeah. You can definitely autopilot it after a while.
I mean, sometimes I do on this podcast, you know, not even with a live audience. Sometimes I'm just like, my mouth is like moving right now, but I don't know what point I'm trying to make.
I'm just saying shit, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, God, I gotta take a shit.
Do you have ADHD by any chance?
Yes, I do. Yes, but I actually only got recently diagnosed.
Me too,
actually,
like 2 months ago.
Hell yeah! High five. ADHD club.
I wish I could join in this flex.
Yeah, I can't either.
I'm just fascinated to know how many people who do this job have ADHD, because I'm convinced it's like 80%.
I think it's a lot.
Like every live streamer I know has ADHD.
Yeah.
I think it's impossible to be a successful streamer if you don't.
I don't know about that.
To be honest, like because it's so much stimuli, right?
And it's like, and there's so much multitasking.
Yeah.
And I guess even like at the beginning, it just felt so overwhelming. You know, like you have like you want to play the game, you want to do whatever activity, but then you have to have like a second, like a third eye to keep an eye on the chat and everything like that. It's like
just do it.
Yeah, and then it becomes second nature. But I remember when you start off,
it's like, oh, it's too much.
I've said this to these guys, but I don't really enjoy gaming if I'm not doing it on stream. I just feel like unless I see those like funny little emotes popping up in the corner of my eye, I'm like, something in my brain.
There's a whore for content.
I think maybe I am. I think I am a whore for content.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
If I don't see that cake W, it doesn't get me up in the morning, man.
Something about seeing that Spanish guy laughing, that just makes me feel so happy. I'm like, I made a joke and people laughed even though it wasn't funny. But God, these paid actors are great.
What you have is called a parasocial relationship.
Maybe I'm the parasocial one. And I'm like, guys, please turn up.
Please laugh at my joke.
It's like at least something to like making your own schedule. I think ADHD people relate to.
Yeah, definitely, because like that's why to me, like, I could never be like a full-time streamer, I think, because with a stream, sometimes you always feel the pressure to stream like certain hours, at least like real professional streamers, where with YouTube,
professional streamers,
but like with YouTube, my productivity is not like a linear curve, So I'll have like certain days, certain weeks where I'm just like on it, and then certain months where just like nothing happens and I don't know what to do about it, and it just like it goes up and down. So that's one big difference between, I think, YouTube and Twitch streaming that I enjoy.
But I mean, you upload it every day.
Yeah.
With ADHD.
Yeah, you basically had a streamer schedule on YouTube.
Yeah. I mean, I have done the streaming thing for a while. We did the Rust server like years ago with all the Among Us crew, and I was streaming like 8 hours some days and like staying up till 6 a.m. to play it. And, but after that, I don't know, it just made me anxious to go live.
Yeah.
I feel like I can make something more entertaining when it's paced around editing.
Right.
But if it's me, I'm like, I just find myself boring.
You think there's like too much downtime between like the highlights, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe that's just like a background kind of brain thing going on.
Right.
I don't know. If just the feeling of having to like please people live just kind of got to me.
Yeah.
I can imagine, like, because I guess like I can relate, because when you feel like you do have to like always be on it and always like be entertaining, it's just so draining, Whereas with, I guess, like with a Let's Play, you can take a break and you just like, okay, this part's gonna be edited out, no pressure. But when it's live, you constantly feel like you have eyes watching you.
Yeah. Plus, if I stream, like you said, there's a certain amount of hours. Like if you stream less than 2 hours, everyone's like, go away. No one but it just got in the way of other work. Like there's other things I want to do. Like my YouTube would suffer for it, and if I'm not uploading those streams, then what's the point?
Yeah.
I'm a much better YouTuber than I am a streamer.
Right.
It's not the same skill set at all.
Yeah.
Despite what people think.
No, definitely not.
Yeah. Going back to the tour, I'm wondering, like, did you find that there was like different crowd energy in like the different places that you went, and you had to like kind of tailor your performance to wherever you were, or like the energy that you felt?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, how like you can tell Americans are just far more boisterous about things.
Right.
For a live scenario, that's fucking amazing, because they will cheer you on to everything.
I mean, technically you don't need to do all this.
Maybe they're more attuned to live.
I'm just taking my time here. Honestly, I could have been done. How many hours have we been streaming for? I'm
but
just
then
taking
going
my
to
time
Europe, it was
real
very
quick.
different, because there's like some jokes
We've
that are kind of
been
like
going
about Ireland,
for
like
apparently 8 hours.
Being an
I don't
boy
know if that's accurate.
Yeah.
It could be.
I think
It could not
Americans relate
be.
to Irish people
I
very
don't
much,
really know.
considering they all tell me they're Irish.
Yeah.
But
don't know any places.
You could do this a lot quicker, honestly.
But I think
Take your time. I'm taking my time on this because it's special.
Places like France and Germany, like there was language barriers
Because
and
of
stuff, and, like Irish humor didn't really play as easily. People were still fun.
Oh.
And they had energy and they
Wait
were
a
still
second.
energetic about it. But some
Is that who I think it is in the chat?
and then having a joke about like I had a joke about being
Wait, is that you? Have you come back? Yeah, I've been streaming for like 8 hours, mate. I didn't even notice you came back. Is that you? I don't know if you're still there or not. I don't know what time that chat came in. Oh yeah, it is you. Yeah. Here, come over here. Here, I'll swap the screen. I'll swap the screen for you. Let me see. Stream check, right? Yeah, take a look at that. It's been like 8 hours. It's been 8 hours. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, we have fun here. I mean, I've been streaming, just working on it, really. Glad there's a viewer came back, at least. Somebody's enjoying it. Alright. Alright. Yeah. Trying to go for that kind of respectful look on Technoblade there. I think I did a pretty good job editing that in. And then I'm putting this over here as a nice side edit to show what's possible with it. I mean, I could have been done ages ago, honestly. Like, you add color, it gets a bit more complicated. The characters are, out of color, but like I'm making a custom background here. This background doesn't exist. It's kind of just a watermark background that I'm painting in by hand. Oh. Yeah. Alright. Well, I think we've essentially got that done. I've got a little bit over there left.
And then I was saying like teenage years got dark or whatever, and it was like a joke about basically hinting at like priest versus altar boy culture,
right.
But not saying anything about it. Obviously, just letting the audience like make that interpretation. And then I was like, not that
you must be European or something.
People would laugh, but Salt Lake City.
I think I got only 6 hours of sleep, honestly. But I mean, I haven't been doing anything but trying to get this software done. And then you gave me the idea about Technoblade, and I was like, well, this is the perfect way to be respectful to Technoblade, and
after the show, for example,
to
like, oh hey, I really like your show. Like,
show off what the AI can do.
Because you hear about like
it's like it's like the phrase. What is that phrase called? Like, 2 birds, 1 stone.
Like,
and
that's essentially what I'm doing here.
Transphobic.
Like, and yeah.
If you're not saying racist shit, transphobic shit, homophobic shit, it's real easy
so,
to like put on a show.
I'm hopefully I'm getting close here. If you want to, if I go back to the image.
Only the hottest stakes here on Trash
really
Taste.
easy not to punch down on.
Like all I have to do from there is just
but yeah, I mean, my
essentially paint on this side a bit, and then it's
through it.
good looking. This might be tough. This area right here, the shadow.
Life's much better
because I want to keep that shadow in there for depth.
When a joke doesn't land, does it like? Because like I can imagine it like in like a Twitch scenario. I can't imagine it in a live scenario where you're just like, this joke's gonna land.
Yeah, because
it's just
if you say a joke on Twitch, right, the worst thing you'll have is someone in the chat being like, that wasn't funny.
Yeah.
Sure.
But when they're in front of you doing that, I'm sure it hurts a lot more, right?
Yeah, there's been a couple of times where like I have a big punchline, and there was like one joke near the end of the show that even now, like I just didn't know how to get the punchline across.
Right.
And I would say it, and then people laughed at the thing before it a little louder. Like, oh, that's not the punchline. Like, do I move on from this now and like cut it off there, or do I? But I'm a whore for a laugh. I'll keep hammering it until someone laughs, and then if it's really cringy, you just lean into that and be like, "Huh, no takers? Oh, okay."
Yeah.
Like, I thought we were here for a comedy show, but I guess not. And then the show in London, I did it at the Troxy Theatre, and I don't know why I said that. No one fucking knows where that is. But I did it there, and the projector broke, so the HDMI connection didn't work. So when I had to have the game on screen, it didn't show up. So I had to like vamp for a bit and like build up the crowd and like bake it into the show. But people said it was funny, and I'm like, you got a more unique experience, I guess, out of it.
Yeah.
So sometimes
I'm keeping some of these white spots there on purpose.
I'm like, please, I don't have enough
because you're in Turkey. Yeah, you're in Europe. Or well, is that Europe or that's like the Middle East, but part of Turkey is in Europe. I think it's Istanbul, or is it?
I think any of you would be able to.
Capital. I don't remember. I'm not very good with geography. Well, to be honest, I'd have to pull up a map real quick. But part of Turkey connects to Greece, if I remember correctly.
Well, I mean, like
time to start thinking about
and Greece is a part of
without
Europe.
Spoiling any of the ideas that we have right now, I like the general idea is to bring the Trash Taste experience, which we're famous for, just on stage. Because
basically, what you're experiencing right now, Sean.
I am going to continue here.
A little bit of a taste of basically, being on the show, being part of the show, kind of,
better paced, hopefully.
Yeah, but hopefully better paced with less tangents, maybe. We'll see how it goes.
It'll be more structured than one of our episodes, but it'll be like, the highlights of why you like the Trash Taste show and everything, just brought on stage.
Sure, you have your own running jokes that you can bring back.
No, do we have our own running
Many,
jokes?
yeah.
Bring people up on stage. That's always a crowd pleaser as well. And
that's always so scary, though, like that concept. Because it's like, what if you accidentally bring the wrong kind of person up on stage?
Oh, yeah. That
because I'm sure that's happened.
It happened in Iowa, where it's like, I brought people up and being like, do you have a YouTube name? Because it's like, if you're going to sit in the chair and like do the thing, if you have a YouTube, now is the time to shout it out. So people here will go home and watch you if you're good at this. But then it was a chance for people to make up their own name, and then I would make up like titty sprinkles and things like that.
Right.
But then one guy got up and said that he was R-word giraffe. And I was like, and the crowd cheered. And I was like, okay. I was like, nah, you got a different name? And I was kind of just had to like cut it off and like move on immediately. But you don't want to like bum the crowd out and like admonish the person on stage.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, it's kind of weird to be like, all right, thank you, R-word giraffe. Yeah. Coming on stage.
It was just
round of applause.
Round of applause for R-word giraffe.
Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, I guess that just comes with experience. That like hearing your stories that scares me, but it also makes me excited. It sounds like a very, very fun experience.
I mean, I think everyone there kind of because you're not like professional comedians. You're not like John Mulaney getting up. So people expect them to handle it better.
Right.
And like
In the know.
because I've been doing it for years and there's like a formula to it. But I think with our type of content, I think people are far more forgiving. If you kind of like stall on stage.
Do I play Minecraft? Well,
but like I also think
I used to play it a lot way back in the day.
Doing YouTube
I mean,
videos because we were not good at maybe like speaking in front of.
I haven't picked it up in a while, but I wouldn't mind. I tried some of the new updates.
We never thought that we'd be like standing up on stage in a panel and like public speaking basically. And so it's just it's been sometimes it's a real learning curve to be like maybe this is actually really fun.
Let me go back
it's a
to
skill
this
that you
because I'm getting on
in
the
your career
clouds
which you never
now
thought
here.
you would. I guess.
I think the secret to me for live shows was to not be afraid of the audience.
Right.
The reason this is taking so long is it's a custom background.
But if they started heckling or anything, I would
because this would like I may have should have just done a Skybox sketch. I would have been done in 5 minutes, but I would thought like this man needs some respect. He passed away. He was a good guy, so I'll give him kind of like a custom watermarked background, or not watermarked, watercolor background.
Like that, and I think getting over that fear of like the audience can't like destroy me while I'm up here.
Yeah.
I should have taken notes.
Yeah, right. Well, if only there was some other way you could look back.
I can't watch back.
Okay.
I don't watch my own shows. I guess like one thing I want to ask is someone who has been doing it for this long and who has amassed, the amount of subscribers and the fame that the cult essentially. It's like how do you see, I guess, the future of like content creation on YouTube, right? Because it's like, you've obviously hit a point that a lot of people today have not hit. It's kind of because like I could never relate. Obviously, it's like where you are, right? So it's like I want to know, do you reckon as someone in your position, do you see like a future for YouTube content creation? Because like you were mentioning how like recent, culture around YouTube, you're not a massive fan of.
Not really. Right. I don't blame it, and I don't like hate anybody who like plays into it. But for me, it's not why I started my stuff, and it's all like idea, title, and thumbnail first before anything else anymore, and then
yes, it is.
And people have like, I have an idea. How do I do this in like Fortnite? Because it's like, well, I have to get Fortnite in there as well. It's like people are just playing the game and that's fine, but I've never liked doing that. I'm always like, if I find a game that's like a random Japanese horror game that suddenly gets 4 million views, and then it's like, that feels better. And seeing that in like the trending tab feels better than seeing all the same.
Like you don't want to be like a slave to
better the custom background part is pretty hard.
I feel like my channel's been
the AI came up with some of it, and now I have to try to replicate every single bloody color, which is a little hard to translate.
And that was an experience.
That was phenomenal.
What a
try to maybe
Starbucks simulator with horror.
But I saw a lot of VTubers playing it.
It's so good.
Yeah,
I didn't know what to expect, and it's just the right amount of jank to have so much character as well.
Right.
Oh god, the game.
Yeah, because I started going back and playing much more of their other games, and that closing shift one is definitely their best one. Like they've started to like hone in on what they're good at.
Basically, you work at like a Starbucks, to anyone who doesn't know, and you have a stalker. And yeah, that's kind of it.
I saw a bunch of clips. It looks genuinely unnerving.
It's got the worst jump scare in video game history. That fucking woman with the pram.
Yeah.
With
no baby in it.
I lost my fucking heart.
Yeah, I was ready to drop kick a child.
But I just like fucking tip the pram over.
But it's also kind of scary because you play as a woman like at night in this place with all these dudes like hitting on you, and it's like this happens.
Yeah.
It's not even like a ghost showing up. It's like just a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
I think it's just that it's got that I love this game. It was amazing. It was so much fun. Please play it if you haven't. Because it'll have this super seriousness and it really builds up this tension. And then a guy will come in and start naked breakdancing.
Yeah.
And
I saw that clip.
It's this game that just, in the best way, cannot decide what theme or mood it wants to give you. And then it disarms you though, right? Because you're scared. And then this guy comes in, you're laughing, and then you're like, "Oh, I really close up," and then you get jumped. It's so.
And then
good.
the other dude comes in, he's like, "No need to Nihongo Jozu me."
That one's so
like,
good.
Fuck off.
Is that an actual line?
Honestly, it's such a good game. And 90% of it is you making coffees, and it's so stressful.
Definitely gonna try that out.
It's so good. I think especially as as a content creator, there's definitely that aspect of this stalking thing is a little too a little too close.
It's just made by two Japanese brothers.
Yeah,
they just go by Chilla's Art online, but they make really, really good games because their old stuff is all supernatural shit. Now I feel like they're really getting into real stuff.
Yeah,
and it's so much scarier.
Yeah.
Now that your content is so obviously revolved around gaming before, has that changed your relationship with gaming at all?
No, I game all the fucking time.
Yeah.
All right.
Are you a gamer?
Are you a gamer?
And I have a girlfriend.
Impossible.
He's also touched grass.
I mean, I pick and choose what I play more. I think this time,
right?
Still, sometimes I'm like, a game comes out, I'm like, fuck, I should have played that on my channel. It was so good.
Right.
It's very hit and miss sometimes, and then I don't know. I like having games for myself. I think that's my favorite pastime. Still. And I like how they're made, and I always kind of wanted to get into game design and voice work and stuff. So
then maybe I should.
I think from a mechanical standpoint,
bring it around.
I still really like them quite a bit, and artistically, and they're just so good, and they just keep getting better. So many to play.
What's your recent favorite game?
Elden Ring.
Yeah, I was going to say. I knew he was going to. Elden Ring was so good.
Surprise, surprise.
That was a dumb question.
They haven't played it. They won't play it. I don't know why.
I don't put words in my mouth.
Just play it right now.
No. The thing is, I know I'm going to like it.
Yeah.
That's exactly why I haven't started yet, because
you love Berserk and haven't played. Have you played the other ones?
You can play as
Yes, I
Guts.
have. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I play Bloodborne and the Dark Souls games. I love FromSoft, but I know I'll get into it, and that's exactly why I'm scared to get into it. It's like Final Fantasy 14. I know I'll get into it, but I know if I start, commitments out the window.
It's worth it.
It definitely ruined my life for a month.
Right?
But it's worth it. It's amazing.
Yeah,
no, it is.
Well, if it had come out
way too small
this time last year, in the middle of the pandemic.
It was supposed to come out earlier, okay? No need to rub it in.
Yeah.
Right?
We waited so long.
Exactly.
It was the perfect pandemic game, and now I'm traveling in fucking 4 different countries in 3 months or whatever. I'm like,
It'll be there.
Yeah.
It is definitely a daunting task to take on, because the first playthrough is 70 hours.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, there's a guy who can beat it in 3 minutes as well.
He's not even playing Elden Ring.
Yeah.
He's playing Dance Dance Revolution, and shit is happening on the screen.
He's coding the game.
Yeah. The zipping speedruns are what the fuck is the point of this?
I mean, he doesn't even like them. On his streams, he's like, I wish I could fight things.
I wish I could play the game.
His Bloodborne one is still really, really good, and that's all perfecting the craft, perfecting the bosses.
Yeah.
I think that.
Yeah. I guess final question, is that you've done already so much with your career. Is there anything left you want to do in the future?
I don't know.
You've done multiple tours now. You've amassed a massive following. You've met Ryan Reynolds. I don't think there's anything else.
Where's it go from Ryan Reynolds?
How do you top Ryan Reynolds?
I don't know.
Co-starring with Ryan.
Yeah.
I think narrative stuff is kind of where I'm headed.
Right.
I kind of had projects in the back of my head and stuff that I've wanted to do for a long time, stories and acting out characters.
Ooh, that
and stuff.
cloud is a
probably
bit
get into that.
heavy.
Right.
Hell no. There was a big pressure to write books years ago when everyone was doing them. And I was like, I haven't lived a life. It's what am I going to write about?
I think you have now.
Yeah.
What about the Jack Cookbook?
You can write a whole chapter just on being friends with Ryan Reynolds.
When's the workout DVD?
Yeah. I don't know. I just kind of want to focus on the coffee stuff, and I feel like I haven't even nearly started cranking that as much as I could.
Right.
Just kind of before it was taking on too many things, all kind of poorly.
Right.
Few things and do them a bit better and focus and.
Yeah.
Sounds
Good
like a good.
mindset.
Yeah, sounds like a good path. Well,
I guess. Well, thank you for coming on the
Yeah.
show today.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Hey,
Thank
look
you
at
so
all these
much.
patrons, though.
Okay,
Yeah.
that one's wrapping up. So
Yeah.
we will. I will change it to a different.
Because I support the show. People pay for this.
Let me change it up to a different one. Okay. Suppose we'll.
Hey, so unsurprisingly, this video is probably going to...
Give me 1 second. I'm adding another trash taste video here. Here we go. Here's an old one.
Reed, have you ever cry-wanked?
Okay. Turn that down. And
Have you ever cry-wanked?
I don't dare try to mix
No,
the two.
You know how easy it is for you.
He hasn't read Metamorphosis.
Read Metamorphosis, you'll know the definition of a cry-wank.
Well, I'm watching a anime right now. That's called this.
Welcome to this episode of Trash Taste.
Oh, hold on.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to Trash Taste.
As you should with every Trash Taste episode, you should go and watch the
I've got it
previous
right here.
episodes in order without break. And then
We have a watch order. It goes 1.
This is the one that I am watching right now. I'm not sure if I can personally say the title. It is a bit of a title,
Bro, you're not a real
but I
fan.
can put it into
You
text.
gotta start from part 1 and then part 2.
That is the title of the anime that I am watching. I'm about halfway through it right now. It's really good. I mean, it's not safe for work, obviously. Couldn't be like showing that on stream, but it's good. It's a good anime, very entertaining. I mean, it kind of explains itself in the title. That's its actual title, by the way. Does get a little bit ridiculous with those anime titles.
Okay, yeah, it's Connor story time.
Connor story
Getting
time.
graphic. Connor story time.
I went to the DMV.
Gather around the camp. Oh my god, this is already sounding
This
horrible.
is not a campfire story.
This is already
So,
sounding horrible.
so as you guys know, none of us have the ability to drive in Japan, but we all have the licenses in our own respective country.
Yes.
And I thought, well, one of us needs to do it. I'll do it. I like driving. Gon hates driving. And Joey's just Joey. So Joey just stands there being like, I don't want to do
I'm
anything.
helping.
Yeah.
Joey doesn't want to spend a whole day at a DMV.
No.
And more, probably.
Yeah.
Like, from my relationship with driving is that it literally serves a purpose. Like, I don't care if I can get from point A to point B in a way that's like other than driving, or someone else can drive me. I don't care. If I have to drive, I'll fucking do it. But
I can afford an Uber.
I'm
now.
convinced that you wanted to become a rich person just to get a chauffeur. That's like eventually
That's the dream, right?
Dude, that's the dream. Okay, I don't hate driving. What I hate is parking. My God, like
Yeah.
Or just like at all?
The thought of parking, yes, because I suck at parking, okay? I barely passed my test when it came to like parallel parking. The thought of parallel parking gives me nightmares. Like, I wake up in a cold sweat and I'm like, what if the car doesn't fit? And I make a fool of myself, like spending 10 minutes trying to get into this slot. But,
because everyone's been on the other end, right? Where they're trying to watch someone parallel park and they're just like, come on, it's not that hard. And then when you actually go to do it, it's like, oh, it's that hard.
I somehow nail like the hard parking and then take 15 attempts for the shittiest, easiest parking when there's like 100 people around me watching me. Like, really embarrassing.
I think we're getting
But,
somewhere on
license
this.
'cause,
I want to kind of soften
have
that
the
a bit
options
more.
open because I feel like you can still explore a lot of Japan without a car.
Yeah.
It's just some places, you know, the further
Once you're
out
outside
you
of
go,
Tokyo, you pretty much need a car.
yeah.
becomes a little more difficult, especially if you want to really explore a lot. Like if you want to stick to the main tourist stuff, there's buses and stuff, and you'll be fine. But I wanted to drive, and I mean, nothing goes better with my beep boop Daft Punk music than driving. Like I love driving with music, man. It's so like smacking that wheel, you know.
What? Smacking that wheel on time. You're like you're like a
All
dad.
right.
Yeah, man, I love it. I love all of it. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna get my license because if you have a British license in Japan and a select few of the countries, a lot of European ones.
It
They
is a
said
bit
like
of a hard
America,
color.
but only Hawaii and Alaska.
But it is
So
starting
only
to
Hawaii and Alaska
soften
can
a
do it.
little
If you're
bit. Maybe
from
if I
any
put
of the
in
countries
more
where you
of
don't,
that
from those countries, you have to do it
kind
twice.
Why
as
Hawaii and
well.
Alaska?
I have no idea. It wasn't. I don't think it was Hawaii and Alaska. It was Alaska and some other country, some other state. which is really confusing because I'm pretty sure don't they all drive on the same side of the road?
Yeah, I thought so. Right? Because the reason why
maybe there's something we don't know.
Yeah, because the reason why Americans have to do a driving test is because we drive on the other side of the road, right? Does Alaska drive on the same side of the road as Japan? Alaskans, let us know.
Yeah, so I had to go to the DMV, and I knew it was going to be a stressful process because it always is with any driving. And
I mean, that's just universal, but I can only imagine how stressful it is in Japan.
Because
the extra layers you have to do.
Right. Because you're like, it was already hell in my own country.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be hell again in Japan. Times 2. And I had to bring a translator with me.
Yeah.
So it was just
I'm
awful.
so glad the translator was not me.
I was going to ask Joey, but then another friend offered, and I'm like,
but then I was like, oh, you're on the DMV? Sorry, I'm busy. I'm busy that day. I can't. I'm not that, man.
So first, I got to ask, how long were you there for?
I got there at 8:20 in the morning.
Right.
Why so early?
So
because it's a line up.
Yeah. So right now, because I'm not sure if it's because of COVID, but right now, only 10 people are allowed to get a foreign license a day in the whole prefecture.
So it's like first come, first serve.
Yeah, so whoever's there first gets it. If you don't, you have to come back at 2:30 and wait. But they give out the 2:30 slots
in the
at
morning.
the 9 a.m. So I was in the 2:30 slot.
Oh, shit.
So I queued up at 8:20. I was told on the website it says 9:30. Get there at 9:30.
Yeah.
And then I called them up and I asked, hey, what time should I get there? They said get there for like 8. So I got there at 8:20 because I thought, no one's going to be there.
Yeah.
There was already like 14 people lined up when I got there. And so I was in the second bunch. So they only give out 10 licenses a day in the whole prefecture, which is like millions of people for foreigners. And it's like, what? How is this a thing? Why only 10? Like they just do the first
I mean, it's a bit of an extreme anime. I wouldn't suggest it for a beginner.
Here's a ticket, and if you win the ticket, you have a chance to get in.
Well, we'll see. Well, I'll tell you.
Someone who's unfamiliar with
like
those kind of more dark
so
anime. That's a bit of
6
extreme.
a.m., which is way over my like comfort zone. I can wake up at
Anything before 7:30.
I feel like shit the whole day.
Exactly.
So I get there and we line up.
There was an anime like that I was going to try out. This one might be more up your alley.
So I went to Coco's Diner, which is like
I haven't seen it personally yet, but it's called Summertime.
Came back to the place, waited another hour.
I'll
finally got to go in.
Type it
As I'm going in, this couple is like screaming at the employees.
Wait, which one is it? Is it spaced?
Okay. In Japanese. I remember
apparently it's spaced in English.
They were saying the bad anime words. And I was like, that's a nabby.
It's called Summertime Rendering.
But before we went in, they gathered us all around and were like, hey, some of you are going to be rejected today for no reason. They literally said that. They said,
what?
They said, we might reject you and not explain why. And I'm like, what?
What is this YouTube demonetization?
What do you mean? I've come here all day. And you have to bring like so many fucking documents. You have to get like your license translated at a different building. Wait a few days for that. Go to the ward office, which is another building. Get proof.
Okay, I think I have an idea for this.
Bring your other license, your passport, literally every single documentation that you were ever a person to begin with. And and then they grilled me for like an hour, like asking me if
asking what?
Well, so part of to get the foreign license, you have to prove that you were in the country where you got your license for 6 months. After the fact. So I brought tons of paperwork proving that I was in the UK at the time when I got it for 6 months, and they just kept grilling me and asking me pointless questions. What I thought, like they asked, like, did you have like a provisional license, which in the UK and I think in America as well, Australia too. You got a license before the actual license. They're like, did you have one? I'm like, obviously I had one. I have to drive. I'm thinking like,
I think who doesn't?
What a dumb question.
That's part of the official process. You need a provisional before you get a full license.
I don't think a lot of countries would let you get the full thing without doing it. And I said,
I'll speak about Thailand driving.
So I'm like, yeah, of course I had that. And then they're like, how long did it take you to get your license? I'm like, what? What do you mean, how long? Like, did it take like a week, or did you do lessons over a long time? I was like, I did lessons over a long time. And they're like, oh, how long did you have the provisional for? I'm like, why are you asking? Who cares? Who cares how long I had it for?
You got the full license,
Yeah,
right?
I'm like, I had it for 5 years. And she's like, and then she asked, why did you have it for so long? I'm like, why does it matter how long? Because in the UK, we don't have ID. We don't carry around ID. So most people get the provisional license, even if they don't intend to drive.
Just as a form of ID.
Yeah.
So I'm here explaining like a cultural difference to her.
I'm like, so what did you say?
I explained that. I'm like, in the UK, we don't really have ID, so people will get the ID.
But that's what Japanese people do as well. A lot
Is
of
it
the time.
really?
Yeah, there's a lot of like what we
Why
call.
am I being grilled for this?
Because
then?
in Japan, a lot of people are like known as paper drivers, which means they have the license, but they don't have it to drive. They just have it as a form of ID.
Yeah.
In the UK,
No, you can look that one up on Google. That one's safe for work.
That's why I got it.
We use licenses to prove that we can get into bars and pubs. That's pretty much the only reason.
Let me check the things
so
real
I
quick.
had
There's
to
nothing
wait
wrong
an hour,
with this.
and I was like, cool.
It's just a mystery little show.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that popular if it was anything like the other one you just saw. It's pretty popular.
I didn't get it to you.
I mean, apparently there is some violence and profanity, but I don't think there's any of that other stuff that you were talking about.
And it's an hour away from me.
8 hours.
I'd give it a look.
You wasted a whole day.
I lost a whole day
to not getting a license.
To get the paperwork to get the license.
Because you were telling me just before.
And I mean, like, if you're liking this image right here, it seems like the anime would be kind of similar to this image. Kind of a bright summertime look. We are in summer right now.
Fetch quest. Every time you want to do anything, it's like, okay, get the prerequisite items, they're all in different locations because of course they are. Like, they're not all in the government building because that would be too easy. That would make life too simple.
That's why gacha games work here, because you even have the waiting time, like the loading time, where you like think you got all the items and then you have to like put it in to like fucking you got to craft the item and you got to wait until the item is finished being crafted.
And then you pull the dud gacha as well because you have to wait till 2:30.
So they said I have to come back on Wednesday, which is tomorrow. So I'm going there tomorrow to do the eye test. That's it. I do the eye test, and once I prove I'm not fucking blind, I get my license.
Imagine if they just reject you after that.
I would fucking lose
So
it.
you basically spend 8 hours for someone to tell you come back in 2 days.
Yeah, basically. I know the DMV is bad in all countries, but in the UK, I would never have it that bad.
It wasn't that bad. And especially with how many documents you needed to grab before just to get your license, like just to be given a license as well.
Because it's crazy because like Nabi, who went with you, who's a friend of ours, like when he went, he had such an easy time. But I guess it's because he got it before COVID.
I think they've made it a lot slower from COVID. Like apparently, and they also told me that for some reason,
it's fine.
COVID,
Good.
The amount of people applying has gone up a lot.
I had a feeling. The more popular shows are typically much more safe for work. Like that one's extreme. Right, the other one I listed. That's the one I'm watching right now. I personally enjoy it, but that one's clearly not made for me.
I'm glad that someone on Trash Taste now has a license because we're just gonna ask you to chauffeur us everywhere.
The one I recommended to you just now was the one I'm planning to watch later on. The one I recommended to you first was the one I was literally just watching on a break during the stream and before the stream.
Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm like that as well, but I'm not going to go to a DMV for 8 hours to be like, come back for an eye test 2 days later.
I didn't know they were going to do that.
That doesn't sound worth it to me. So I'm glad you went through the pain because, like I said, like I don't.
Now we know not to do it.
Yeah, now I know not to do it, and I like driving for me is a stressful experience anyway. But that's probably because I've spent most of my time driving in Thailand.
Oh man!
Because I never actually drove so much in the UK because like I grew up in Brighton and then moved to London for my job. So I've never needed to be in a place where I drive frequently until I moved to Bangkok. And my God, driving in just Southeast Asia in general is just nothing like driving in Japan or driving in the UK or anything like. So let me describe what it is like driving in one of these kinds of countries. Okay, so in Thailand, we don't have road rules. We have road suggestions. That's kind of, so we technically have rules, but whether people follow them or not is up to the individual driver.
It's like a Mario Kart with like a lot more death.
Yeah. Oh, it is basically. So like, you know how you change lanes? There's like a system, for example, changing lanes, right? You signal and then the person like,
backs off.
Yeah, the person backs off, whatever, like whoever has the right of way. The right of way in Thailand goes, okay, we're going to play this game of chicken. Okay.
No.
So imagine I want to change lanes or someone else wants to change lane and there's a car just like behind them or like in the same lane. So the person's going to start changing lanes and either one person backs off or the person changing lane backs off or we're going to crash. And so there's no rule to say who has to back off.
Right.
So one of them is gonna back off, or you're gonna crash. So it's basically who has the bigger balls to like not give way
Who's
or
gonna be
give
the
way.
bigger man,
Yeah,
basically.
exactly.
Dude, it's wild. I think like Thailand looks scary. There's other countries that are even worse. I think there's like I think in Saudi Arabia the number one cause of death is car accidents.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which is crazy because I don't think any other country it's even up there.
I mean, I went to the Philippines a couple of years ago to go to see Aki's family, and we had to drive through Manila. And that was one of the most terrifying things ever, because not only is there no lanes, and it's the same thing, like it's just whoever gets in there first, but there's also people just on the road, just in the middle of the road trying to cross.
The worst thing is like the people on the middle of the road who have just no fear of death, and then motorcycles as well. Motorcycles are like the fucking like annoying housefly that you just can't like fucking swat away. But they're always there, and you always need to be aware of them. Like driving in Bangkok, you just have to master Ultra Instinct. Every driver just needs to master Ultra Instinct.
You just have to be like Rain Man, basically.
They've all got their fucking nen turned on. That's why they can all drive, bro.
They got like the fucking observation haki like permanently turned on when you're driving.
It's not just a motorcycle either. It's like a motorcycle that's normally for like max 2 people that somehow have like 8 people on it. And I'm just like, what?
Like sometimes there's just a motorcycle and there's just like the entire family on the motorcycle plus the chauffeur as well.
It's like a clown car on a motorcycle.
That would stress me out so fucking much.
Like it's funny because Bangkok, living in Bangkok, you often take motorcycle taxis, even though in any other country you would not take it. And I describe Bangkok as like the only place I've been to in the world where I will willingly risk my life every day going on a motorcycle taxi so I can save myself from sitting in an hour of traffic.
Oh my God.
That's the kind of city it is during rush hour. And that's just given me a huge, I wouldn't say fear of driving, but just every time like I think about driving, it just gives me a cold sweat. Like, I gotta get back on that road, man.
Or you've just like perfected your like dodging techniques. You
got hit in the UK by some asshole.
Oh really?
Yeah. I was driving we have like a yearly house party where a lot of my friends in the UK catch up, and I was sitting in the car with Alan, my editor, Alan's girlfriend, Sydney, and Dee, Rebel House. And so we were on like a country road, and we had just like, there was a car in front of us, so we just stopped.
Like, what do you mean by dark? Is it like, well, it's supposed to be a murder mystery, I think, something like that? Or is it just like dark as in hard to see?
And as the sound was leaving his mouth, boom! A fucking car just like tail ends my car, and it fucking destroys my car.
Jesus.
And and like my car is fucking totaled, and the car in front of us has the audacity to be like, "Yo, this was your fault, by the way. When are you paying up?" And the car behind us was like, So during the interview, when the police came, we called the police. We got everyone got like checked up in an ambulance, and apparently he was going like 60 or 70 down a country road, and he just had his eyes off the road. He was like, "Yeah, I just took my eyes off the road for a second, and who knew a car could creep up on me in 1 second?" But,
dude, it's terrifying, the country roads. Like, I learned to drive in London, but I also drove a lot in Wales. But like, those roads in Wales are scary because they're all like thick trees and really tight roads, especially in like Wales, and then probably in Devon as well, where we were near. Like, there's like fucking trucks coming all the time on these roads.
It's like a one-way road.
Oh, it's that kind of dark.
Big trucks. It's like,
well then, I don't know. Maybe I'm just watching dark anime recently. I don't know. Let me think of something. I would have to pull up my personal tabs.
And then they'll just be like trucks coming, and you really have to like.
I don't know. I feel like truck drivers in every country are like.
I don't know.
They don't give a fuck, because why would they?
Tiger and Button. No, I guess that's kind of dark too.
Of course, I'm gonna pick rock.
I don't know. Is there anything I watched recently that isn't gonna be called? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that was the only car crash I've been in, but there's been
One Piece. I mean, doesn't that have some dark moments? I mean, yeah, it's a typical shonen and all that. I mean, doesn't like certain characters die guy and all that. I guess that's mainstream sad. That's mainstream acceptable sad. Like you can take those deaths.
I guess you just gotta fucking bleed out on the road. What's even scarier, right, is the taxi drivers in Bangkok.
I'm trying to think of something. I want to put
okay, so for one,
I was about to say ReZero.
One of the most dangerous cities to drive in.
That's so
have
dark.
a lot of like safety
That's
measures
so dark
on the
and
public
stupid.
transports, right? So most
Um,
taxis, you go in the back.
I don't know.
and
Let me
there's
pull
no
up
seatbelt.
Mal. Maybe I have
And
something.
so some of the closest near-death experiences I've
Oh,
had have been
no,
on a
Ruby's
fucking
not all
taxi,
that
because
dark.
Taxi drivers,
if
they
you
don't get
watch-
paid the most as well, so they work ridiculously long hours. So I remember this one
It's
time
acceptable
it's
like One Piece kind of dark.
and we stayed out till about like
That was
3
one I
or 4
watched
a.m.
very
drinking
recently.
at some izakaya in like Bangkok.
I don't think there's any
And so we get a taxi home.
sex
And
in
the good thing
summertime
about
rendering,
driving back
is there?
home in like the middle of like 4 a.m.
I thought that was just murder.
Normally driving there takes 2 hours.
No,
but when there's no traffic,
Bastard's
it takes 30
different.
minutes.
Bastard
That's
is
kind of like-
its own
that's kind of
breed.
like
That's
time you
the
add on
show.
when you don't
Which I'm
factor
trying
in
to
traffic,
avoid
right?
saying the name
But
of too
we
many
get in-
times.
So it's me and Sydney, and we get in this taxi. and
That
this
show
guy just
has
seems
that,
really quiet,
or
and then
very
he
close
gets
to
the
that.
highway, and he's doing like fucking
Summertime
80 to
rendering,
100
I think, is a
miles an
murder
hour
mystery
on the
of some
freeway,
kind.
right? And then
One Piece is just
Sydney's
One
like-
Piece,
Sydney's
and
like a sleeping taxi. So it's just me.
Ruby doesn't have any of that stuff. It's more like One Piece. We're very mainstream.
You know that thing?
At least Ice
where
Queen.
you wake up and you're like, whoa,
say that
whoa.
for the other
And
parts.
I'm like,
Here, try this one.
We could have crashed right there. So I asked him, are you okay? And he's like, yeah, it's
Ruby
I'm pretty
Ice
good. I've
Queen.
just been out for like
That one
36
should be
hours."
pretty light. That's
Whoa,
one I
whoa,
would
whoa,
watch.
whoa, 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 hold on a second. And to explain something about something about Thai culture, we have this thing called a Mai Pen Lai attitude, which the closest translation is like a daijoubu, or like it's okay kind of attitude.
Yeah.
Which it's great when you're on holiday, because the reason Thailand's so great when you're on holiday is because everyone's so relaxed, it's stress free.
Yeah.
But there are some situations where it's very not a Mai Pen Lai situation, and this was one of those situations.
Yeah.
So I'm asking him, are you okay? Are you sure you don't want to pull over? We can get another taxi. And he's like, Mai Pen Lai, Mai Pen Lai, Mai Pen Lai. And I'm like, bruh, this is a very not Mai Pen Lai situation right now that we're in.
I'd be next to him the whole time, like slapping his cheeks. Like,
No, I was literally in the back seat. No seatbelt, by the way. This taxi did not have a seatbelt, and this guy I told him to slow down, and he goes, "Okay, I'll slow down." So he goes from 100 miles an hour to 80 miles an hour. I'm like, bruh. Okay, like brilliant. But
Everything is not mine.
yeah, he's like my pen. And like every 5 minutes, he would just like I could see him nodding off to be like,
dude, this is where you get in the front seat next to him, just stare at him, like, listen, like the fucking L, like just like fucking.
Because like Bangkok has like a legit like a highway, so it's like an elevated highway. So I couldn't just tell him to stop and we get another taxi because we're in the middle of the fucking highway.
If you're in a fucking Japanese taxi, he'll stop on the highway.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck. They're crazy here.
Yeah. So basically, it was the most stressful half-hour ride I've ever been on. Sydney was like stress-free. She was asleep. She could have died in her sleep.
Sydney was the only one who was my pen.
It's a good way to go. I mean,
yeah. And I was up like fucking pissed out of my mind at 4 a.m. being like trying to have this conversation with this taxi driver. I was like, I was just trying to keep him awake, and he was telling me like, oh yeah, I've got like 2 kids waiting for me at home, and I'm just like, dude, after this taxi drive, go home to your fucking kids. Just think about your kids.
Sleep, for fuck's sake.
Please, just think about your kids right now.
Oh my God.
And that was one of the near life,
Jesus Christ,
death experiences I've had in Thailand.
Gaunt's always like, yeah, Connor, come to Thailand. We'll be great. I'm like, bro, what do you mean? You make it sound like it's fucking Jason Statham movie every time you talk about it. Holy shit.
Fast and Furious.
You're like keeping this man awake to save your life. What is this?
Yeah.
It's like, I was saying earlier, like Japanese taxis, they just stop anywhere. Have you noticed that?
They are the jocks in the school
When I tell them,
they don't move.
When I tell them to stop around somewhere, they like take that literally and they'll stop in the middle of the fucking busy highway. And they'll be like, all right, here you are. And I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Get to like a side road
If you don't specify, like, can you stop, like, down the road? If you just say stop, they'll be like, okay, stopping.
Yeah, they stop. That's what I realized.
Stop.
Yeah. If I say, like, tomato,
I'm like,
stop.
we're in the middle of an intersection. Maybe you should, like, move forward a bit.
He did that when we went to we had ramen last week, and then he stopped at the intersection.
Yeah.
Just stopped.
And I'm like, I'm not getting out of the car. We're in a fucking intersection.
Like, bro, are you sure? Like, it's so weird. I don't know, because they follow road rules so strictly here, but then for some reason, taxi drivers just don't. And it's funny, because I noticed on the British government website, when you go to Japan, it says, be careful of taxi drivers, because they just stop anywhere.
Yeah.
Especially when driving.
Yeah.
Because if you're behind a taxi driver in Japan, you're driving. Be careful. He will probably just stop. Like full force, just full. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like the road rules or like who has the right of way kind of confuses me sometimes. And okay, zebra crossings.
Oh yeah.
Zebra crossings in every country have a different meaning, and I don't know what it means in Japan. Like, so to explain, in the UK, if there's a zebra crossing, the pedestrian always has the right of way.
Yeah.
Like, you never need to fear for your life if you're near a zebra
You're
crossing.
taught to stop. Like, as a driver, you stop even if you see someone walking near it.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
slow down.
Yeah. Exactly. But you know, in like Southeast Asia, zebra crossings mean nothing.
It's a suggestion.
It's a suggestion, right? In Japan, I don't know what it means either. Sometimes they stop.
They're supposed to stop, but they don't.
I've had instances though where I've stood like at the front of the zebra crossing, right, waiting for people to stop, and like 5 cars just pass by. I'm like, can I go?
You have to like start walking in the road, and then they'll stop. So I realized, like, I'm playing fucking chicken. I've got to just walk in the road and be like, halt. I have the right of way.
Cease.
Cease, my lord. And then go. It's weird. I don't know why. You'd think that, you know, considering how strict their road rules are here, and everyone leaves so much room between the cars here. I noticed that.
It's like 3 cars worth.
Yeah, in the UK, it's like this much. But in Japan, it's like, all right, leave a car, at least a car.
That's why I'm kind of glad that Japan doesn't have like roundabouts. Can you imagine?
Oh God, it'd be terrible.
Like just how much of a
no
fucking
one would like.
No one would give way. Everyone would just be waiting for someone to come in.
No,
please, go here, go. No, because like there was this like I don't know if it's an actual road rule, and I want to preface I don't know if it's an actual road rule, but in Australia we were taught, and some people were taught that when you're in a roundabout, right? Usually it's like whoever's in the roundabout first, right? It's basically like once you're in the roundabout, you have to give way to whoever's in the roundabout, right?
Yeah.
But in Australia, some people were taught that like, oh no, you always have to give way to the person on your right. And I'm just like, but then what if there's 4 people at the roundabout?
It's kind
Who's gonna give way?
It's kind of like if you see them and they're far enough away on the right, it's like, I guess go. This is why I hate roundabouts, because there's no like super like rock solid logic that you can apply.
Oh, Australia's the land of fucking roundabouts.
Because
we have a roundabout everywhere.
We have so many in the UK as well. It's kind of like, you just got to be like, Americans are like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
Yeah.
Basically, you just like, kind of have to, you see a car coming, and you're like, do I think I can get this car in gear and go?
Yeah.
That just brings an extra layer of
The
stress
worst,
to my drive, because it's like playing a quick time event, and if you fail the quick time event, you just crash.
Well, you know? Joey drives automatic, so he's lucky.
God,
the worst part is because you obviously have to stop most of the time at the roundabout, so you're like you're not in gear. So you're like, you see a car and you're like, I've seen this car. I have to quickly decide whether I can get in gear and go. And if I'm fast enough to not make that guy slow down too much, because it's just a mess.
Oh, yeah, dude. It's easy for me because I just like, can I make it? Yeah, I'll just floor it.
I'll just press the go pedal.
Yeah, I'll press the go pedal and just get in.
But yeah, I did my driving test for a manual car. Right, and this driving test put me off driving manual for my entire fucking life. Okay, to explain, I think you're allowed 16 minor offenses, right?
Oh, the Ruby one? Or
driving test.
What registers is it?
I'm assuming the Ruby one.
Like not indicating and shit?
No, that's
the one I put.
Like maybe going a little too early, leaving too much time.
It's nice.
Stuff that doesn't matter, but if you do a lot of them, it would be like you're a shit rider.
Stuff that won't cause an accident.
Yeah, exactly. So
if your tires like hit a curb, I think that's a major.
No, that's a major offense.
Yeah. So like that's the level of.
Okay.
But like a minor offense is something that can't cause a crash or anything like that, I think. But I got 13 on my.
Holy shit!
I got 13 on my driving test.
Oh my god!
I thought I'd failed, right?
Glad you like that
one.
The limit.
That's
when I'm
I swear, like, because I was so fucking stressed. It was my first time. It was my first attempt at a driving test as well. And I remember there was always one road I was super fucking terrified would be on my driving test. And of course it was on my driving test.
Yeah.
And so driving a manual car, it's a hill start.
Oh, I heard that as well.
Yeah, it's a hill start into a roundabout.
Oh, same.
Oh my god! Like that. I remember when I pulled up, and normally I hope that the roundabout's fucking clear. Of course, it's not clear, you know. Yeah. So you're playing about 5 different mini games at once.
Yeah.
And if you stall the car, if you go too early, go too late, or do any of that shit, you fail the test. And that like the experience of having to drive manual and. Because with driving manual, you are constantly playing a mini game where I just want to shut my brain off. I want a stress-free driving experience. So yeah, that's why I've driven automatic my entire life since then. Basically,
I've never driven an automatic, so I don't know if it's like
really.
Yeah, I want to though.
It'll be like fucking putting the antenna on in Mario Kart for you. It'll just be so easy.
It's just like baby mode.
It's like, how do I crash? How do I crash this?
Dude, on my way to the driving test, I did like everything wrong. Like I didn't indicate. I ran a red light. I fucked up on a roundabout, nearly caused a crash. Yeah. My driving instructor was like, "It's okay if you have to do it twice. You know, it's fine."
Yeah.
And then I got like 2 minors. That's it. And I like went in like Nen mode, like focus. I just like killed it. And I was like, "Wow, okay, damn, I'm good at this for this very small point during the day where it mattered." And
it's not as bad as my uncle. He failed his first driving test. And do you want to guess how he failed his first driving test?
What did he do? Did he crash?
So like you know when do you start at the DMV like in your driving test, or do you just start on like a random road?
We start at a random road for
wherever you parked your car.
Okay, so in Australia you start at the actual DMV and you have to like go out of the DMV, drive around, and come back to the DMV, and then once you're back at the DMV, then that's the end of the test. My uncle went out of the exit.
No.
Of the DMV.
Okay.
Oh, no. So he got in the car, he started it up, drove out. 2 seconds later, it was like, you failed.
Why?
Because he drove out of the exit.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, he drove out of the entrance.
That sounds better than what happens in the UK. In the UK, if you do a major mistake, and you know you've done it, you have to complete the test.
Oh, really?
They don't tell you failed immediately. You could like do something and you know you failed, and you still just have to go through the entire test knowing that you've already
because
failed.
in Australia, the moment you fail, they just immediately tell you, and they tell you to drive back. Because to the instructor, they're like,
apparently they just don't
15 minutes earlier, I can take a break.
So they changed the UK test from when you did it now. So when I had to do it, there was like a portion of it that was with like a sat nav, right? And then there was another part where they were like telling me the directions. I hated it when they were telling me directions.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, and why do I need to be tested on this? This is like testing my ability to use like a quill. It's like, I'm never going to use this. Like, just give me the little robot that talks to me. And I can see where the map is. I know what when you say right to me 10 seconds before, my brain goes dumb. It's like, right now?
Right now?
Like this right. Like my right arm, this way, right? Like this, my brain is like, bruh. When I hear the directions.
No, that one's not for everyone. That one's not for anyone.
No, what they're testing you
but Ruby Ice Queendom, now that's one I can recommend.
Like, turn right.
Regular.
I'm like, yo, can you judge my mix?
Who have just I enjoy it. I'd also I gave it a 9. 8 to a 9.
At least I'd want to
8 to a 9. I gave it a 9.
Slip that in.
I really enjoyed it. I watched the original Ruby series.
Come on, man. This is
so you could search it up on YouTube or whatnot. Because Ruby's originally was like a show, and then they made an anime.
I love this opening. All right, turn right. Oh my god.
So yes.
So now I know not to go to the fucking DMV in Japan.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for taking the bullet for us. Now we don't have to hire a chauffeur for trash days. We just have you.
Can't wait to go tomorrow.
Yes. Moving on from driving, that was a pretty big tangent. I have an announcement, gentlemen.
Oh, go on.
Like, I think after 10, 12, 13 years, I may have a new best girl of all time.
Oh. Wait, who was it before?
Senjigahara.
Oh.
So ever since...
I like white bread too.
So ever since the very first time I watched Bakemonogatari, like Senjigahara has been my waifu. You know what I mean? She's always been the top tier girl.
Yeah.
And like people have come close, but no one...
Where are you going with this?
But no one has come close to dethroning her. But recently I caught up to the Rent-A-Girlfriend manga.
Yeah.
And I think that Chizuru is in contention for being like my best girl of all time.
Really?
Yeah. Which like leads me to the question, like when did you first know that you had like a best girl? Because I know whose yours is, Joey.
Yeah.
And then Ocon is losing his mind at this question.
This is like when people like on the forums are like, "How did you know you were in love? Like, what made you feel like you were in love? Was it like the stomach?
What is love? What is love? And when did you first fall in love?
Okay, I mean, first of all, I'm surprised that Senju Gahara was like your waifu because I always thought it was fucking Asuka.
No, I mean, like, Asuka was someone who I could just respect for. Connor's just dying in his corner here.
Asuka isn't my waifu. She's just someone I respect.
Isn't Asuka like 15?
No, she. Well,
I mean, depends on.
Well, this is the biggest. No, officer. She's
she's a drawing.
I mean, I don't know if I want to open up that debate because that debate is a fucking landmine of takes. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like
we can open that up.
I don't know if I want to, man.
Because you're gonna look like
I'm in the worst position for that. I'm in the worst position for that argument.
Because you know there's no good defense for yourself.
Oh, I mean, yeah, but I also don't really care. You know? It's like you don't need a defense to be like, yes, this is my girlfriend. I don't care what you think. I love her.
I mean, I don't think it's like a
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I saw Master Media talking about that. It's like Garo, but his god form or something. I haven't really caught up, but apparently he's got like this god form going on. And he's fighting like the #1 hero called Blast or something in like One Punch Man, Saitama. And he's really angry because he killed Genos or something. I guess he disabled Genos because Genos is still alive in the source material. I don't really know how that works. But Saitama's angry, Blast is there, Garo's going God mode, and they're about to go ham. And the art's looking stunning. And you know the best thing about this software? I could literally go to that chapter right now,
How dare you even question?
take those drawings, put them in here, color them, edit them up, and make another manga panel. Just like that. You can literally do anything with the software. Let's say I want to take a picture of reality, the Empire State Building, take a picture, put it in the software, got a drawing. Or an outline, whatever you want to call it. Drawing, outline, sketch, it doesn't really matter. Which is why I love this so much. Is why I'm working on this. Because not only is it a good way to pay respect to Technoblade, it's a good way to show off the capabilities of this software.
Like, you don't necessarily view them as a life partner or anything like that. You're just like, damn, man.
It's just a character that whatever they do, you just fucking love.
Yeah.
Like, they can say or do anything, and just how they
I don't know. I haven't caught up with it.
Tier of simping, right?
Last time I checked, there was like a light novel for one, or a light something. I think it is a light novel for One Punch Man. And then there's a manga, and there's obviously the anime and all that. I haven't caught up.
Yeah.
Like, I love how
I think I'm still on season 2.
Deadpan as fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I love about it.
It's her deadpan delivery and deadpan humor which really drew her to me. And then it was exploring another side of the character, her more vulnerable side, which made me like, okay, I'm simping. I want you to be happy. You know what I mean?
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
I totally get that.
I'll take that, Bruce.
Yeah, Monogatari is really good at that, though. Yeah. That's why there's so many waifus. Yeah, but no, I agree. It's like every time like Shinobu or like Kiss Shot came on screen, like everything she said and did, I was just like, I fucking love it. I don't know why. I can't explain it to you in words. I just love it.
That powerful that when you're done watching it, you're like thinking about it.
I mean,
like,
yeah. It's like she's such a good character.
Have you never had a character like waifu or not, like female or not, that you've just like kind of resonated with?
Yeah, you can have a husbando as well.
Yeah,
I have a husbando.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I don't know. I can't name.
You can't name one
off the top of my head. I don't know. Yeah, no, I can't really think of any immediately.
Do you have a husbando?
I'd have to think about it.
Because my husbando is Usui from Kaicho Maid-sama.
Oh, okay.
Blonde-haired guy. Yeah, so Maylene's like, all right, that's a good choice.
Wait, what's it called in English, that show?
Kaicho Maid-sama is president.
Or in high school.
I don't think I've seen that.
No, I haven't seen that.
Do you want to explain his character?
Okay, so Usui is like so Kaicho Maid-sama is based off a shoujo manga from like the early 2000s, I believe, and the anime is from like the early 2000s. But basically, it's the story about like how the school like class president basically is like, normally the anime trope of class president is like, that they're very like pure-hearted, they're very like together, they're very adult for their age kind of thing. But this particular Kaicho is also a maid at a maid cafe. And she gets...
Sounds like I could relate to
Yeah,
that.
so basically it's like a complete opposite, right?
Okay.
So basically she gets found out by this like fucking hunk of a dude called Usui, who like all the girls fucking love.
Yeah.
And so it's this like special relationship where he's trying to hide the fact that she's not actually this like all together like maid type personality, and she fucking hates Usui for it. But of course, with how every shoujo manga goes, she's like, actually, this guy, I might like this guy. And then Usui's also like, I kind of started off, just teasing her, but she's kind of hot. Kind of thing.
There was a guy character I liked. What was that show where the character, his whole thing is that he's perfect and he's a student?
Sakamoto.
I fucking loved that.
I fucking love Sakamoto.
That anime was so good.
That was so funny.
I did not go that was an anime that I heard was decent, and I was like, I did not expect to love that.
Oh, it's
Sakamoto.
so funny.
If you haven't seen Sakamoto, it's basically like the whole premise is that this guy is just the perfect human being in every way.
This is just the perfect guy.
And everyone in the school is trying to like fuck with him, and he somehow always manages to flip it. Like there was one time where they needed to like make a fire in a room.
Yeah.
So he literally started doing like back and forward. Remember, he goes back and forward, like jumping back and forward to start a fire.
Between his shoes and the ground.
The friction starts a fire, and it's like, what? I love this. I love this man. I want to fuck him.
It's so good.
I loved him so much. That was like, man. I wish I was that cool.
Sakamoto, like, I'll be honest, I didn't like it that much.
What?
Why?
It's so fun. How can you not like it?
It's because Sakamoto pretty much, like, every problem I have with most comedy anime is in Sakamoto, which is I like the first 2 episodes, and then I'm like, they're kind of
it's the joke too repetitive.
They're kind of doing the same joke over and over, and
but it got
like
funnier every time for me. I don't
Really?
know why.
Yeah,
because I knew it was coming. It was always funny when it. I don't know why.
It's like you knew, like whatever situation it was. It's like you knew
he was going to come out.
He's
on top.
going to solve it, but it's the excitement of like how is he going to do it?
The absurdity of how he was going to overcome it.
I love that show because it completely defies expectations of like, oh, he's probably going to do this, but then they just completely flip it and be like,
there was no point in my mind where I thought he was going to friction burn the floor into a fire to save all the students. Like, I didn't see that coming. And
then he was just like, I just wanted to work out. That's all.
Yeah. And it's like, what? It's so fun. That's like, I love the comedy anime like that are just like not trying too hard, I guess.
Yeah.
It's really weird because I've had the hardest time getting into comedy anime.
Comedy anime are normally the worst type of anime.
There are very few comedy anime that I enjoy, and I put most of them in the same category as like Sakamoto, where it's funny to me for like 1 or 2 episodes, and then I get bored very quickly if they're just kind of doing the same thing. I always need to they always need to be doing something different for me to.
So
like,
what about something like Nichijou?
Wait, What's Nichijou, and also what do you think is like the best comedy anime?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
in my opinion, it's Nichijou.
Nichijou?
Yeah.
Like off the top of my head, probably the hardest I've ever laughed at a comedy anime was probably Golden Boy, if you remember that.
Oh yeah.
But that was mostly
that's an old one.
That's a really old one, and that's only like a 6-episode OVA. So I never got the chance to get bored with it, and it is one of the best dubs I have ever heard, especially when it comes to a comedy anime. Because you must have seen the meme, like of one clip where it's the guy doing.
Have fun and come back. He's drowning.
Yeah. That's the one clip that gets shared out of Golden Boy. And if you laughed at that clip, please watch Golden Boy, because it's like every point of Golden Boy I feel like is just as good as that clip. And that was just a one clip that if that would sell you on that show.
Yeah.
I could easily rewatch that. Konosuba
was also way funnier than I thought it was going to be when I first got into it.
Konosuba's good. Konosuba I really enjoy in the same way I enjoy like Always Sunny in Philadelphia or something like that.
Oh my god, fucking.
It's just a bunch of awful people doing awful things, and it's fucking hilarious.
We need an anime that's as awful as Always Sunny. Always Sunny is like my favorite fucking comedy. I love it so much.
Yeah.
My god.
Yeah, the Konosuba movie as well was surprisingly
I haven't watched
really
that yet.
funny. Yeah, but it was also really weird because it was really funny, yet no one in the cinema was laughing out loud.
Japanese cinemas.
Yeah, so I felt really bad laughing out loud. I was just like, ha!
Do you ever wish there was more like, I guess, Western humor in comedy anime?
Yeah,
because a lot of it does kind of feel.
A lot of it's very anime-esque comedy.
Yeah.
It's very like some of it's very slapstick.
What would classify though as like Western comedy? right? That's the question.
I think
really.
we're
because slapstick as well is technically Western.
I don't necessarily even think the Japanese humor is as slapstick as we like to point out. I think you did a video on this, and it's like, well, there's like, I mean, there's TV shows in Japan, right, where like the whole comedy is like game shows with their like language, right, with the
like quiz shows.
There's a bunch of other stuff like that, but I feel like at least in Western, we're like really fucking brutal with our comedy. You know what I mean? Like, like you watch something like Always Sunny, and it's like, how I couldn't imagine anything like that coming out of Japan.
I can't imagine like a Family Guy in Japan.
Right. It's weird though, because you have the game shows here which go above and beyond what we would think is acceptable.
Yeah.
But then when for some reason comedy, it's like they don't really joke about that kind of stuff.
Right.
Here.
Right.
Like
it's a lot of wordplay in Japan. I feel like Japanese comedy is a lot of wordplay.
A lot of wordplay, right? But like they have like the show like fucking Orgasm Wars in Japan.
Yeah.
Where it's basically a show about if a dude can make another dude come.
Yeah.
That's the whole premise.
What?
Yeah. That's the whole premise.
What?
Yeah.
Aki recently did a video on it, but basically the most famous one was there was this. It was versus this like super professional Japanese like male porn star who can like he says like I can control when I come. Basically, so he's like it's a 40-minute shoot. All right, I'll come at minute 38.
I can come at command.
Yeah, basically he was like I can come at command, which means that if you tell me not to come, I'll never come. Yeah. And then he had to verse this guy,
verse?
yeah, it was a versus. It's like he basically had to verse this guy. He was a bartender in Shinjuku Nichome, which is like the gay district of Shinjuku.
Yeah.
And he's like considered to be he says he can make any man come with his skills, right?
Right.
So basically they put both of them in a room. Right. This is on TV, by the way, on national TV. So they put him in a room. He's inside. The male porn star's like inside of a box that's completely covered, and the gay guy gets in basically, and you don't see anything, but they're both mic'd up, so you can hear everything. And
how does this pass television? How?
And of course, you know, with traditional Japanese television, like in the corner, there's like always the reaction, like face cam, and there's just a bunch of people just fucking losing themselves, just watching a dude suck off a gay.
Doesn't he like make him nut like immediately?
He makes him nut in like 5 minutes. And the
the
funniest part is like obviously like you know watching the male porn star like come on national TV, but then the gay guy coming out and being like, "Gochitosama."
That's so fucking funny.
It's so
Do
funny.
you hear like the dick sucking sounds?
Oh
and
yeah,
everything?
yeah. It's on YouTube as well, mind you.
Oh, okay.
If you look it up, I guarantee it's on YouTube.
It's crazy that like that's like totally acceptable.
Yeah.
But then like their humor doesn't. Maybe not even like it's not allowed, but they don't really find that funny.
Right.
Maybe. I don't know.
No, they find it funny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like that was one of the most like legendary pieces of like
they
TV.
find like that funny, but then why would you reckon that something like Sunny would be? Do you reckon that would be funny to Japanese people?
Really?
Have you watched Sunny?
Yeah, I've seen a bit of it.
Yeah.
They probably think, man, these people are really rude.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like, that's what's so funny about it.
Yeah.
I don't know, because like the reason I really enjoyed Konosuba over something like, say, Sakamoto, is that Konosuba was like way more character-based comedy. And
Yes,
I very much enjoy character-based comedy where
Sakamoto is just like Mr. Bean.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry to cut you off, but
and no, that's like the perfect analogy where a lot of comedy anime,
Mr. Perfect Bean.
Yeah, a lot of the comedy anime I see is just like, hey, there's this one joke and it's funny like the first few times. Let's see how far we can stretch it. But
That's
eventually, I'm gonna get bored.
Yeah.
Whereas with a lot of like sitcoms and everything like that, it's a lot of character-based comedy where some of the best moments are knowing the characters and seeing how they will interact with each other. And that's what the comedy builds off of. You talked about Nichijou. I haven't actually seen Nichijou yet.
You haven't seen Nichijou?
I haven't. It's been like one of the one comedy anime.
I know
if
you love Sakamoto, you'll fucking love Nichijou because Nichijou is that one comedy anime where every joke is expectation defining.
Yeah, because one thing I will say about Nichijou is that it doesn't seem like it's not a character-based comedy, is it?
Every clip I've seen looks like funny as fuck.
Oh,
yeah,
it's
but like
funny as fuck.
the thing that sells me on like what makes me really want to watch Nichijou is that every clip I've seen is vastly different and vastly like they have an original approach to a joke every time, whether it be like animation or the punchline or something. So I would probably really enjoy Nichijou.
Yeah,
as well.
Nichijou is interesting because I feel it's kind of half it's like halfway between Sakamoto and Konosuba, in the sense that it's a lot like Sakamoto, where like all the jokes are very, you know, expectation defying and stuff like that. But as you're watching these like short clips of like, because it's basically just a bunch of short jokes put into one episode, essentially. But the way that they do it, the way that it's written, is that like each character's like development is, you know, very physically defined. So by the end of like the 20-something episodes of Nichijou, you know exactly what these characters are like. So there is character development and character comedy within it as well, which I think is what makes it especially funny. Where like the more episodes you watch, the more you start to understand, okay, this character is like this and this character is like this. So I can expect some kind of joke like this. But then the writing's like, no, fuck all of that you thought you were going to expect. We're going to give you something completely different.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it so funny. And of course, it's Kyoto Animation, so you know the animation
I
is
have been meaning
godlike.
to watch it for like forever.
I've seen the deer scene, so many times. Every time I fucking
so
lose
funny.
it, man. Like there are so many layers to that one scene. That it just makes me want to watch Nichijou so badly.
And especially after when I helped you film the video with the interview with one of the main.
Honda Mariko, yeah.
Actually, after
deer scene so many times. Every time I fucking lose it, man. Like there are so many layers to that one scene that it just makes me want to watch Nichijou so badly.
And especially after when I helped you film the video with the interview with one of the main.
Honda Mariko, yeah.
And she was super chill and nice.
She was the voice of Yuko.
Yeah,
from Nichijou,
and I felt bad because I'm like, I wish I could appreciate. Being in front of you more.
It was crazy
like,
because her regular voice is literally Yuko. So I'm just like, holy shit, it's like I'm talking to Yuko.
Yeah.
But it's fucking hilarious. I mean, I'm sure people can agree. But that's the good thing about Nichijou, right? Is that like, unlike Konosuba, where you kind of have to like understand the story and the characters, like I feel it's really hard to like watch a Konosuba scene out of context and it still be funny.
Yeah, I would agree with you because it's the characters that have been built up.
Right. You need to understand the characters. But Nichijou somehow, there is characters in it, but they've somehow established the joke where you can just watch a clip completely out of context and it's still fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because to counter off that point, there's the other show that I can think of where I got kind of bored quite fast was Pop Team Epic. Which, you know, unfortunately, sorry, Joe. Nothing to do with you.
No, it's okay.
I heard your narration, Joey. I turned that shit off immediately.
Wasn't funny. Try again.
Like Pop Team Epic was great until I realized that not
funny.
No, that not every clip was funny, and then I realized that the optimal way to watch Pop Team Epic was just to watch like the YouTube compilations of the best ones, right?
Yeah.
And so I realized that, hey, I could spend 10 minutes or 20 minutes if you want to watch both versions, or I could spend like 3 to 5 minutes just watching the best parts.
I hated how it played twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was weird.
It was okay for one episode, but I was like, we're doing it every episode.
Every time.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I can, having been in the anime, I can confidently say a lot of it wasn't funny. a lot of it was just really stupid, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was very like...
Except for the episode I was in. That was funny.
I mean, that was a banger. That
was a great
That's
episode.
in the top 10 anime episodes of all time, Jerry. Like, come on.
But it was like way too much haha XD internet humor, like internet meme humor a lot of the times. I would say the one comedy anime that I'd say pulled that off well, but this is going back, way back. I don't know if you guys have heard of this anime called Karate High School.
Yeah,
that's like a really, really old anime that kind of predicted a lot of internet and meme humor way before this was like prevalent in like our culture. And I remember the one clip that made me watch the entire thing was I can't remember when it came out, but it was like early 2000s. It was like 2002 or something.
Like that.
And it was like parodying internet trolls and stuff like that in like the early 2000s. I'm like, this is fucking brilliant. It was so ahead of its time.
Yeah.
I don't know if it has aged badly or not badly. I haven't rewatched it in a while, but that was also something where the dub was fucking brilliant as well.
Yeah. I remember reading the manga at a friend's place, and I've never laughed so hard reading a manga.
What's an anime that was funny purely because it was just so fucking awful? And like,
I mean, there's a lot. That's my entire career, just watching bad anime and laughing at it.
I feel like when I watched King's Game for the first time, I fucking lost it. I couldn't stop laughing at how shit this anime.
No. King's Game was bad, and then there was the dub. Which just made it.
I didn't watch the dub. Is it bad?
I felt so bad because it was obvious that like it wasn't on their priority.
Yeah.
It was rough, dude. It was rough.
That's a real shame as well, because like when I heard that the King's Game anime was like fucking horrible, I was like, oh man, I kind of liked the manga though. So it's like really ashamed that the anime just like completely fucked it.
I can't remember because I only watched 2 episodes before I was like, I've seen enough.
Yeah.
I'm satisfied. Like I was just like, fuck, dude, this is fucking awful.
I think the scene I burst out laughing at was I think there was a challenge where the guy had to sleep with the girl or something like that. It's the girl is like the main guy's girlfriend or crush. I can't remember what it was. But so it's his best friend who has to sleep with this girl who is the main character's girlfriend. I'm just gonna say girlfriend now. And so he doesn't want to do it. So he doesn't want to betray his bro like that.
Yeah.
So the main character is trying to fucking argue with this guy to sleep with his girlfriend. and so he refuses. So what he does, his solution is to fucking deck the guy in the face until he's unconscious. And then he turns to his girlfriend in the dub and just do it while he's unconscious, please. And I'm just like, oh my god. So you just
so bad. Oh my god. What about you, Jerry? Any anime you can think of the top of your head?
Oh my god. I mean, like, I mean, I've been meaning to like make a series on my channel where I do exactly that, where I just take the worst anime and just laugh at it. Like, I don't know. A lot of the like the most horrible ones are like obviously the ones that no one's ever fucking heard of. Clearly.
True.
So like, I don't know, what's a famous one? Like Scale to Heaven is a famous one. Mars of Destruction's a famous one. You ever seen any of those?
No.
You ever seen those?
I still haven't seen Mars of Destruction.
Oh, Mars of Destruction.
Scale to Heaven sounds familiar. I don't know why.
Yeah, Scale to It's like one of the worst rated anime, basically. Aiken's another one that's like one of the worst rated anime.
Oh, not Aiken.
Aiken is so bad. Oh my god. I love it. But yeah, I've been meaning to make fucking some videos on them all. But like those ones make sense though, right? Because it's like, of course no one knows them. They're fucking horrible.
Yeah.
Right? But I'm trying to think like what's like a well-known anime
that's bad.
that is like horrible. Like it's well known because it's bad.
Because like the only one I can think of is this anime called Gazi's Wing.
Oh,
which
yeah.
is like I would say
that's
it's
like
less
a meme, right?
That's less famous and more infamous.
Yeah.
I'd say like the most other infamous one is probably the Ghost Stories dub, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're gonna bring up ghost stories, may as well talk about it.
Okay.
The Ghost Stories dub?
I mean, it was fucking legendary.
My favorite fucking
We're
dub.
never gonna get anything like that ever again.
We never will because do you know the story behind how that dub got made?
Yeah. Know a lot about it.
Why don't you explain it for people who don't know?
Basically, Ghost Stories is okay. What is the actual plot of the show?
Kids go into an abandoned school building, find ghosts, try and resolve.
Isn't it just their school building? It's like there's just ghosts and they have to use.
No, it's like an abandoned side of the building, right? There's like the main building and then there's the abandoned side.
Who the fuck fucking pays attention to any of
I
that
pay
shit?
attention.
And yeah, that they basically have to get rid of ghosts.
Yeah,
basically.
Basically, it's the story doesn't matter. What matters is the dub, as it's considered one of the best or the best worst dub of all time, or the worst best dub of all time.
Yeah, it's
Take
weird
your pick.
because online it seems to be like people can't agree if it's like good or bad.
Yeah,
and I don't understand.
It's like it's funny.
It's the room of anime. Basically.
Yeah. But, so basically, what happened is this was a show that sold so poorly when it aired in Japan that when they sold the licenses, they just basically told the licenses, do whatever you want with this show to make it sell. Right. Like, we don't care. You have all creative. You have all creative control. And so basically, they just shit posted in the dub. It's often like seen as the very first abridged series because it's basically what happens if a bunch of official dubbers just basically fan dub and abridge the show and fuck about. And it's one of the most infamous like dubs that has ever been released.
I like the part that kills me every time is like the younger brother, and his entire time he's just going like his mouth's moving, but the dub is just like, I'm gonna make him cry every line.
There's a really good video about it by Cartoon Cypher. I can't remember if it did sell badly or not. I know that's the common thing, but I swear there was some point where that actually wasn't the case, and it did do well. I can't remember exactly the story, but again, Cartoon Cypher did a really great 30-minute video about this whole dub. They spoke to a ton of sources. It's a really good video. It's just a really unique dub, and also because of how they recorded it, normally when you record anime, whoever goes in first is like the first to record. So basically they all wanted to go in first so they could start the improv scene.
Right.
So everyone had to play off of went first. So they would all try to get in first. It was just interesting because when you're watching it, you know that you're like, I wonder who started like
what this scene.
Yeah, because even if they spoke first, doesn't mean they were the one who recorded first.
Yeah.
So it's fun to try and figure out. I wonder who fucking started this shit joke, basically. And it's just such a fun dub. Have you guys watched it all?
Oh yeah, I've seen it all. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it all.
Yeah, it's so fun. I really wish that we could get something again, but we're never going to get anything like that.
Yeah, it's
different times.
It's different times now. I'm sure some of the jokes that were said in dub probably would not be able to have, like, you couldn't get away with in this day and age.
Oh, God, no. God, no.
But it's just such like a timestamp for that time period.
Yeah.
And it's just basically all improv as well, which is kind of funny how some of the jokes I thought were very good, and the fact that it wasn't scripted at all and it was just all improv, I'm just like, man, this I still think it's funny to this day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Even though it might be slightly, not politically correct.
It's definitely not politically correct.
Like the rabbit scene.
Yeah.
When he died, I was so sad that I would never hear that voice again. His laugh,
No.
his funny little requests,
Touch me.
his reprimands.
Touch me harder.
Oh, yeah. It's wait, what was the joke about that rabbit where like the dad leaves or something?
No, it was like the...
Yeah, I can't get with you. It's not because you're a rabbit. It's because you're black.
Oh, my God.
Do you remember that one?
The joke? Oh, my God.
Joke.
And then the rabbit, like in the flashback, the rabbit is like talking in the flashback. He's like, touch me harder.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, you'd never get away with that now.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's also back then, like, there was money in it, but the money level scale was, like, very different.
Oh, yeah.
And I think a lot of the dubbing is focused more on the big shows.
But aside from dubs, like, what is, like, universally considered, like, oh, this show just kind of sucks, and it's just not very good? It could be objectively bad. Like, we can be talking like...
This is going to be like hot takes, though, now. Like,
isn't that what Trash Taste is all about?
I don't know. I can't decide if the reason I thought Higurashi was shit was because I watched it in dub.
That's definitely the reason why it was shit.
Because I thought the show kind of sucked after, like, episode 2. I was like, wow, this is really fucking boring. Is it like that normally? Is it boring after episode 2, or is that because of the dub?
No, it really picks up, like, near the end, in my opinion. Anyway.
Again, this is when I watched Higurashi when I first started watching anime, so this is nearly like...
Also, you've been tainted by the dub.
Yes.
I mean, we talked about the dub the other day, very briefly.
I will say I've just recently watched Higurashi for the first time.
Dubbed?
And I watched it dubbed.
Why? Why?
And it was a hilarious watch at times because
it's bad.
The Higurashi dub is really bad, and it's not like it's not the kind of bad where it's awful that you can laugh at. It's just there's one good voice actress in the entire thing, I think, and everyone else is just pretty bad.
Wait, which character is it? That's
I think
the good
it's
one.
Shion.
What color is her hair? That's how I remember.
Green.
Oh, yeah. She's the one who did the screaming, a lot of the screaming, right? I remember that was pretty good.
I've seen the dub scene where she like does the maniacal screaming. I'm like, and I looked at that clip and I'm like, oh, the dub must be alright.
There was a lot of people who, when the new show was announced, were like, I hope you're bringing back the old cast. And I'm like, I hope they don't bring back the old. Why would you want that?
I think they meant the Japanese cast.
And they did.
The dub as well. The dub.
Really?
People were saying when they saw that the Japanese one was announced, they wanted to bring it back. They were like, because there's an argument to be made where it's like, oh, the actors are probably better now and stuff, but it's also like, sometimes it's like, just recast it, get a new slate going.
I mean,
man.
if they are going to bring back the original cast, please like have a re-auditioning, or like please like make them audition because the quality of dubbing is I'd say a lot better now.
Oh, it's much better
compared to back then.
Yeah.
Back then there were definitely.
I'll
some
probably
very
edit
good
out
dubs,
that cloud.
but it was
Honestly,
definitely
that cloud.
a much
That doesn't
larger
make much
spectrum
sense.
than you get now.
Yeah.
I mean,
some of the dubs that came out after Cowboy Bebop dub is like, oh, these came out the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh no.
I remember when back in the day when it was like every dub was like mediocre to shit, and then there was Cowboy Bebop, and everyone just pointed to Cowboy Bebop as the golden child to be like, yo, not all dubs are bad. We got Cowboy Bebop. And,
it was like the DiCaprio.
And
yeah,
I think as well. Even the people who, like I think Bryce Papenbrook. I don't know if this is true. I was told this. So a lot of the actors, even though they were the voice and there was no problem with the voice and it's great, they still have to audition again for season 2 just to make sure that they have it.
Just to make sure they still got it.
Just to make sure it wasn't a fluke.
I think I heard that. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I'm happy to be corrected on it, but that's what I was told.
But yeah, I mean, it might have been because I watched the dub as well, but I just didn't care.
Why would,
was
you,
kind of shit,
why would
right?
you do that to yourself though?
Okay, this is back. Okay, I don't know. You 100% did not have this phase.
Of course not.
But when I first got into anime, I only watched dub because I came from like
no, that's understandable.
Right?
Yes.
I was like,
Yes.
I'm not used to it. I only do it once every while for a foreign film that everyone says is like amazing. I have to watch them.
Yeah.
If I have to watch them talk French, fine.
Yeah.
You know, don't like doing that. I'm kidding, sorry, French people. But you know, for a very long time, I watched only dub.
Yeah.
And this just happened to be one of the top-rated shows. And I watched it dub.
Right.
Thought it was shit, and then I just moved on with my life. Right. And then obviously later on down the line, a show comes out that you're like, I really want to watch the show. It's only available on sub. You make an exception, and then suddenly everything becomes the exception, and you start watching only sub.
Fair. Yeah.
It's kind of. I think a lot of anime fans go through that where they want to watch dub if possible, and I kind of know because I'm like, you'll come around. You will, because there'll be that one show that's coming out that you're like, all right, Demon Slayer's on episode 19. Everyone said it was hype.
Yeah.
Guess I'm watching it.
Yeah, because now whenever I get the chance, I watch dubbed all the time because there's the
It's come
chance.
full circle.
Yeah, the chances where I can watch dub are like a lot less than just me watching sub. So if it's probably like if it's out on Netflix or something, I'm probably gonna wait for the dub like I did for The Great Pretender because I was like, I knew I could watch it on Netflix in Japanese with subtitles, but I wanted to wait for it to be dubbed so I could enjoy it in a different.
I could not
language.
express my disappointment in the dub when they dubbed it like multilingual to begin with. So when they were speaking Japanese, they were speaking Japanese.
Right.
And when they were speaking English, they were speaking English.
Right.
Only for the first 10 minutes. And then they just they put a note on screen saying, all right, back to normal.
Yeah, they did that in the sub though.
Yeah, as well.
Yeah.
But like, why?
Just because I guess,
Like-
because in the sub for the first 10 minutes, it was the most god awful English that I've ever heard.
Yeah.
And I was like, thank God it's in Japanese.
The French guy was okay.
The French guy was fine, but
The Japanese guy sounded like, I mean, here's the thing, right?
the Japanese guy was like, I've done Duolingo.
He
That's what it sounded like.
He sounded pretty bad, but also, have you said people speak English here? Like,
Yeah.
I don't mind it because when I heard the Japanese person speak broken English, I was like, yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, but can you enjoy the entire series as much?
Yeah.
Hearing that.
I would not be able to enjoy
I would
the
not be able
series.
to like immerse myself. There's a difference between
I'd argue it's almost more immersive that he's speaking to me in broken.
I mean, like it's possibly too immersive in that sense. Because like I can't
don't want that kind of immersion in my anime.
I can't imagine like
in the anime.
I can't imagine him being like a fucking top like
The
class
French
A.
guy was so good though.
The
He
French
had a
guy was
French
good.
accent.
The
He was
French
so
guy was good,
fucking
but I can't
sexy.
imagine like a class A actor like scamming all these people with that like broken English.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That just
Give me all your money.
But it's like sometimes in when you watch a Hollywood movie, they might have like not a main but like a side character who's pretty prominent who speaks fucking broken English.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
I don't like it though.
Why don't you like it?
Because it's broken.
What? They're trying their best to learn English.
no, but they're not like they're never like the main character or the main focus.
I guess I don't know. There was something that was really like refreshing about hearing a guy with a Japanese accent who clearly was Japanese speak fluent like Japanese, then go to English. Even though I guess they were speaking mainly.
Yeah, because
English.
if you're gonna have a show where they speak mainly English, then why not just redub it so it's
so it's fully
more
English.
Yeah,
I'm sure there was actors out there who sounded Japanese but were like native quality English.
Right,
that could have
right.
worked. That could have been Ken Watanabe, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, someone on like Ken Watanabe's level definitely would have worked.
I
you
love
know.
the French guy though. I love that.
That
fucking thick French accent.
If we could get that level of what's the word I'm looking for?
Multilingual.
Fluency?
I don't know.
Multilingual fluency. I'm sure.
That's a term. That's a term that we definitely didn't just coin.
I know there's a term for it. I'm just drawing a
I don't
blank
fucking
now.
know. No, fuck. I don't look at me.
Multilingual fluency.
I
I get what you mean though. Don't worry. I get what you're saying.
Because like, if like Hollywood films, you always expect when someone's from that country that they come from that country, right? And like, yeah, okay, the budget is it's not even in the same ballpark,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I think it's doable. I actually wouldn't have minded the Grape Tender with the broken English the whole time.
All right.
I mean, there's a level of broken English I would find.
We added this.
That was not like I would just be like laughing.
Yeah,
half the time.
it's like I love Ken Watanabe, but I don't think I'd be able to watch an entire movie where 90%.
Oh, you're back! Oh, you came back just in time. Here, check this out.
English, I feel is good.
It's good, but like even then,
it's done, kind of. I have to put the chat bubbles,
the
but
in Great Pretender was
yeah, take a look at that.
I guess, yeah.
That's a single panel. Now, granted, that took way longer because it's a custom background.
Oh yeah, of course, but
there was no sketch made. I painted it.
I mean, that's
but
it just felt like
I mean,
this was the
that looks pretty nice in my
to
book.
really try and pull that off. I'm just kind of disappointed.
Also,
yeah.
because, like,
You could ignore the top part and stuff like that. I'm gonna crop that out. I'm talking about the image with the sky background and the two characters.
Whoa, he's basically fluent.
I'm sure Japanese side would have also liked to have maybe heard the same thing, right? Where with the English people trying to speak the Japanese, sounding somewhat competent.
I will
maybe
crop this and then I'll take a picture of this.
Even though it's really not racism, but people always throw that out, right? Being like, oh, they're speaking in a funny accent. Must
take a
be
picture of this and then I'll have to.
I feel like the rules do work a bit differently from like live action film to dub.
Figure out how to edit in the chat boxes.
Because
that
the
part's gonna be
expectation
hard.
isn't that you can get like a multilingual cast. It's that there's like one spoken language, and you should stick to that. You should stick to like that one spoken language, and everything else.
Oh, and I have to
it can be passable.
outline
I guess like when you watch what's a movie with like multiple languages.
Well,
I guess if it has multiple languages, you wouldn't need a dub, right? I guess you wouldn't need a dub, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, it's a bit confusing.
Yeah, I mean, in Inglourious Bastards, they put subtitles. I think when they speak different languages.
They're
like hard coded on the
movie.
Film. Yeah. I know because I watched a movie recently that was about like World War II. Also, really fucking awkward being the only white guy in like a World War II movie about like the Japanese being like destroyed. I was just sitting there in like my seat like this, like I'm not American.
Just waving the flags.
Yeah. Because like when the fucking like there was like the planes were being bombed and shit, and I'm like, do I like feel happy that the Japanese got like bombed here? Like, are they happy or are they like, darn those Americans?
Yeah.
They got us. It was weird.
Like, damn it!
I didn't know like what the vibe is in the cinema. Like,
considering, have we talked about that time we watched? What's that film? Fukushima.
Oh my
50.
God.
Fukushima 50. So that we
holy shit, Joey wasn't there.
I wasn't there.
You weren't there. But okay, so is it called Fukushima 50?
Yeah, Fukushima.
So there was this film that was made in Japan about the whole Fukushima tragedy.
And it's by Kadokawa.
And it's by Kadokawa, so we got invited to like a private screening of it. So we got an early copy basically
to give our thoughts to the.
And whole film, it's
Ken Watanabe's in it. He's
Ken Watanabe's in it.
Yeah, there we go.
He's fucking amazing.
Fucking great.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there's I'd rate it a good like 6 out of 10. There were some really good moments, and then there were some really boring moments, and then there were these moments in it where they focused on these American characters. And the American military who wanted to help Japan, and for one, some of them weren't even American. There was
they were like South African.
Yeah, there was this one South African dude in it.
They were like South African in this American military boardroom, and he sounded. They didn't even try to fucking hide it. He sounded like such a thick, and it's not like a light accent South African.
Yeah.
It's really fucking full on. Like half of them, and I was just so confusing. And
trying to line this.
Yeah, and I can't remember the exact line, but there was this one. Do you remember the exact line?
I do.
Okay, do you want to explain the exact line?
I might be paraphrasing, but it was roughly something like.
So to explain the scene before he says the line. So obviously the Fukushima emergency was happening, and the Americans were like discussing how to help the Japanese and how to provide aid and stuff like that.
And all these scenes were shot like, so the Japanese scenes were shot like perfect. Like, the cinematography was on point, and then it cut to like a fucking sitcom quality looking camera when it cut to the. It looked really shit, and then the actors opened their mouth and you're like, oh fuck. And imagine a script, right, of how Japanese people think that American people talk about the war. That's the only way I can describe how the Americans spoke, because it was like the one line was like when it blew up. It cut to the Americans, and they were like, "Man, you think they would have learned how to handle nuclear technology after we nuked them?" And I was like, that was like the line, and we all looked at each other like, "Did he just say that? What the fuck?"
Yeah, like we were in like this like private screening. We looked around. It was me, Connor, Sydney, and Maylin, and then like just Japanese businessmen. And the Japanese businessmen were like fully immersed. They were quiet and were like, "Yes, this is how Americans speak." And I was looking around at Connor, Sydney, and Maylin, and we were just all like,
my jaw was like,
what the fuck did we just hear? Is this okay?
I'm like, what? They can't say that, can they? And then you like, it was just so bad. It was so bad. All of it was so bad.
And I just like to imagine the fucking South African guy cutting and being like, "Oh, I agree with everyone in this room right now."
It was the South African guy who said it. And it was just every time it was like, "Please don't cut to the Americans. Please don't cut to the Americans." And it cut to the fucking Americans.
It was just like an 80s sitcom. You're totally fucking right. And they had like this flashback scene as well with this one American general who had no play in the plot or whatever, had zero screen time, and then it just randomly cuts to a flashback of him in Japan.
Yeah.
I'm like, why is this in the film?
Alright, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this line and maybe I can edit it in that
water
way.
bottles to them, and it's like, all right, sick. I'll take a bottle of Evian. Hell yeah, dude. Like, just been nuked, but thanks for the water, bro.
This will really save us. Thanks, America.
Like, if that line was in an American film, man,
oh my god,
the fucking shitstorm it would start.
That's the thing, right? It's okay because it's written, like, I assume it was written by a Japanese and outsourced to like an American company on a budget. I'm fucking guessing because like it was awful.
I guarantee the American like outsourcing was like, we have to translate this. Are we allowed to say it? This is right?
Yeah, I mean it was fine. I guess I just try not to go to films where Japanese the bad guys. I've kind of learned my lesson.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, I thought I was going to watch Tenet, but it turned out it was just a war movie. I genuinely got the wrong tickets. I went with the wrong thing. I paid for the wrong tickets. I did watch Tenet. Really good, by the way.
Yeah.
Watch it. Yeah, it's basically.
I want to watch that as well.
It's like Inception, but more mindfuck, I think.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, what were we talking about?
We were talking about bad anime, and we got on another tangent.
Why did I talk about the cinema?
I don't know.
I don't fucking.
Everyone
remember.
can scroll back and find out. All right, we can't do that though.
Yeah, everyone's gonna be like, it's so obvious. I know what you're talking about. I rewind. Higurashi, right, or some shit.
That's right. Yeah,
we were talking about Higurashi.
Yeah, how you guys willingly.
Oh, the actors. Great Pretender.
I mean, I am gonna watch the remake of Higurashi in Japanese. Because the reason I watched it in dub because like I'm gonna rewatch it in Japanese anyway. It's on Netflix. So I might as well watch it.
Yeah.
I thought it was an okay time. Honestly, I was paying half attention half the time.
You know,
I should probably save that just in
I don't fucking remember.
just in case we're gonna make a save copy.
I watched an episode of Anohana again.
Oh yeah.
Kind of thought it was shit. I've watched all of Anohana, and I
was looking at it to be like, don't you fucking dare finish the sentence, sir. Don't you fucking dare.
Don't drop the S-bomb.
It was kind of shit. I watched Anohana like 3 years ago, and I fucking bawled my eyes out. Great time.
Yeah.
I watched the episode 1 again. I'm like, wow, I stuck with
this. It's just episode. Nothing happens in episode 1.
Yeah, that's why it's shit.
Episode 1 was by far the worst episode.
Yeah.
Of Anohana. The episode 1 of Anohana almost put me off of Anohana.
Yeah.
Because I was like, what?
That makes it kind of shit, right?
Yeah, because I thought when it first started, I thought it was like some lolly fan service bait. Because I remember the scene where Menma sits on his lap, and I'm like, oh, here we go, here we fucking go again.
All right, I think I've got the line now.
I was just like, another.
Oh no, I've got the backup.
And then I think it was like halfway through episode, or like the end of episode 2 or 3, where I actually got emotionally invested. I remember episode 1 was like pretty bad.
Do you think if Anohana came out today, it would be given the same level of respect that it's given? I feel like I don't think it could hold up.
I don't
today.
think so, because at the time that Anohana came out, there were very few shows that went in that direction.
Right.
I feel and especially with like how short the show was well. Like it managed to do something in 12 episodes that a lot of anime struggle to do in like 20 plus.
That's why I feel like it's kind of meh. Now, if you go watch it back, I don't think.
Okay, to be fair though, you only watched episode 1, right?
Yeah.
That's like
I didn't rewatch it all again. I watched just episode 1 again.
Well, then that's probably why you thought it was shit because you watched the worst episode.
But after I watched it, I was like, how the fuck did I make it to episode 2 after I watched this? Because it was shit.
Yeah, but that's the same as like every person who watches like the first episode of Steins Gate. And it's like,
No,
why would I continue to watch it?
Episode 1 of Steingate's good, right? I think.
I think it was.
I don't
boring.
remember.
I remember thinking.
I'm like an Alzheimer's patient half the time. I don't fucking remember anything.
Yeah, that's probably why.
That's probably why. Yeah.
For some reason, with anime, like I do.
Why did you start to rewatch it?
Yeah.
Because who was it? Emily Emarici told me she thought it was shit, and I thought no, it's good, right? It's good. So I went back and rewatched it. And
Yeah, but I
like,
guarantee Emily also only watched episode 1. Was like, it's shit.
No, she watched all of it. She said.
Oh well, then
But
she's
she
just
watched
wrong.
it recently. Come on and defend yourself, Emily.
I've rewatched Anohana about like 4 times, I think.
4 times.
Yeah.
What?
I've only rewatched it once, and I thought it was.
Bro,
still
we'd
good.
have flying cars by now. People stop
agree,
rewatching
'cause
anime this many times. Are you fucking kidding me?
Because
4 times? Why?
Because I remember, I think Anohana was the very first anime that got me to cry.
Yeah.
Because I remember back before
There
I
we
watched Anohana, I was
go.
like stone faced. I can never cry during anime.
John's just like this
I'm
watching
I ain't no bitch.
I'm a real man. And then like I cried like a bitch the first time I watched Anohana.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And like after I watched Anohana, it was so fucking long before I could find like other shows that could, bring a tear to my eye. I tried watching Clanad. That just didn't fucking happen.
Like it's so easy to make me cry. Like I feel like just the right beeps and boops will make me cry, right? And the right.
Yeah, you find one good Daft Punk song, you're like, I love these beeps and boops.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, so like the reason I rewatched it so many times was whenever I like
Let's get that line
I just need
in
a
there
good cry right now.
Yeah.
But so I would just put on Anohana just to like get to get those
It
emotions
takes you
out.
that much to get a cry out?
Before it
Can
did.
you not just like do it on command?
No.
Shit, I need to spend-
Can you?
If I'm fit. I didn't know I put that there. Mayleen's like, what? So, I've got to prepare myself. That's why I'm spilling tears already. That's how I do it on command. No, so if
Maybe I
feel
might
like
need to make
cry,
the
like
lines.
seriously, you feel like you need to cry,
A
right?
bit
yeah.
thicker
So
here.
I need that push. I need to like listen to that song or watch that anime.
I pretty much replicate what that guy did in the Best Cry Ever video of like the. I basically like just sit there and I'm like. And then once you get it started, it like goes, for like 30 seconds.
But does that feel the same as like, normal crying?
totally.
You can watch a fucking KFC commercial and start crying.
Dude, if I'm in the right mood, honestly, yeah. Like if there's like an emotional soundtrack to it, like I can get it. Because the thing is, right? It's like wank. it's just a different type of wank, right? In my mind, like they both feel the exact same when you've done it. Like when you cry, it feels like a relief. When you wank,
Have you ever cry wanked?
I don't dare try to mix the two.
Knowing how easy it is for you.
He hasn't read Metamorphosis.
Read Metamorphosis, you'll know the definition of a cry wank.
Like, when you do that cry with Anohana, do you not feel like when you stop crying, you're like, ah.
No, that's why I would put it on because before that, I just couldn't cry.
How long does that whole process take to make you cry though?
Well, if he has to watch all of Anohana, that's like what?
How many episodes you got to watch before you start crying?
I mean, so
Can you skip to the right part, like in porn?
Okay,
Like-
so if we're going beyond just rewatching the entire thing, sometimes I would just like if I needed a quick cry, like if I needed like a if I needed like
time steps.
if I needed like a 5-minute wank or whatever and like a cry wank, I would just put on the final episode. I'd be like,
wait, did you just say you cry wanked to the ending of Anohana?
No. Using the same analogy. If I needed that quick step, like
skip the blowjob, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Go right to penetration.
Yeah, just straight into tears. You'd go to like the fucking end of Anohana.
Yeah.
If I needed like the full build up or anything, if I had like a whole day to waste and I just felt I just felt emotional the entire day, if I just had a shit day and I just need to cry it out, I just rewatch Anohana and
I was about to say, like, I can't imagine someone being like, fuck, I need to cry. All right, time to invest 6 hours into this show.
Yeah, I just put like You Say Run On or something, and then like I just start crying, man.
I completely like relate to the if I need to cry, then like a good song will do that to me instantly. Like I know I have like a list of songs where immediately I'm just like, I know if I put this song on, I know the exact timestamp as to where the tears will start coming out.
Men should stop. Men should cry more.
I feel like men should cry more. Like once I discovered Anohana, I was on a fucking mission to find my next anime that could make me cry.
Chasing that next high.
Yeah, it was because I don't know. I've always had like trouble crying or showing my emotions like, publicly or whatever.
No, I
but
get you.
for some reason, like watching and like the saddest thing could happen to me IRL, right?
Yeah, same.
And
I
just don't cry.
Yeah.
I don't know why. For example, like I fucking love my grandma, right?
Yeah.
And I thought this entire time when when she passed away and I went to her funeral that I would shed some tears. For some reason I just couldn't shed tears, even though I knew I knew I cared about her, like I loved her as like family and like one of the person I like.
But that's the thing,
most.
like
These topics though, they're hitting pretty close to what we were talking about earlier. Jesus.
Yeah, but for some reason, watching,
Which is
watching
why
a
I
good
am
scene in an anime or watching that one anime,
I'm tempting right now to just crop the image out.
It feels like it feels safe at home.
I'm gonna
Like, you feel
copy
like, I
that
can be
color
vulnerable
palette
and
over there.
I can do this here.
Can you cry in front of other people though?
Yeah. When I'm watching when I'm in a
copy the
movie with
image.
someone, it doesn't matter who it is. If
Or I'll
it's
crop the
fucking
image.
sad, I'll be like.
Are you one of those people who like?
And then
watches,
I'll put it
something
over
really
another
emotional on
new
a plane, you
whiteboard.
can cry on a plane?
I can cry on a plane.
Yeah.
I think I have cried on a plane. I'm like them. They're like, fucking, you a chicken on a plane.
Because I'm definitely one of those people who like, if I watch, because I watch Makio on a plane.
Yeah.
And I fucking cry like a
I
bitch
can
at the end
cry.
of it.
Yeah.
But I had to like really just fucking strain.
Okay. I think we've got it. Alright, so we're gonna take a
Because
picture.
if there's other
a
people around,
screenshot
like
here.
there are sometimes that I want to cry. I want to
that
cry,
will
and
be-
it just sometimes when there's someone else there, I just lose like for a split second, I lose the immersion, and then I'm like, I gotta build up myself to like the tears have to build up again. It's crying's hard for me. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
no, I get you.
I value it whenever something does make me cry, which is why I really value, for example, Your Name.
Right.
Because that was the only time I've ever cried in a cinema with other people around me. And that was less because it was sad and more because it's like, there's just so many emotions right now. This is beautiful. I just have to let it out somehow.
Go.
No, you're going to say.
I was on a train and I was on the, I think it's Yamanote line or something. I was watching a video and it's actually about like, in Japan they have like seminars to make men cry.
Oh yeah. I saw that. Yeah.
And so I was watching this video about like where they make basically they just cry porn to a bunch of Japanese businessmen, and it was kind of like a game show almost in this video because it was.
Alright,
like,
I've got
one
my
guy was just
swashes.
refusing to cry, and then right at the final clip, like the sixth one, it's like a fucking tear as he's like. It's so funny, but as they were
Why is that so funny?
But yeah, as they were describing like this woman was describing what was in the clips to you. They didn't show you it, but just her describing it, I was fucking like tearing up.
Gonna
On the
crop
like,
this one really quick too, and then we'll crop it in the actual thing.
fucking sad.
And we'll call it.
It was something like it was something like
We'll
a
put in the
kid's
text
mom
bubble.
passes away and he's helping with his dad or something. I'm like, it's so fucking
Dang.
sad. Holy fuck!
We're almost done here.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's like I know there's nothing wrong with
Oh.
crying in public.
Yeah.
But I don't know. This is
No, we
so
are not
full.
almost
like
done
shedding
here.
tears.
Oh, yeah,
I
no,
forgot
even,
about
like, shedding
this.
tears
I gotta
that I
fill
have,
in
like,
this really
I don't know,
quick.
have
I'm
some
glad
kind
I
of
noticed
restriction.
that.
I think it's just a subconscious mental block. I don't know, 'cause I
I
have
didn't
exactly the
notice
same thing.
that.
And I wish
I'm glad I
wish
noticed
I could
that.
like bring out my emotions more
Okay.
easily, but
Yeah.
because it takes it takes me so many fucking steps to get to that point.
Yeah.
You know, that's why.
Because I don't give a fuck there. a lot of things in public.
It's not about giving a fuck. Like I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But there's I don't know something
Do
like
you give a fuck?
no, like I'm like in my head I'm like cry now, and then something in my brain's just like nah, don't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess there is like some, it's, just mental block that even when you know you should, it's like your brain is like, don't.
Forgot about these
Yeah.
two little
I think it's
corners.
just the way I was raised, I guess.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
Could have been
yeah.
you know,
bad.
so some things sometimes you realize, man, the way how you were raised as a kid is
Sucks, man.
pretty fucking important to.
Oh, yeah.
because it like affects how you subconsciously think for like
Yeah.
the rest of your life, and it takes so much more effort to unlearn something.
Yeah, there's been a lot
than
of
to
that.
like relearn, to like learn something for the first time.
Did you ever like catch yourself doing something that your parents used to do to you when you were a kid? Like the way they would talk or like.
Oh yeah.
I remember like, I
think what was it? Like my dad used to have this really specific way of making excuses up, and I caught myself doing it one time, and I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
I picked it up.
It's that moment where you're like, shit, I am my dad's kid. Like, fuck! I'm becoming
I thought I was superior this whole time, but I was just equal.
That's the thing, right? It's like you listen to your dad.
You
like,
know all
doing
your bullshit
it
that your
all
parents
your life.
do. Yeah.
You listen to it all your life, and then when you get to like your teens and you hear it, you make fun of them for it, being like, oh, look at this bullshit.
I'm
And then
never
years
going to be like that.
Yeah, and then years later, you just catch
You do
yourself
it.
doing it. It's like, oh no.
Fuck. I was the same this entire time.
Yeah, there's been a lot of like.
Always has been.
I've had to like physically like.
All right, I think we've
Don't do this.
fixed
Don't do this thing because I
the
thought they
little
were,
issue
weird
there.
Things, nothing bad, but like just little quirks that my parents would do, and I'm like, I don't want.
There's just like certain ways
you
you say things where you're just like, this is the first time me saying it, but for some reason I've heard it before.
I cried. I cried. I went to her funeral. I cried when my grandma died.
But yeah, I mean,
didn't know her too
Anohana,
well, but I still
love
cried.
it to this day.
Mid.
And my grandfather cried there too.
If that's the case,
I typically cry at
would you
funerals.
recommend to someone?
That's
to
one.
make
That's
them cry?
that's like one
What
thing
was-
where
what's
it's
the
like
golden
men,
time?
women, child, anything.
Golden
You'll
time?
cry.
Is that the right
Well, at
name?
least for me.
Golden time.
Okay, I always fucking call it something different.
When it's
Max.
like a funeral.
Golden Week or some shit.
I mean, to me, Golden Time
Alright.
is in the same category as Anohana.
I think
for,
we're.
There's a cult though. I
I
like
don't
the
think there's
cult.
any
I'm
more
kidding.
issues, so I'm gonna retake that
I just found that
screenshot
whole cult
now.
arc really dumb, and I really enjoyed
With
how
that
stupid
I
part.
can't even remember
I
that
can't even
one.
remember.
There was like a part where she was like brainwashed in a cult or some shit that happened. I think so. I don't know. Again, I'm basically an Alzheimer's patient in waiting, so I mean, I'm probably the wrong person.
I definitely didn't get a cry boner though from watching Golden Time.
What is another show that's like really good cry porn in anime? What's the best cry porn anime?
I mean, anything by
Shinkai.
Jin Maeda, right?
Yeah, anything by Maeda Jun, anything by Shinkai.
I'm not one of those people who knows
Okay,
directors.
Maeda
so.
Jun is like Clannad,
Clannad,
Angel Beats,
Angel
Air,
Beats,
Little
yeah.
Busters. Anything by Key Studios, basically.
Yeah.
Is like pretty
Angel
good cry
Beats,
porn.
I didn't find Angel Beats as sad as everyone else because I felt like
I
it
cried
was
at the Angel
it was
Beats.
obvious what was going to happen though.
Yeah.
I still cried.
I felt exactly the same. Where
Really?
it was my same problem
Alright,
with
that's
Clannad,
my
just
backup.
less stretched out. Where it was
Yeah.
so obviously trying to make you cry. It was it's literally just cry porn where you just it was
You're gonna cry.
It
You're
was
gonna cry, aren't
it's,
you, you little
it's
bitch?
designed just to like make you cry and make you shed tears.
Yeah, but
And-
I have like an initial.
All right,
like,
let's
my
crop
cry
it
bone
over
is
here.
Rock hard the moment I see Maeda Jun. You know what I mean? It's like I know. It's like I don't even have to watch it, and I'm already prepared. You know?
So I just googled saddest anime.
Okay.
Okay.
Just saddest anime, and in
Yeah.
Google it says number 1, Anohana. And then
See, Emily, even Google agrees.
Plastic Memories, which is it was.
Plastic Memories is okay.
It was okay again.
It was just basically cancer with waifus, basically.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
It's like the I want to eat your pancreas, right? It's
So
like
Trinity Seven.
Actually,
okay.
I want to eat pancreas. Was fucking.
I want to
brilliant.
eat your pancreas. I fucking cried. though.
Angel Beats.
Angel Beats, okay.
Madoka Magica.
Madoka, I didn't cry at the end of Madoka Magica.
Okay, there's a difference between sad and bleak. And I feel like
Yeah.
Madoka Magica is more on the bleak side. Of
Yeah,
things.
Madoka Magica is like grief crying. You know?
There's Guilty Crown here.
Guilty Crown.
Why?
I cried because of how bad the ending was. If that's what they mean by that.
There's Steins. Actually, you know what? I really like Guilty Crown. I'm going to say it. I like it.
The
You know
ending
what?
though.
I like all of Guilty Crown.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what? You know what?
Guilty Crown.
You know what, Connor? I'm absolutely there with you.
Yes!
The one fucking time me and Connor agree.
People need to stop comparing it to as a shitty Code Geass. Code Geass is in its own world.
I don't.
Guilty
I
Crown is
don't compare it
something
to
else.
that. I don't compare it to Code Geass, but I still thought the ending was.
Yeah,
mid.
it wasn't. It wasn't.
mid.
It wasn't the best ending in the world,
Yeah.
but man, it was a fucking good
no,
ride.
it was a good show.
a great
It was
fucking time.
entertaining as fuck.
It
Did you
was
cry,
beautiful.
though?
I think I probably did.
I was actually this close to crying. and
Okay.
it wasn't because of the story. It was just because of
The
how
music,
good.
the
Well,
music.
I'm done with the drawing. I just have to put in
Okay,
some text
okay,
boxes now. That's pretty
Here's
easy.
the thing.
You just get
the
them
thing,
off
the thing about me and
online.
crying is that music has so
The
much
drawing
power
part's
over
done.
Over me
yeah,
than
yeah,
it
yeah.
does.
Yeah.
That's if there's a good soundtrack, I'm like almost
Apply.
always
Why
close
do you
to
think I
crying.
cry to everything Maeda Jun does?
Yeah.
It's because he makes the music as well, which makes me cry like a bitch. But like I don't know, like I liked like Guilty Crown had its like emotional moments, and obviously you know the soundtrack was good, but like I don't know. My cry boner was like a half chub the entire time. I was like,
I really liked it.
It's like it was so close.
Maybe it's because I haven't watched it in like 4 or 5 years. But maybe it's rose tinted glasses I'm looking through right now. But I remember I really fucking enjoyed it.
I really enjoyed it, not in the sense where, hey, I'm gonna recommend this as a good show. I really enjoyed it in the sense where it was just, here's a lot of dumb anime tropes that I enjoy. I don't care if they make any sense whether they put these anime tropes in, but it's just like a lot of good popcorn fun. Was what I remember.
That was a great show.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me. I remember when Darling in the Franxx first aired. I called Darling in the Franxx the guilty crown of this generation, and I kind of still agree with myself on that point. Where Darling in the Franxx got stupid as fuck.
Yeah,
but it was entertainingly stupid. I would say,
of course.
Yeah, I mean the thing about Darling in the Franxx is that I went through a whole fucking emotional arc with it because it was the first half. I would say was actually legitimately good.
Did you watch it weekly, by the way?
Yeah, I did watch it weekly. So I really thought that Darling in the Franxx was a great character drama with mechs in it, and I was super emotionally invested in this as a series. And then the fucking space thing happens. And then it went.
Then Trigger was like, "Let me introduce myself."
Yeah, exactly. And my enjoyment for Darling in the Franxx kind of shifted after that. I didn't.
All right,
I wasn't
I've edited
emotionally
it completely.
attached anymore. It wasn't that same kind of enjoyment. It was just the look at all this shit happening kind of enjoyment.
I think when you watch a show weekly, I think like you're almost more likely to think it's better than it is if it's like holding your attention.
I really think watching something. Like not having to wait and just marathoning something. I've enjoyed shows that I haven't enjoyed weekly that I've watched and that I've marathoned.
Really, like what? Because I almost find that when you wait a week for something that you're kind of excited for,
right?
You almost like hype yourself up for it and like think that it's like
I
better
agree
than
with
it
that.
is.
It's hard for me to say though because haven't watched an anime weekly since like high school.
Been watching ReZero weekly, and I think. Maybe there's an aspect of me that thinks it's better because the mystery is being like drip fed.
We're in the last
stretch. I think that only works because it's a mystery.
The drawing's done. Now we just edit in the text box.
That exact show. I remember kind of like.
Yeah,
I remember
that's what I was going for. You saw that? Because that's what I was going to do. One of the text box for Techno is going to say.
And I enjoyed it way more watching it.
So this is the afterlife, and then she was going to say.
I haven't like. I've kept up kind of.
I haven't really settled on what she was going to say it, but his face and everything is supposed to look like. So this is the afterlife, and he's gonna say that in a text bubble. And then I'm trying to settle on what she says.
I watched it,
and I think I'm gonna settle on.
Oh my god! I have to wait a week.
Yeah, I think it is something
in my memory
confirming it.
Part 2 was just
that's what I'm.
God tier.
But I marathoned it, and it was still.
Is it still like that amazing? Even if like.
I mean, I don't know how you're feeling about it.
I gotta open up one of the best anime I've ever watched, if not like it's like top 2.
I mean, I binged the entire thing in a day, so
it's fucking
amazing. So I think
we've already sung the praises of Attack on Titan a ton on this podcast.
Yeah. I think though, like that's one of the few rare shows where it's like weekly or not, it's just objectively a fucking great show. You know, like the experience, I think, is just as powerful.
Spoiler alert, just for like 1 minute here. Whenever the video comes up, my recommended of Levi versus the Beast Titan, I'm like, I've got time.
I can watch it again.
I've got time for 3 more minutes of that. All right, spoiler over.
Okay.
No, I agree. Like,
well, we somehow got onto good anime now. Let's go back to that anime, the worst anime ever.
There we go.
I don't know. I mean,
what's like a show that is like not universally praised, but
now comes the hard part.
Where, like the only reason why it's known is because it's bad.
I don't know because here's the thing: if there's a bad anime, I'm likely not to watch it or finish it, right? Because here's the thing: if something's as bad as Ghazi's Wing or something, then I'm gonna finish it, but I still think it's good because it gives me some kind of entertainment value. What I don't like. The worst thing an anime can do for me is just be mid.
Not gonna lie, got a high school kind of shit.
Kind of shit.
Hello,
I'm gonna say it's kind of shit. It's kind of boring.
You mean God of Mid School?
Yeah. I saw when I made a tweet about Rent a Girlfriend, there was like 3 people who were like, "Yo, God of High School is the best anime this season." I'm like, "What season are you watching?"
Watching God of High School just makes me so disappointed.
Yeah.
I'm like the disappointed dad because I look at some of these fight scenes and I still think choreography and animation-wise, it's probably some of the best fight scenes you can find all year so far. I can't think of a better anime.
Yeah, I think we've said like that it's pretty shit. It's just disappointing because it was so popular.
Yeah. And I don't know. I've heard from a lot of webtoons readers that it basically skipped through everything and just gave you the fights.
Well, that's not how to do it.
No, exactly. But I mean, it just gave me the feeling of just I don't know watching like a very good fight animation on like YouTube or something. Where you have these fight scenes. And it would have worked better being clipped and put onto YouTube with no context than it would have been in like a full narrative.
That's what I watched, like, because I didn't actually watch the anime. I just saw the clips on YouTube, and I'm like, oh, there's some cool fight scenes, but is it enough for me to get invested in the show?
I watched like 10 episodes of Naruto like last year.
Why?
Because I wanted to get into it.
Like first season?
Yeah.
Like as kids, Naruto.
Yeah, like the very.
Oh, okay.
And that was horrible because. I was like, oh my god, even the story feels like filler.
Yeah, that's why I never got into Naruto, dude.
Yeah.
And like I'm watching this and I'm 10 episodes in and I'm like, nothing has happened. No. We've left the village and we've done like I've watched more opening and ending than I have like show development. Yeah. And then they did that annoying shonen thing, which I think should be like it should be illegal.
All right.
If you do it where you put 4 minutes of the previous episode.
Now we have to pick a good font for it.
So it's only 6 minutes of like shit that you've already seen and don't need to see. Like
in industry, we call that shonen recap syndrome.
Yeah, and then 14 minutes of the actual episode, and then like 7 minutes outro. Somehow they find a way because they drag it out.
The last like 6 arcs of One Piece is that.
Yeah, I was about to say. I don't know how there are still anime only watchers of One Piece. When that was like
that chat bubble looks pretty good for him.
The past 6 years.
Because I remember the last I watched of One Piece was the Punk Hazard arc, and literally every fucking episode was like, here's an extended opening,
font.
and
you
then
want to get
10
like a
minutes of filler,
respectful
5 minutes of actual content, and then an extended ending.
It's because there's only one. They only adapt like one chapter per episode sometimes, and granted the chapters are dense as fuck. You compare the chapters.
We want to be
respectful. One Piece to like some of the other chapters, and it's like they like Oda added a light novel into his chapters in between these
so much dialogue
and there's so much dialogue and it's so small and it's so concentrated. But yeah, I mean,
gonna have to look at
it still doesn't add up to like one entire anime episode worth of content, in my opinion.
No.
So yeah, read the manga of One Piece.
Which why should I? It's too long, Don. It's too fucking big.
That's the worst argument I've ever heard anyone
What do
say.
you mean? I don't want to. It's like, why don't you get a degree, Connor? It's only 4 years. Come on, man. Why aren't you doing it? It's so good for you. I got a degree and it was shit.
Okay, but
Yeah, but if you enjoy the degree, then
okay, what if there's this really good thing, right? Do you want it to like end quickly?
No.
All right, we're gonna try a couple with him.
As long as possible.
And I think I said
that's One Piece, right? Like you're talking about it like it's a commitment. Yeah. If you're into One Piece,
it is a commitment.
Like you could say the same thing about JoJo. You know what I mean?
I guess, but at least JoJo there's like parts, so you can like.
Yeah, well, One Piece there's arcs.
All right, obviously we're not using that font. It's way too generic for this, but it's a placeholder.
I could easily go back to it.
And then
I wouldn't feel comfortable stopping.
I'll have to decide on what that is, but right now we're just using this as a
but that's
placeholder.
Why I ended until the arc was over.
Just to get an idea.
Yeah, but I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that.
What it would
Why?
be like.
It's the same show. It's the same characters. They're still doing this adventure. I'm not finished. I can't just stop.
It doesn't matter because you're gonna get shonen recap syndrome at the beginning of the next one anyway. So it doesn't matter.
It's just I think the thing is because.
Let's try scrolling all the way to the bottom here, and then
into
we'll check from the
it's
bottom
great that
up.
there's that much, but it's also terrifying that there's that much.
But that's the thing, right? Like you're saying it in the pretense of like, oh, I'm probably not going to enjoy One Piece, right?
No. I'm saying what's worrying is if I do enjoy
I want it to be readable.
I'm not going to get anything done for like 5 years. I'm going to be there just fucking reading about how Luffy's arms are ripped off by Stretch Armstrong.
You're doing it with
I
JoJo already.
actually I completely get what you're saying because I was having this thought experiment of if I wasn't already into One Piece,
would you get into it?
Could I convince could future me or could like
No way would you. No
could like
way
I
would you.
convince an alternate universe of me who hasn't seen One Piece to now get into One Piece?
No.
And I'm like, that is so fucking difficult. I don't know how I would convince myself to get into One Piece, but I mean,
my schedule is already pretty rammed with not reading manga, and the manga I do get to read is very small parts, and I wouldn't want to read something because I don't read several manga in one go.
Right.
I read one manga at a time.
Yeah.
I read it all. I go on to the next.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't know why my brain just can't. I don't really enjoy.
because I'm exactly the same.
No,
as-
I get
I
that.
mean, I
I'm exactly
suppose
the
I
same
could
as
have put a
Connor
bit
when
more
I'm into
blush
some-
on his
when I'm
underarm,
into
but I
something,
think
it
it's
has to be
fine.
I
It kind
am
of
into something.
No, I
Like,
get that. I get
makes
that.
him
I
look like he
literally
just
lost
woke up.
fucking 2 days of doing nothing because I caught up to Rent a Girlfriend, and that was just like my obsession for that 2 days.
Right.
And if Rent a
Okay.
Girlfriend was like 500 chapters, I would have just lost like.
Oh yeah. No,
I-
I dedicated like an entire month to just reading Baki.
Like how many chapters of
like- but
of
like-
One Piece is there?
Almost 1,000.
Yeah, but like on the flip side, I really value that because it's so like part of me as like
Maybe good old
part of me of
time.
like who is someone who has been an anime and manga fan for so long. I
We don't
kind
have
of
time
miss
to
the
run.
feeling like you had as a kid where you could just
Okay,
lose an
we should
entire
stop.
week to just watching this anime because am I are you guys the same where it's like so hard for you to like marathon stuff now?
Yeah. Like especially if it's like over 12 episodes.
Yeah,
it's really
yeah.
hard for me. I'm
Alright.
like,
really-
oh,
Maybe I
it's
could
really
use
hard
the
for me to marathon
fancy.
something, but that's why when I'm like into a show and I'm like properly into it, and I'm just losing days.
I don't know.
I
that
really
might not
fucking value
work.
that.
Yeah.
And
If it's
I
white,
search
if I
for
make
it
it
wherever
white,
I
it
can,
might
but
work.
it's so hard for
I'll
me
have to
to
blind
find.
myself.
Even if there's like technically a good show or a good series, which I can say, yeah, this is a good show.
I felt really fucking good like when I finally marathoned Demon Slayer in like 2 days.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, I haven't felt this good. I actually finished a show that was more than 12 episodes. What
yeah.
the fuck?
Yeah, I miss the feeling of just having fucking days and time pass where you're not
Yeah.
like where
This
you're
is
not
just
like
us discussing why it sucks to be a fucking adult. Damn, I just have like no fucking time.
Oh, there we go.
Why am I like working all the time? What's up with
There we go. That might be a good
But
one.
like I will say that if you do want that feeling, just get into One Piece.
I'm 1,000 chapters doesn't sound that bad. Like I read all of Eye Shield.
There's
and that
more
was,
volumes of JoJo than there is One Piece. Just letting you know.
Is there more chapters of? Oh, I guess there's
Yeah.
technically more. Yeah. I
No,
read
we can do better
about
than that.
5
Surely.
through 7
Oh,
of
yeah,
JoJo's
something.
in like I think
Better than that.
just over a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. Then
So
you could
that's
you could
like-
easily get from like the Alabaster
But that
arc
was
to like the Mermaid
That
Island
was
arc.
like a week of me sitting in my bed with a cup of tea nonstop, just like.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like if you get into it, then it won't really matter.
Yeah, but that's the problem is that I'm gonna lose 3 weeks of my life minimum.
Yeah,
if I
but
get
you're gonna
into one
enjoy
month.
those
But
3
you're,
weeks.
you're
though.
gonna remember those 3 weeks
Yeah.
of your life, and you're gonna look
What
back.
will I
at-
have to show for it, God?
And then you'll finally be able to jump into a conversation about One Piece and being like, yeah, I fucking
If there was
remember
like an Xbox like a real life Xbox achievement where you can be like, I've read One Piece, and you can have like this badge that says you read One Piece, and it's like
If it was
something.
on my
Okay, that's a
driving
good
license,
font.
it'd be like
you
all of
need
One
something
Piece.
That's a good
tangible to
font.
show for it for
Yeah,
you to be able
exactly.
to invest yourself
Exactly.
into it. That's what I'm hearing.
So is this
Yeah,
the
I guess
afterlife?
I don't really. How much free time do I have?
Or-
It kind of varies, I guess, on the day. 'Cause
Should it be
some-
so is
I
this
read
the
YouTubers, right?
afterlife,
some
or
days
so
I'm
this is the
working
afterlife?
Like an all day non.
So is this the
Some days
afterlife?
I'm sitting there.
So this
trying to
is
think
the
of a video idea
afterlife.
and nothing happens, and I just didn't do anything all
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
Played a game of.
All right,
League,
let's
maybe,
try
I
it
don't
with
know, but,
this
Like, if I read
is-
something, it's so hard to see that as like a. I'm not the type of person who reads casually. It's like if I read, I need to like focus and decide that I'm going to read, and it
Yeah.
be a long thing. I can't just be like, yeah, I'll read a chapter for 5 minutes again.
Oh, yeah, I
Yeah,
can't do
I
that.
can't do
either.
that. Yeah.
There's people I know who can pick up a book, read 2 pages, and be like, "Nice, that
And
was
then
good.
we'll
I'm going to do the
improve.
rest." I'm like, "What?
Yeah.
What? That's like getting a semi and being like, I had a good wank. That was a great wank."
I need like a minimum of like 5 chapters to fully
Yeah,
get myself
yeah.
in like the reading zone.
Yeah.
And then
This
once
is
I'm in
the
that zone, I'm like, okay, don't
That's
talk.
it. I need to
don't
get in
talk
the
to me.
zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like that sense of flow. You know what I mean? But with
I don't
fucking
understand
reading
people who
manga.
can like read a book and watch a movie at the same time,
Yeah, that doesn't. That
or like
doesn't
have the
make sense to me.
TV on in the background.
I
I'm
can
like,
have it on the
no.
background. I won't pay attention to it.
I need complete silence to read.
Oh yeah, that's because like every
Yeah.
time on like Aki's stories, She comes into you reading manga. You're like, what?
Is the afterlife space?
And it's like there's no noise
I'm
in
like,
the room.
silence, woman. I need my total piece to read this.
He's holding like Fat Lolly Asses Volume 1. He's
Yeah.
like, what is it, woman? Can't you see I'm reading literature?
Okay, so afterlife is the
Making a
word.
manga, I don't
That's an
know.
oxymoron, isn't it?
It's like a color book.
That's a coloring book.
All right, boys, I have a question.
So is this the afterlife? And then
you know, maybe have a hot take on like an
I think
anime
we'll
that
have
you
to
think is,
try to
like,
flip
really
hers.
good, an anime that you like that is highly
So
praised
that it,
and, like,
kinda
you
matches
accept to be
up
amazing,
there.
and you think isn't that good, or is there a show that everyone thinks shit that you think's pretty good?
Joey's already had his with fucking School Days.
Cause, you know, I really like the Cowboy Bebop dub, but the show itself, like, I didn't think it was like that good. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I liked it, but I didn't think it was like the masterpiece worthy. Like everyone says, it's like
I hate that I can't disagree with you.
like it's like the dub.
I
the reason
preferred Samurai Champloo a million times more.
Yes.
Nah, you're
Million
both
times
wrong.
Oh, you can
I
like.
was about to say, I
Oh,
have
you can
exactly the
turn
same
it and
opinions
everything.
with Samurai Champloo.
No, Samurai Champloo was a million
to
times
me,
better.
like this, like I don't know what it was about Samurai Champloo. I thought the story, the style, the music was like amazing,
Well,
and the music is
for
amazing in
this
Cowboy Bebop, don't get me
image
wrong. Yeah,
specifically.
like, the reasons why I liked Cowboy Bebop was, well, one, the dub, and two, nothing to do with the story. I thought the story was kind of like, all right, okay.
I just feel like Cowboy Bebop had some really interesting ideas because it's kind of like Cowboy Bebop isn't like a long, like it doesn't have like a very long overarching story arc. It's more of these individual ideas that that Watanabe wanted to explore, and I thought it had some really good ideas, and so did Samurai Champloo. But
Okay.
I don't know, something about
And
Samurai Champloo
now we're
just
coming
didn't
up on the
feel
end
like
here.
The ideas just weren't as interesting on an individual level.
Like, can you sit here and like say to me that Cowboy Bebop deserves to be like in the top 5 as it always is on every single?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Really, top 5?
Okay.
Like when I see it,
like of all time.
Like when I see it, it's like those people who put Citizen Kane at number 1 on movie. It's like, yeah, I know movies. Citizen Kane's my favorite. I know the movie.
Ah, yes, Rosebud, my favorite quote.
Right, it's like when I see that,
Or
that
maybe
someone's
I
like
could've
top
just
5, I immediately think
that.
they're like trying too hard to be a critic.
Yeah.
Because to me, like again, I don't think of anime in like a critical sense. I guess most of the time, I just thought when I watched it, I was like, it's really fucking cool. Tons of style. I just thought the story was kind of meh.
Yeah, I mean, if you go into it for like a big story, then it's
just as a show.
Okay, so what about the Samurai Champloo story was good then?
Okay, this has been a long time since I watched both.
Oh, wait.
Same here.
But I don't know. I remember just
it's
having fucking a ton of fun every single episode of Samurai Champloo.
To me, the story and like character, like how much I enjoyed the story and the characters of both Samurai Champloo and Cowboy Bebop were around equal.
Yeah,
it was everything else around the show, like the music, the soundtrack, like the effects, like the animation stuff, that made Samurai Champloo just that much better.
I mean,
like, I did not give a fuck about the fucking annoying kid on Cowboy Bebop.
I didn't give a fuck about Fu.
Yeah,
what were they trying to do again? Finding the samurai that smells like sunflowers. Like the plot doesn't matter in either fucking show.
No, I like the characters more in Samurai Champloo as well. Honestly.
I agree.
Like I thought because we had only 3 of them, it was like we got a lot more time to like flesh it out. Whereas they just brought this fucking sidekick character and a dog, and I'm like, why?
Okay, to be fair, I love Iron though.
Yeah.
Iron's great.
Iron is dope.
Spike is like one of the coolest anime characters of all time. Jet.
I think Mugen was cool.
Oh, okay, so you could just flip it right there.
I'm just saying, I think Mugen was way cooler than Spike.
So
I think
we
Spike
can
is
get the
dope,
same thing.
but if I had to like say which one was cooler, definitely Mugen was
but Spike and me.
Duplicate
Spike and
layer.
Oh my dad works for Microsoft.
Would Spike be able to survive AIDS?
My character can beat up your character. Have you thought about that? What's Mugen gonna do? Swing a samurai sword? Spike can just fucking shoot him, man.
Mike Spiegel.
I have been streaming for 10 hours, yes. Took a lot of time to get it down, but it was the hand-drawn part that took the longest, obviously, with the background, and some color adjustments.
Okay, I have a very
obviously, I wouldn't normally take this long on any particular single manga panel. Like, a manga page is like 5 to 10 of these.
Akira's mid as fuck.
Like, I could do that in a second. but like when you're coloring them and you want to be respectful and all that, and add detail and all that, that takes time.
Game changer
right?
at the time.
Yeah.
But I don't think now it holds up as well.
It is still a game changer.
This took a lot of time, but now once this chat box is done,
every time I rewatch it, I'm
just
like,
have to
man,
figure out
still holds up.
where
The
I want
animation
to
still
put
holds up.
that.
It's just like it's just I don't know. It's just
Nothing
much about it.
You want to share your thoughts on that?
This is my last episode of Trash Day, so I'm leaving after this. I can't handle. Okay. Akira. All right. Akira to me is like, I think to this day it still stands as one of the most unique cinematic experiences.
All right, maybe that's
and
a
I'm
good
not just
place
talking
to
about
put it.
that.
Okay, you're wrong.
And I'm not.
No,
just,
I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that.
And I'm not just talking about that in terms of like the flashy colors and the fantastic animation,
Duh,
but just like, it's like, oh, it looks pretty. Like, I'm not just talking about it like that, right? But like, I don't know, like. I've rewatched Akira so many fucking times. Every time I've rewatched it, especially like you have to see it in a big screen as well, in my opinion.
And then I guess I'll change the
I
image
went
of this
to go
one.
watch it. Obviously, I wasn't
Maybe to a
there
more
when it
like
came out in
divine
cinemas.
kind of looking
But,
color.
Like
for the
a couple of years
text.
ago, they did a rescreening of it in Sydney, in Australia. And for I think it was like the 30th anniversary of the movie or something on the big screen.
Yeah.
And like I loved it on the TV. Like watching it in my room and shit was like fuck yeah. But watching it in the cinemas was like holy shit. Like this is like an adventure. Like this is just like such an out of body experience with just the music is godlike. The fucking voice acting is incredible. Like everything about that has every single element of that movie has a quality that can still stand to like modern anime cinema in my opinion.
I'll agree with that.
And I think that's why it's just so incredible because you watch it and you forget, oh shit, this was made 30 fucking years ago.
Yeah, but that's my point. I completely agree that it's an experience that can stand out in modern anime cinema.
Right.
But I'm saying it's definitely not as mind blowing as it was back then. And
I don't know, man. I think it's still mind blowing. Every time I rewatch it, I was
feel like
like,
I'm in the middle of
son.
this. I feel like I can agree with both.
I'm not saying it's the best anime movie.
No, of course.
But Jesus Christ, it's good. Like I could easily have you read the manga though?
I have not. And
Okay.
I think that's part of why I didn't enjoy it because it just felt like it kind of just ended. It didn't feel like a complete experience.
Well, yeah.
Does the manga continue after?
The manga's twice as long.
Oh my God.
So the movie the ending of the movie is completely original.
Oh.
Because
didn't know
Automa released the movie halfway into Akira's serialization.
Oh.
Because the first like 3 volumes were so popular that they were like, we got to make a movie of this,
All right.
and they made it.
Now
but
we
like,
just need-
I haven't finished the manga yet. What am I going to do?
Bro, I'm trying to finish it.
So the movie's completely original.
Now we
Like,
just need
the
to try
manga
some
continues for
things.
another like 4 volumes after the point of the movie.
Oh, so
and
it's
it's
copying it.
insane.
see
It's
that.
fucking insane. Like I highly
Yes.
recommend that. And I'm not just saying it as like a super fan of Akira. I just think in terms of like
suppose
storytelling and just like.
it
You know, I'm just throwing fucking key terms.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Characters,
development. Storytelling, development. Like honestly though, it's good shit.
Well, how many more buzzwords can I throw in?
Yeah, right. It's like plot, progression,
Synergy.
synergy.
My
All right.
God.
Like yeah, again, like I don't think it's the greatest piece of like anime cinema out there, but like I easily, it's one of those movies where I'm like, don't be fooled by the fact that it's 30 years old. Like
No,
I still think I can easily recommend it to new watchers. of anime.
Definitely.
Yeah, you can definitely still watch it today and not feel like it's dated.
Yeah.
Especially as like a for me like a visual experience and everything like that. I just feel like, you know, it's I don't know. Maybe it's because like cyberpunk has just kind of died recently. For like the longest time until what recent cyberpunk anime have we got recently? Like
Dorohedoro.
Dorohedoro. Yeah,
That's pretty good
it's. I mean, seeing
So
a
the
world
period
like
doesn't
that
really change.
is a lot less. Seeing a world like that now is a lot less common than it was back then.
Yeah,
when
yeah.
cyberpunk was kind of in its prime.
Oh yeah,
Yes, I
80s was like
suppose it
fucking
Yeah.
cyberpunk.
Like,
Hell yeah.
So like you
Everything,
can
yeah.
still watch Akira and feel like, hey, this is something I can't.
I don't
really
know,
do
does
today
that
because
work?
Cyberpunk is.
Oh,
just
hey, we've got
really
another
rare to
viewer.
find nowadays.
Because to me, like,
Or did he
Akira
just
is like one
leave
of the-
immediately?
like those
I can't
anime
tell with this
movies
screen.
where
I have to go
every
to the
single person
actual
I've
stream
asked
to check it.
who's clearly not an anime
Let me
fan,
see.
and I asked them what
It says
anime
two
they
watching.
enjoyed.
Hey, you came right at
90%
the
of
end,
them said,
buddy.
Oh, I watched Akira. And it was fucking amazing."
Yeah, we've been streaming for how many hours? 10 hours and 26 minutes.
Which is really weird.
We're right at the end now. So you're coming in for the best part, mate. We're just finishing up the image.
I can't exactly like describe. Someone can explain it.
I'm trying to decide on whether or not she should say yes, I suppose it is, or maybe something a bit different.
No, I agree.
I think so. This is the afterlife is appropriate.
Like everything about that is so anime.
And then I don't know if it's is it, what would be good for her to say if yes, I suppose
I
it
can
is.
I can relate to what you're saying. Is to throw out my second hot take. I don't know if I've said this on the podcast before, but I think I've said it in other places. But I fucking hate Ghibli movies, man.
Yeah. In essence, I mean, you get to see the result. I mean,
one or two, and even like,
I'm about to post it. Like, I just have to figure out what she's saying. Her text is over there to the right.
I really like House
And it says, yes, I suppose it is.
The reason I don't like Ghibli.
If you didn't know, this is an image made for
Ghibli,
Techno,
like, when I say
because
Ghibli
Techno,
movie,
unfortunately, passed away.
This is a fucking Disney movie.
Can we also talk about Hayao Miyazaki's fucking asshole?
Just
like,
he's an absolute cunt.
Did you see the clip of like him going to his son's
just on June 30th.
Well. Oh my god!
So this
passed
clip,
away.
right?
So we're making this image for him.
His son who's making director.
And I made it using AI software and a good old bit of editing elbow grease. I didn't really draw any of this. With lots of editing and some time, and then some hand painted stuff, like the background's hand painted.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he
with a
goes
little
out
bit of
with
AI
a
influence
cigarette.
there.
Just like, this movie's trash. He could have done
That
better.
is that.
He hasn't grown up enough.
Yeah,
I think yes, I suppose it is appropriate.
Like not every I love Ghibli. Don't get me
I'm
wrong,
gonna
but
crop it
have I
now
enjoyed
and
every single Ghibli movie?
we'll
Absolutely.
post it.
I just hate
And then
the
I'll make a
kind of
video about it
director
tomorrow.
who
So
is
if you
like,
do want to
everyone else
come
is
and
unimportant,
see
my ideas are the best, and, he
a
puts
video
up
of
that
how
kind
it was
of much,
made, I'll be making a quick overview of that tomorrow.
You don't want to be an asshole.
Obviously, today I'm done. 10 hours of this is enough for me.
You would hate to be
All
around
right.
him.
You can tell
So we're gonna
he's such a
crop
close-minded
this
dude
now.
because apparently the only movie that Hayao Miyazaki has made that he himself cried to was The Wind Rises.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that is the most mid Ghibli movie I've ever watched.
Is it? I heard good things about it.
It's good, but compared to other Ghibli movies, it is mid as fuck.
What are your favorite Ghibli movies then?
Princess Mononoke is easily my favorite. I mean, obviously, I grew up watching like Nausicaa and
Howl's
Totoro
my
and stuff like
favorite.
that. Howl's Moving Castle is really
my
good.
favorite.
I thought Ponyo was okay.
Let's try applying.
I
I
think Ponyo is very much the Ghibli of the new generation. Sorry, the Totoro of the new generation.
Totoro, oh my
What's the
fucking
one
god.
with the
I fell asleep during Totoro, man. I'm like, why am I watching a kids show now?
Okay,
why,
to be fair,
why do you expect me to be
fair,
entertained?
yes, Totoro is a kids movie. That's why I don't recommend it. It's a kids movie.
Yeah, but so is Toy Story. But I can watch Toy Story.
Toy Story, though, Pixar has done a thing where they've managed to intermingle like very adult
But
humor
that's
into it.
good. Kids like.
Oh, good,
media
thanks.
Is
Right.
great when it can be enjoyed by.
But Japanese, Japanese
So-
does not do that.
It does sometimes though.
Not Ghibli though.
I guess here we go. We're gonna click save here,
Fucking one with the pig
and then
flying
we'll upload it to
and I fucking had to turn
the
it off twice, and I'm
anime
like,
art
so
Reddit,
fucking
and then that'll be the
good.
end of the stream for
I
today.
enjoyed it, but I thought it was okay. It's not amazing.
All right.
I thought it was okay.
That's basically my experience with a lot of Ghibli movies. Is that this is the most okay film
yeah.
experience I've had, and I like the reason
Can't
I
change the
really
past,
get
but
into a
we
lot of Ghibli
can
movies is
respect
that
it.
They just don't feel anime.
And that's
I don't know,
hopefully what
because they
I've
feel
done here
like
with this image.
Disney movies, right?
I was
And
not
know
expecting to do this
Miyazaki's
today
gone on record, like,
because I was doing something
criticizing a lot
completely
of
different with the
anime
software.
animators who are
But
like,
this
"Man,
shows
they're
you
just, like,
just
inspired
how
by
impressive
other
this
people
software
working anime,
is.
rather than
I was
inspired by
able to
anime.
make
This is
this
why I got into media,
today.
dude. I like
I have
that.
no drawing skills, okay, or very little, and I was able to make this beautiful image. Let me see if I can get it frame on stream
On top of that,
so that y'all can get a full
makes it so much
look
worse
at it
for me
here.
to like try and enjoy it.
Is that good?
I think you can make great
wait,
shit
a
without
little bit
being
more
a huge
zoom
cunt.
out.
Like,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think maybe if you cure every single type of cancer,
And
you know, in your lifetime, go ahead, be an asshole. Like you probably did.
I mean,
you get that pass.
You know, it's that whole thing of like, you know, you should separate the creator from the creation.
I disagree
But
with that.
sometimes it's really fucking hard not to do that.
It's pretty hard.
When a person markets their work so heavily as
All right, let's get it saved, and then we'll. That'll be in the video tomorrow. It'll take way too long for me to explain it, but
So it's kind of like
essentially, I'll give you a really quick overview. So I'm gonna pause the video here for that. Quick overview. I used 2 software to make this. I used Animate a Sketch, and I used, what is this one called? This one's still open. Okay, so I can share the screen here real quick. And I'll just show you. Okay, so ignore that, and then, okay. Oh, there's a little bit of lag there. Alright, give me 1 second. Okay. Alright, so now we're in display mode. Just ignore that other stuff on the screen here for a moment. Okay. So this, right here, you see this black box? This is what I used to make the sketch. This is Animate a Sketch. This is the first AI software I use. And then this was the second one, Styles to Paint, which helped a bit. I'll go into more details on those later, but basically this one makes the sketch. This one allows you to color it quickly and all that. That's a very simple oversimplification, but that's essentially what it does. Let's go back to the main stream now. Alright, there we go. And, yeah, let's wrap this up, people. We've got to pay our respects here. Alright. On clicks. I'm going to print this just in case. And, I'll crop it really quick just to make sure. I always want to make backups of things that you take 10 hours to work on. I always want to do that, so that's what I'm doing. Taking a quick backup, and then we'll save it, and then we'll post it, and that'll be the end, folks. That'll be the end. Alrighty. There we go. I've got my backup. And, yeah. Let's get ready to end this. We're saving it. We'll save it as a JPEG. And then we'll call rest piece. Okay, so that's done. Now let's post it on the little Reddit over here. Oh, thank you. Thank you for saying that, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys want to see more content like this, paying respects, doing the right thing, please do hit the like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the bell. It does help. Motivates me to make more of these. Right now, I just spent like a good 10 hours putting extra detail on that. Because normally that would take 5 seconds if, like, let's say we weren't, doing something on Techno. But I put an extra detail on that. So now we are going to post that over in the subreddit. That'll take me a second. Oh, you'll be able to find this and download it for yourself on Reddit. On the anime art. There we go. Subreddit here. Okay. Oh, let's create a post here. Put trace. We will put that in there. We'll give it a respectful title. Okay. Then we gotta put in the sources and all that. So source 1. Alright, I think that's source 1, right? Yeah, that's source 1. And then I gotta put in the other one. Pictures. This is showing on stream, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, it'll be on the anime art subreddit, and then I'll show you how to get to it real quick before I go. Right. Put in that one too. Okay. And then I will start getting the linked information in here. So this one is... Okay. Alright, let me get Slime Diaries up. There we go. Right. Image directly from Slime Diaries. And then we copy that link. Then we're gonna finish this up here. Let's finish this up. Okay. And then I've gotta put the source as Studio 8-bit in the comments as well. So let me copy that again really quick. Oh, actually I could just copy that into my notepad here. Let me just copy the links into my notepad because that's required. Let me see. Yeah. In the comments, though, I have to SoundCloud account, and give me 1 sec here, guys. I'm just trying to sort out the links because they require those links. And there we go. Source 1 and source 2. Okay. All right, everybody. Moment of truth. We're posting it. All right, here we go. All right, source 1, and then source 2. All right, let me edit that down. Okay, it's being a little bit finicky here with me. Okay, source 1, and then Ringru. And tech Technoblade. There we go. Okay. Alright, I think I've got everything here. Let me make sure the comments down. Oh, yes, I need to edit this. And then put... And then I will do a Studio 8-bit. Alright. Okay. Yep. The post is up. I'll put the link in the chat real quick, and then we'll call it here. I feel so sad for the poor man. He died so young. I didn't even know he had cancer. But I did watch some of his videos. It was real unfortunate how he passed. Now, I couldn't have told. Apparently, people on the internet couldn't tell either. But I did not notice anything wrong when he was in those videos. And he must have had this for years. It was like stage 4 cancer. How painful that must be. He was once a strong guy all the way to the end. So yeah, here's the link. Anyone else wants it? And let me refresh. Techno. Wait. Okay. I'm just gonna link him that video and then we'll be done here. Technoblade channel. Okay. Alright. Alright. Yep, I guess we'll call it here, right? Let me just make sure. Follow the rules and everything. Oh wow, I'm getting notifications everywhere. Okay. Yep. Think we're good. Alright, everyone. We're gonna call the stream here. I'll start working on that video tomorrow. Or today, I suppose. It's 3:11 in the middle of the night. When I wake up, essentially. Right now, I'm gonna relax. Been working on this for 10 hours-ish. I mean, he came in with the Technoblade stuff, I think, a little bit before, so that was 8. So, yeah, see you guys later. Have a nice day, or a nice night, nice morning, wherever you are. Some of you are in Turkey, some of you are in the United States. Anyways, goodbye. End of the stream, folks. Bye-bye. Oh, yep. Yeah, you're in America, 2 hours behind me. Anyways, nice night, folks.